73, Chapter 75. Evening came, and when it came I shed my normal black gear and weapons for one of the soft elvish tunics, and with only my bow and horn, left the camp as discreetly as I could for the small stand of trees by the river. This camp would be pulled up soon. We would be moving on, and this would be the last night I could enjoy the quiet peace of this stand of trees. It soothed my heart, which was troubled by the recent fights, the prospect of Murtagh's departure the following day, and just what lay ahead. I sat down on a fallen trunk and stared out at the river. I was bruised from head to toe from my acrobatics that day, and the strap of my quiver hurt where it rested against my collarbone. However, I would not go anywhere unarmed in this world. Once, yes once, I had gone places unarmed and thought nothing of it. Those had been those strange twilight years that were fading from my grasp like water in cupped hands. I could barely recall the feeling of being in a speeding car or the pressure of being the perfect all-star student. No, those things were so distant and divorced from who I was now that it was impossible to recall them without feeling as if they were memories of someone else. They were a story that had once been told me, and so strange that I had decided not to bother with it anymore. A life crafted for me out of magic, a brief interlude that felt like more a dream than places I had actually visited and things I had done. I shifted slightly upon the log and watched the moonlight sparkle off the water. What would my brothers do if they were here? What would my sister do? We had been so close. The four of us, gifted in our own ways, assisting and compensating for each other's various shortcomings without really thinking about it. Pethod the confident leader, Eamon the watchful warrior, and Lucia the glue that held us together, they had been there for me. I had things to offer, I shall not sell myself short, but I could not turn to them and speak of what was occurring around me and what should be done about it. I think anyone, if they are close to someone, will think of that person in trying times. It is what we humans do, and friendships of that sort are things to be treasured. I drew my horn out and fingered the object. Only once had I had cause to blow it in this world, but another memory was flickering across my vision as I gazed into the ruby eyes of the roaring creature. The sight of Anuvin, stronghold of the Death Lord, sickened me with the chill of death that hung about it. It made my head spin, and the shadows seemed to blind me. But I could not afford to think of that. Already we were caught up in the fight, the struggling shapes of men and huntsmen, the clash of blades and shouted battle cries mixing with screams. And then some instinct drew my eyes up to see Eamund climbing one of the steep rocky cliffs that rose around the gate to Anuvin. As I blocked a blow to my side with the hilt of my sword, I watched, to my horror, Eamund slip on his climb upwards, and somehow he managed to catch himself. But no, he hadn't. His foot twisted, and I knew that my brother was going to fall and fall to his death. My hand found the horn without me really needing to think about it. I had no magic, no strength nor the time to spare for a spell that would stop my brother's fall, and so I called on my last resource. The horn, I shook my head clear of the image and focused once more on the peaceful river before me, but another memory rose before my eyes. Warriors rode in the dusky twilight bearing torches, slowly circling the mound of the fallen lord. My two brothers, grim-faced and cold in their sorrow, stood beside me. I could feel the gaze of those mourners behind us and hear the occasional sob. Above us, dark clouds gathered and grew heavy. Already the burial mound's freshly turned earth was coated with frost. Soon there would be snow. My dress, fine and elegant it may be, was thin silk, and I shivered. The air was cold with winter and with sorrow. As the last flame died, I raised my voice. Farewell, Rune son of Clador. You achieved much, and your courage shall be remembered by all. My voice did not falter, even though the will to continue speaking did. But what you leave unfinished, we shall do, even if I must build it for you with my own hands. Farewell, called Eamund in a voice heavy with emotion. Till the bright dawn when we meet again. Pethod echoed his words, but his voice was even heavier, and when the time came to leave, he strode off away from everyone else. Eamund and I made no move to pursue him, both of us knowing it was best to leave him when he sought only his company. Hello, Murtagh, I said without turning my head. The memory slipped away, and I smiled slightly as he sat down beside me. Why are you here? He asked, as he automatically wrapped around my shoulders and pulled me close. I am thinking, I said as I leaned into his embrace. I am thinking of days long past, and things left unfinished that wait for me. Ah, he said, and you could only think out here. It is a nice place to think, I replied simply. It was a nice place, much nicer than the inside of my tent which had at one point been Murtagh's until he took over mine with Thorn. I shall be doing quite a bit of thinking soon, said Murtagh with a small laugh, and learning and gaining of wisdom. I laughed a little at his words, and recalled other words spoken to me by someone else long before I ever came to this grove of trees by a river in a world not my own. Learning is not the same as wisdom, Murtagh. Who told you that? I fingered my horn that rested on my lap and looked out over the river. A dear friend once told me that there are those who must first learn loss, despair, and grief. Some must walk that cruel and long road to wisdom. Those that make it to the end gain more than wisdom, however. As rough wool becomes cloth and crude clay a vessel, so do they change and fashion wisdom for others, and what they give back is greater than what they won. Those are wise words. He laughed a little then, but it was not a happy laugh, but a sorrowful one. Much I have come to understand, but much remains hidden from my gaze. Is that my path, Zoe? Is that what I shall be? I do not know, I said quietly. They are only words. You are wise, said Murtagh, as he turned my face slightly with one rough hand, though the movement was gentle. The hands were rough from holding a sword, wielding a bow, and saddling a war horse. Used to the rough and tumble of a hard-knock life they might be, but they were gentle when it counted, soft and comforting like the first breath of a spring after a cruel, cold winter. No, I said. No, I am not wise. Yes, he said gently but firmly. Yes, you are wise. It's times like this that I know you're a princess from another world. You seem to know things without knowing, as the heart itself knows how to beat. He was staring into my eyes, as if searching for something, as if I held the answers to the questions that haunted him. Perhaps, he seemed to be saying, perhaps you do hold those answers. Somehow you found me even though I did not want to be reached. I rose and walked to the edge of the river. We are all lost sometimes. You never told me what you were remembering, he said from behind me. The dark days, I told him with a shiver, and there is enough darkness around me now without remembering, but I cannot help myself. I turned back and met his gaze and said half to him and half to myself, there is no turning back, Murtagh. You will be here when I come back. This is war, I told him, and the grimness of it colored my voice a dark gray. He wants to rule the world, to rule all the worlds. This will be war of a different kind to anything I've ever fought before. My voice trailed off and left the brutal hard things unsaid for fear of tempting fate. Why speak of it? Why speak of death and betrayal and blood and flames in a peaceful clearing by a clear river? Why speak the cold truths of a world at war to the person you love and who you will not see for many weeks if at all? I know too much of war, I think, reader. I think we all know too much of it. Why, I ask you? Why? I'll be gone in the morning, he said softly. I wish I had a token to give to him like the ladies back home would give to their knights. However, I had no colorful scarf or necklace or any other trinket that I could give him. I had nothing to give, and this would be our last night together for a long, long time. There may have been promises and words inked across our hearts, but there are times when one needs something real, something that can be pulled out, admired, and conjures up images that will not come otherwise. And then I suddenly realized I did have something. Brahm had given it back to me when Aragon returned, and it was back in its normal pocket. It had been with me through many trials, but I did not really need it. This was a better use for it. Perhaps it would light his path back to me. Murtagh, I said with a shaky smile, and I hated that my smile was shaky at all. Take this. He looked at me and down at the stone in my palm, and he opened his mouth, a protest already rising to his lips. He knew what it was, and he knew what it meant to me. It was not a weapon, but a little light, a remnant of my childhood, and carried through many a thing. No, it was a piece of fallen star, and not something that was used to destroy. It was meant to drive away the shadows, not attack them. This was what gave you courage, clarity, and hope. Then it was time to fight. No, I said, take it. I pressed the stone into his hand and closed his fingers over the black rock. It's a kind of keepsake, I said with a shaky smile. Remember me when you are in Ellismere, remember me by it. He stood then, and with one hand tightly wrapped around the black stone, he embraced me tightly, and we stood like that for a good long while. There would be a goodbye shared all round early tomorrow morning, but this was our goodbye. It was better this way for both of us. Nothing was said. No more come back, or be safe, or anything of the sort that just sounds empty in the face of what is actually happening. Some might roll their eyes and say, this is just too much. But simple as it is, this silence, the simplicity of it was more comforting than 1,000 words or promises. For I put it to you, what can be said when all else has been said? Thorn was nervous. Blue-kind Bright Sapphira was telling him how to manage it, but she had little to say about the actual mechanics of taking to the air. She told him he knew how, and he did. Somewhere, deep down, he knew exactly how to lift his wings and push off the ground, but he had yet to spread his rapidly growing wings. Those instincts had told him who was his rider the second he broke through his shell, and those instincts warned him not to disobey his rider and venture into the wide world that lay outside. Only here, a few miles from the smelly two-legged nesting place, could he finally taste what it felt like to soar and glide like Blue-kind Bright Sapphira did. The morning sun was just peeking over the horizon, but for the most part, it was still quite dark. He was ready. His rider was here along with the other rider, who Thorn had not seen much of, except when he came to see Thorn's rider. The old reindeer human was there too, and the pointier green-eyed elf was standing close to Blue-kind Bright Sapphira rider. The other round-eared human who his rider spent so much time with was also there. Thorn did not know what to make of her. He knew she meant a great deal to his rider. Indeed, the dragonling had often grown frustrated with the amount of time his rider spent thinking of her. She had always been kind to him. He vaguely remembered her touch, the first living touch he had felt for a long time. He remembered her touch, and he was intrigued by the faint haze of power that hung about her. It made his scales itch, and it had made him stir in his cage-like egg when he first felt it. Besides, she brought him tasty things to eat and knew where to rub, and even more importantly, his rider was protective of her and worried about her. He had been even more so that previous day when Thorn had smelt blood on the air and heard the distant sounds of dragon roars. His rider had nearly ran out of the tent more than once, and only the old reindeer human had stopped him. She must mean something, be something, and the dragonling was determined to find out one day. But it was time to go up and up. It was time to spread his rapidly growing wings and taste the thrill of flight. Blue-kind Bright Sapphira had told him of it, filled his dreams with it, and he was determined to finally try it for himself. He had seen precious little besides the inside of a tent, and it had frustrated him to end. It was time to find out if he could be a worthy partner to his rider and see if he could ever match up to Blue-kind Bright Sapphira. Dragons, he knew, were meant to fly, and he was a dragon with a rider. Following the slowly awakening instincts, Thorn spread his wings and pushed upwards as he set his gaze on the distant clouds. He pushed off hard, and finding an updraft, he found himself suddenly shooting into the sky. It was the most exhilarating feeling he had ever experienced in his short time upon this earth. He was weightless, shooting upwards, and then balancing out to gaze down upon his rider and the others. Blue-kind Bright Sapphira was up a moment later, helping him balance upon the currents of air and telling him he was doing well. But Thorn was barely listening to her. He could feel his rider's pride and joy through his link. Indeed, the young dragonling could never imagine setting foot upon the ground now that he had just tasted the joys of flight. He could never imagine trying to move upon that unyielding earth when he could swoop, soar, and twirl in the air. Thorn had imagined many times how this might feel, but now that he actually felt it, he realized that his wildest of imaginings had not even come close to capturing it. Blue-kind Bright Sapphira was beside him, urging him to turn himself back down towards the ground. She was telling him not to overdo it his first flight, and Thorn could feel his rider calling him back. His rider was urging him to turn himself back towards the dull, boring ground where he stood and called for him. One day his rider would not need to call him back to the ground. One day Thorn and his rider would soar together, and nothing would hold them back. Not even the other reindeer human would keep his rider down. When that time came, Thorn would never have to return to the ground. Landing was more difficult than takeoff had been. Thorn found returning to the unyielding surface not only awkward but painful. The ground came up faster than he had thought it would, and one moment he was soaring downwards in the clear early morning. The next he was slamming into the ground. Desperately he stretched out his wings and righted himself as he did his best not to hit the ground nose first. but his effort was only partially successful. Careening forward, Thorn forced the gathering that had come to watch him leap out of the way as he tumbled in a confused jump of wings, spikes, claws, and red scales. At last, feeling battered and bruised, Thorn came to a sliding stop and turned his head to see everyone staring at him. His rider was fluctuating between amused and horrified. With a chirp and a shake of his wings, Thorn bounded forward to press his head into his rider's hand. The touch was warm, and the hand knew just where to rub. Blue-kind Bright Sapphira was telling him how to improve his landing next time, but Thorn was not really listening. How could he listen to her after such an experience? He was still lost in thrill, and even as he allowed his rider to stroke his battered wings, Thorn could barely restrain a bugle. It made him want to do something different and strange. He wanted to try, for the first time in his short life, what Blue-kind Bright Sapphira did with her rider. Murtagh, he whispered through the connection that bound him to his rider. The word was strange, so basic and restrictive, but it seemed right at the same time. It was not as free as the emotions that the dragonling was used to sharing, the language that needed no words nor had need of them, but he was not a wild dragon. He was a dragon with a rider. Murtagh. Thorn could not stop the shiver that rolled through him, and he felt the once sure hand press hard against his side. It was trembling faintly. The answering reply was hesitant and strangely frightened. Thorn, Murtagh. The dragon shook his head and hummed deep with his throat, Murtagh. Eragon stood beside Sapphira and said his farewells to Arya and Brahm. The sun had not yet risen, but already they were ready to set off. Thorn had just taken his first flight and now stood beside Murtagh, his red scales glowing with happiness. Zoe was also there, pale and armed in the morning sunlight, but if she was upset about what was occurring, she did not show it. Instead, her face was collected and her eyes as clear. Brahm was also there, and Arya, her eyes troubled, stood close to Sapphira. The past few days had been busy. The fights, the time he spent in the healing tents speaking with wounded men and easing their healing along with his cousin's marriage. Added to this already hectic time had been the meetings arranged to try and sort out just how to get Thorn to safety, along with the pressing need for Eragon's presence in Farthen-Dur. No, the rider had barely had a moment to stop. He had been running from place to place, drawing a sword, smiling with joy as he watched his cousin finally get his just reward for all his sacrifices, and somewhere between all of this, holding the hand of a man who spoke of gods, stars, and suns. The rider and dragon had already said farewell to Naswada, and Eragon had given his thanks to the elven spellcasters who had assisted them in slipping Thorn from the camp, with no one being any the wiser. The spellcasters were also going to maintain an illusion of Sapphira and Eragon for a few days, until the Varden was once more on the move. The illusion would not be able to do much, but postpone word getting back to Galbatorix that the Sapphire Dragon and Rider were gone. Murtagh, while vital to the operations of the Varden in his own way, was not such an important figure that if he vanished, no one would really think too hard about it. Eragon had also spoken to his cousin and his new bride the previous evening. Farewells to Roran and Katrina had not been as awkward as he had feared they would be. It seemed, what with all that had occurred since seeing his cousin again, Roran had thawed to him, and his words the previous night had been spoken by the brother Eragon remembered him being. The strange trunk with its even stranger contents had been packed into Eragon's magically enlarged saddle bags, and while the trunk had been enchanted so it was remarkably light, Eragon still felt very uneasy having it with them. If Galbatorix sent his magically created illusion to attack them, then they would not only have a dragonling to protect, but a trunk that Brahm seemed to think contained objects of incalculable value, even if they were so dangerous that the man refused to explain anything about them. "I will have you know," said Sapphira as she regarded the red dragonling, "that I never landed in such an undignified way." "Shush," said Eragon to her. "Unlike Thorn, you had many more opportunities to move and fly while he has been shut up in a tent. You had a whole mountain range to roam, and he has had nowhere to even stretch out or taste the wind." The rider was trying hard not to look at Arya, but while he managed to keep his gaze focused on something else, he found himself struggling to control his nerves. He wanted to be off and gone, not standing here, sharing a few goodbyes when he did not know how to say goodbye to the person he most wanted to speak to. She seemed about as warm as ice, and Zoe, chilly though she appeared in the morning sunlight, smiled a little when he met her grey-blue eyes. "Well," said Brahm, as he rested a hand gently on Eragon's shoulder, "I can only tell you to be careful and hurry as much as you can." "I will do my best," said the rider, as he looked into the older man's eyes. This man was his father, strange as that may seem right then, and Eragon wondered if he would ever to be able to fully accept Brahm into that role. Garrow had filled it for so long, and Brahm, dear as he was to the rider's heart, had yet to lose the distance that had always lingered between them, even in Carvahall. Perhaps, when the rider returned, he would be able to ask the man about Selina, for Murtagh would never discuss her, and Eragon longed for details about the woman that was his mother. "Eragon," said Brahm, and there was something in that word, the tone of his voice, that made Eragon suddenly realize that the elder man, never at a loss as to what to do or say, desperately wanted something from the rider more than another nod or worn-out phrase. But Eragon did not know what to do. He was at a loss, and he might have just ignored the unspoken plea had it not been for his companion of heart and soul. His companion who knew that one should not set out on dangerous travels without saying the things that so desperately needed to be said. "Show him you care," said Saphira. "He loves you, Eragon. Show him that you love him too." "How? How do you think?" Quickly, before he could think too hard about it, Eragon embraced the man before him tightly. It was not the embrace of two friends or comrades, but one that can only be shared between a parent and child. It was tight, and it contained so much emotion, so many unspoken things that it could never be fully described by mere words. When Eragon pulled back, he found that he had to blink back tears. Brahm also seemed overcome by emotion, but he said nothing, and with one final tight squeeze on Eragon's arm, he drew back. "Safe travels, Eragon," said Zoe, as she stepped forward from where she had been speaking to Murtagh, and smiled gently. From the softness in her grey-blue eyes, Eragon knew she was fully aware of the significance of the embrace between Brahm and Ryder, between father and son, but she made no comment on it as she smiled up at the towering dragoness. "And the same to you, Saphira." The princess embraced him then, a tight embrace that made Eragon smile as he hugged her back. "Give them my greetings," she murmured in his ear, and then, to his surprise, he felt her slip a piece of paper into his sleeve. The movement, quick and smooth, was accompanied by a quick whisper, "Give that to them. It is a letter from me, and I think it best coming from you." Zoe drew back, and Eragon wondered, as he met her gaze, what was on that letter. But he said none of that, and instead he asked with a faint smile, "Any warnings?" "Be careful of the dwarves," she said with a dark look. "Some will not welcome you, and while you are in Elismera, I highly recommend visiting Runnan." Her eyes danced with something like amusement. "You may find that visiting her in a certain place will give you a new edge." "You speak in riddles, friend," said the rider, "but I suppose you won't tell me any more." "The path will be quite clear once you see it," said Zoe with a shake of her head. "Just try not to make too many enemies, and if all else fails, trust your instinct and do not be dissuaded." Then the girl stepped past him then to speak with Saphira, and Eragon was left looking at her. She was gazing at him, her green eyes strangely conflicted, and he had that strange feeling again. It was a kind of jolt that made him feel both warm with happiness and cold with nerves. "Arya," he said, and she inclined her head slightly. "Safe travels, Eragon." She stepped forward, and they gazed at each other, eye to eye for a long moment. "Be safe," she whispered softly in the ancient language. "You too," he said, and he took her hands in his without really thinking about. They were warm, and he squeezed them as he asked, "I will see you when I return." She met his gaze, and once he might have dropped it, but not now. Somewhere, somehow, he had learned how to believe and what it meant to be true. "Yes," she said, "you will see me." A warm flare of joy went through him, and he smiled. I will miss you." "Fly safe," said the elf, and there was something about her eyes, the words and the way she said them, that made leaving a little easier. There was something about leaving Arya now that did not feel as if they were leaving any chance at having something more, whatever that more was, and he felt as if he could come back now, and it would be as if he had never left. He smiled at her, and then it was time to go. It was time to leave, and so quickly he barely realized it. He was up on Saphira with Murtagh behind him. Thorn was beside Sapphira. He would fly the first little bit, and then he would rest for a time. Eragon looked down at the three faces, and he wondered just how they would meet again. Would it be in battle? Would it be on the eve of a battle, or on the trail end of one? Would he back when he needed to be, or back too late? Eragon knew that his reasons for leaving were important. He had not even spoken of some of his reasons to anyone besides Sapphira, and while he knew that Zoe was aware of them, she had never spoken of the prophecy or Salembam's advice before. Her words just a few minutes before had reminded him that she most likely knew exactly what was awaiting him both in Farthen Dur and in Elismera. Zoe had been an ardent defender of him leaving for Elismera, and that made him think that whatever happened on this trip was not only crucial for Murtagh and Thorn's safety, but for whatever lay before them in the twisting strands of the future. He also suspected that she had guessed he would pass the red blade, sheathed at his side, onto Murtagh, and that, like distant warning bells in the back of his mind, rang Salembam's words about a weapon he could find beneath the Menoa tree. "I shall be with you," reminded Sapphira as she spread her wings out to the side. "We shall meet it together." And he said with a faint smile as she lifted her wings for the first downward, propelling stroke, "When at last it comes time for us to land then, if anything, let us try to land a little easier than Thorn." "I told you," she snapped. "I have never landed like that, and I never will." Eragon felt Murtagh's grip tighten around his stomach as Sapphira leaped into the air, followed by Thorn. Below them, faces turned to watch their flight, was the daughter of an elven queen, a man who had told many stories and been many things, and last but not least, a girl with grey-blue eyes who watched them rise into the clear morning air with desperate eyes and clenched hands. "Let us land safely," thought the rider. "Let us land back upon the solid ground safely." Auburn hair, bright hazel eyes, and a laugh that echoed through the air like wind chimes. The sound of running feet upon the gravel of a garden path. Elegant dress of green swishing around her as she came to a stop before the bower, whose slender arches were covered in trailing tendrils of a flowering vine. She looked alive, as brilliant and fair as one of the hanging red roses that grew in abundance throughout this small garden. I smiled at the sight of the young, beautiful face that was flushed with color and called out a greeting to her. She was a dear friend, and an even dearer one after it became clear just how enamored my dear brother, Eamund, was of her. Petered, Lucia, and I had all firmly decided that she was, out of all the candidates that could be found in the noble houses of Prydain, the most perfect choice for our solemn, seldom openly joyful brother. It was the three of us who decided to do what we could to bring them together. "Zoe," she said with a wide smile, "where does thou brother sequester himself this fine day?" "The library, I would think," I said, as I sat a little straighter in the comfortable chair, with one finger keeping my place in the book I was currently reading. "Roust him out if you can, Kishiava, but I have had no luck." She laughed, and with a swirl of her bright skirt, she turned back the way she had come. Kishiava was a free spirit, the very thing that had originally made her my friend when she first came to court for a short visit when we were both young children. Now, both of us grown, we had both bucked the restrictive rules of court together. She had not been as radical as I had decided to be and picked up a sword so that she could head to the wild north. She instead had foregone the tools of war or the painted fan of a court lady and chosen a healer's needle and herb lore. A little more respectable than going out a-fighting alongside men, but still, for the youngest and highly marriageable daughter of a high lord, it was radical enough. I hoped, as both my siblings did, that she would be successful in opening up Eamund's closed heart. Dawn came bright and clear, but I was already up when the sun decided to show the first of its golden rays. I was already ready to go, and so was the elf, Lofin, who would accompany me for a time. My mare saddled, my weapons ready, the code learned, and the purpose of this mission fixed firmly in the forefront of my mind. I had ruthlessly forced Murtagh to back, and for now, I was completely focused on the matter before me. I was going to be doing something dangerous, and if I wanted to make it through, then there was no time for such things as love or regret. Eragon, Sapphira, Murtagh, and his dragonling had left the previous morning, and since then, I had been busy getting ready for this trip. I had been far too busy to think of anything else. "Well, be careful," said Brahm softly, as he gently rested a hand on my mare's neck and gazed into my eyes. I shall. The Varden will be there soon, he said for the 1000th time. But I don't want you playing the hero. If you find out anything useful, then excellent. Don't yourself killed or captured in the process. He was like a sports coach, desperately giving out a few last-minute tips to an athlete who was so done with hearing them, too far lost in the zone, that they simply tuned them out. I know all of this, I told him with forced patience. I shall arrive there, do my best, and send my mare back with Loffin. When you and the Varden arrive at Feinster, I will meet up with you and assist in the battle that shall be fought. That is the simplified version of the plan. For the next aim of the Varden was to capture the city of Feinster, and to make that easier, I was going to be doing a wee bit of espionage. Murtagh had a small collection of spies in the city, and as the new spy master, I was off to do what I could to disrupt Empire preparations, gather intelligence and information regarding the city's defenses. In the company of Loffin, one of the elven spellcasters, I would ride to the city, and a safe distance away, we would stop, and the elf would return to the Varden with my horse. From that point on I would be armed with only my weapons, carefully hidden with magic, my wits, some spy code, a little magic, and whatever luck chose to follow me. The plan had been discussed with Naswada, and to prevent attention from being drawn, we had slipped from camp in the early morning and now stood a safe distance away. My horse, saddled and anxious to be gone, pranced slightly. "Then," said the man with a worried frown as his eyes swept over me once more, "well then, good luck." Arya stepped forward then. She had appeared troubled and worn to my eyes since the departure of the riders, or, should I say, one rider in particular. "Fair travels to you," said the elf as she gripped my hand tightly in a gesture of friendship. "I'll see you soon." I said the words with a smile, but it was a forced expression, and I knew she saw through it. "Yes," she said, and then she nodded to Loffin before stepping back. I suppose you could say Arya and I have many things in common, but perhaps the most remarkable, and the one we had never spoken of, was the feelings we both had for a certain pair of brothers. Regardless, we knew each other well enough to keep our farewells short and to the point, both knowing how the other felt about drawing such things out. It was time to be off, and I did not let myself wait. Instead, I mounted up swiftly, and beside me, Loffin did the same on his borrowed horse. Of course, because he is an elf, he rode with no saddle or bridle. I could have done the same, but we had many miles to cover, and quite simply, a saddle is much more comfortable than a horse's bony withers. With a final nod to my two friends, I turned Melinlas in the direction of Feinster, and we were off. Why, you ask, am I doing this? Surely, you say, a princess with incredibly dangerous knowledge of the future should not risk herself in the game of spying and sneaking about in the dark allies. If that is really what you are saying, then my response is this. You sound like Murtagh. Exactly like Murtagh when he argued passionately against the plan. You know, I shall admit it, for I swore to tell the truth and share every last blinking detail that I could. There is something very thrilling about this kind of thing. You feel like an avenger, an archangel swooping down, and there is something very intoxicating about it. It is you sneaking about, speaking code, discovering secrets, risking imprisonment, and you are the one who can face those commanding generals head first and say, "No, no, sir, you have it all wrong. This is what is going to happen." Yes, perhaps you and Murtagh are right, and I am being far too risky, but I cannot resist. I am not such a fool to be attracted by the romance of it, for there is none, just as there is none in war. But this mission, this job, would take me away from the politics, the petty arguments, the endless lists of supplies, the maps, the men, worry for Murtagh and the future. So, as my mare moves under me in a rhythmic canter, I look towards Feinster. I take you with me, you who look very skeptical and a bit worried for your personal safety. It's funny, but in the face of Galbatorix's evil and the danger of what I am going to do, I feel no fear. I feel only ready. Perhaps, yes perhaps, I could hide in those meetings, play the petty politics, and think endlessly of things that are now out of my control, but I cannot do it. Even if it means covering myself in dirt so that I looked like a beggar, hiding from soldiers, risking the savage cruelty of the Empire's prisons, or fighting more of those horrible living dead warriors, then I shall. Even if it means that I am betrayed and killed, or any number of horrible, spine-tingling, fear-inducing things happens to me, then at least I won't have any delusions. I shall know where I stand. Orin can delude himself all he likes. Naswada can stall these inevitable battles and Galbatorix can play his games, but in the end, we will all have to face the truth, and that is a dark truth. Time does not stop. It never does and never will. In the end, the games will be played, and what is left is what was too strong to be broken, the things that endured. I twisted my fingers in the dark mane of Melanlas and kept my eyes fixed on the distant horizon line. Beside me, his face perfectly composed, rode the elf. And there is also you, dear reader, and you should have a little more faith sometimes. I am not as young nor as foolish as you might think, and you are far from foolish. I can't run any more, I said. You can go if you wish. He looked skywards as if to beseech the heavens against my folly. Zoe, be sensible. Just this one time, do not throw your life away. His voice took on a pleading note. Please, I am sensible. I looked away from him and back out across the endless ocean that appeared black in the deepening twilight. I must stay, or I shall regret for the rest of my life. To those of you who are wondering about this chapter, it is actually a string of one-shots I have pulled together. I thought each of these segments could be its own chapter, but at the same time, I am just desperate to get to Fainster and Ellismera, so I scratched that plan and did this. Hopefully, it isn't too disjointed and people enjoy it. One of my reviewers asked about Angela, and the little boy Zoe spoke to. Angela is going to play a rather key role in Fainster. Be prepared for Zoe and Angela shenanigans. As for the boy, he will also reappear in a few more chapters. As for the laughing dead, and how they are just supposed to be men who cannot feel pain, I just thought zombies were better. Men who cannot feel pain is canon, and all that, but you aren't reading this just to read more canon, are you, especially when I already use quite a bit. So I took a few liberties with the storyline, and we ended up with dead warriors reanimated, which just seemed a bit more interesting. Knows, but I hope people don't mind too much. Review replies, Spoiler. I am glad you like the flashbacks. There are quite a few of them in this chapter. Yes, there will be more battles and the action will be good for the story. And your story is doing so well, so much fun to read it. Awesome707. I love your username. I just love the word awesome. And on another note, I am glad you liked the part with her brother. Happy reading to you, Iragana. Or thank you so much for your comment. That means so much to me, and I hope you continue to enjoy this story. It is for people to enjoy, and just a chance for me to write, which is something I love to do. Thank you again, and I hope you have a lovely week. Ray, haha, little romance is always nice, but not too much. Melancholy is a cool word. I might have to find some excuse to use it. I am so glad you like the dry toast thing. And there is a lot of romance in me, but that is part of what makes it so addicting and just impossible to put it down. Hope you enjoy this chapter, Chris. I shall not mention the B word. As for inspiration, I suppose if we show up for our part of the deal, it should show up for its side. And if it doesn't, then we just have to keep soldiering on. No funny bones are not at all funny. So glad you liked the last chapter. And as for the woman and her son, they will appear a little later on. Well, the boy will. I haven't forgotten them. As for Angela, she will turn up again. I will give you a hint. Fainster. Also, Zoe and the elves shall be interesting. She has to travel with one of them, so expect a conversation between her and Loffin. Happy writing to you. So awesome to hear from you, and I am so glad that you will not be sitting on the edge of your seat. They're adding Valkyrie. I am glad you like it. Some people don't, but I like to write this way. And as for Zoe having real fears, I think that is important because it makes her seem more real. Thank you for reviewing, and I hope you enjoy this new chapter. Elemental Dragon Slayer. Zoe is not sure she likes all this adrenaline junkie shizzle. As for that rider and dragon, Zoe is going to be doing a little investigating about them. They will make a few reappearances later on. Our school asterisk mini meltdown asterisk. Yes, it is crazy, and I can't wait to have high school over and done with because, while I could deal with the tests, it's the pressure the teachers put on you and all the student drama. Well, I like that idea of death on toast teachers, and it is very appropriate for my calculus teacher, so glad that is over. But I always thought of it as being these grim-faced, no humor whatsoever teachers who stare at you whenever you try to be funny, and appear to be walking dead. But the possibilities are endless. Happy reading and writing. Hope all is well for you. Live, laugh, play music. That was just another memory from Zoe's past. Hope you like this chapter. Nymthuriel, you got your thorn. OMG, he is hard to write, so don't expect too much from him until we move beyond the rounder something something phase. Lol, I am glad someone liked the Hamlet illusions and physics. I suppose if you spend so much time learning all this stuff in school, you just can't help yourself but try to find some place to actually use it. French insults. That sounds so awesome. French is such a pretty language, and that just makes the insults even funnier. You just got a taste of just who Zoe paired Eamund up with, and maybe, in the next chapter, I shall flip back to her world, and readers can see what is happening there. Love triangles. Wowzers, well, Valentine's Day is coming up, so tease the season. Happy reading and writing to you, Crazy Eclingel. You will get a Murtagh Pav next chapter, I promise, and he will talk about the difficulties of having to be set aside when the time comes to fight or do anything of that sort because of Thorn's youth. Next one. Look for it. It will be in honor of you, and I am sorry I didn't slip it into this one, but I thought I had enough going on. Happy reading and writing to you. Guessed, they are a reference. Zoe's story is kind of a culmination of multiple stories that I have read, like the Chronicles of Prydain, a little bit of Narnia, and some Song of the Lioness. Hope you are still enjoying the story. Rickma. I am glad you like the story, and I hope that I can continue to make it interesting. Next few chapters shall be very uncanon, if that makes any sense. Thank you for the review, and I hope you enjoy this chapter. 74. The Night and Fog. He lives an unscheduled life. He moves through the small city as if it is his own. Once, when he was younger, he lived in a much larger city, and the streets of this city feel too small for him. He sits in the taverns and on the corner of streets, observing people who pay him little notice as he blends into the groups of men in interchangeable work clothes. He always carries a notebook full of seemingly random letters and numbers that he occasionally adds to. All of it, runes and words and glyphs, have no order, but they make sense to him. The man passes his days watching, gathering, and occasionally sending on snippets of information to the person who is interested in such things and who asked him to come here. He watches the soldiers that gather and then move out to be replaced by more, the numbers and faces blending into each other until the groups of men all look the same. But one day, he places a hand on his pocket and realizes that his notebook is missing. He swears aloud, attracting a glare from a passing woman who steps aside as he stops short on a crowded street. Moving fast, he retraces his steps, growing more anxious with each turn. A light rain begins to fall, not much more than mist, but several umbrellas spring up amongst the crowd. He pulls the brim of his nondescript hat down to better shield his eyes as he searches the dampening stone cobbles for any sign of his notebook. He stops at a corner beneath awning of a butcher, watching the lamps flickering up and down the street, wondering if he should wait until the crowd thins or the rain lets up. Then he notices there is a girl beneath another awning, and she is looking at him with a black book that he is quite certain is his own in her hand. She is perhaps 19, but her eyes are far older and a grey-blue that he finds striking. Her hair is an indeterminate color that cannot seem to decide if it is blonde or brown. She wears a simple dress, and her cloak has seen better days. Her clothes and hair are damp from the rain. The eyes, however, are the most striking thing about her. He steps closer, but she does not move nor shift her gaze. He can now see that it is his book, and he does not quite know what to do. So, trying to force his unease away, he says after a moment, "You have my book." "I'm sorry," she says in a faintly accented voice, and she does not seem the least bit bothered. She quickly pushes the journal at him. "You dropped it, and I thought you would come this way again." She is not flustered or even apologetic. You would have thought it was a dropped glove, and he had just turned to retrieve it only to find her already holding it out to him. "That's quite all right," he says, relieved to have it back in his possession, but he is uneasy around her. He is uneasy around everyone, always suspicious. "I was afraid it was lost for good, which would have been unfortunate. I owe you my deepest gratitude, Miss Liana," she says, and he wonders, as he looks at her, if it is a lie, but he is not sure. A questioning look follows, waiting for his own name, and he has to admit that she must be a good liar if that is not her name. "Marco," he says. The name tastes strange on his tongue, the opportunities to speak it aloud falling few and far between. He has written this name in that strange, disorganized jumble of code so many times that it seems like his own, but adding sound to symbol is a different process entirely. It isn't really his name, but he has lived a lie for a long time now. It is easier than he thought it would be. He lives and breathes Marco now. Liana accepts it with ease, and her acceptance makes it feel more real. He should thank her and take his book and go. It is the sensible thing to do. But he is not particularly inclined to return to his rooms, and his instincts are buzzing. He remembers his last missive from his recently changed captain warning of an impending arrival in this quiet city. "Might I buy you a drink as a token of my thanks, miss?" he asks, after slipping the notebook into his pocket. The girl does not hesitate, even though she must know the dangers of accepting invitations for drinks from strange men on darkened street corners, but to his surprise, she nods. She seems totally at ease, as if she usually accepts drinks from strange men in the rain. "That would be lovely, thank you," she says. "Come then," Marco says. "If you don't mind a damp walk, there is a fine establishment not far from here." "I don't mind," Liana says. Her smile decides Marco is nice. Marco offers her his arm, which she takes gracefully, and they set off down the street in the softly falling rain. They walk for a few minutes, and then down another narrow alley, and Marco can feel her tense in the darkness, as if preparing herself to fight. But she relaxes when he stops at a well-lit doorway next to a fogged window. He holds the door open for her as they enter a tiny tavern, one that has become one of his favorites over these past few months. One of the few places in this small city where he feels a little more at ease. Candles flicker in their lanterns, and the walls are a rich wood. There are only a few patrons scattered about the intimate space and plenty of empty tables. They sit at a small table near the window. Marco waves at the woman behind the bar, who then brings them two large tankards of some mead. As the rain gently patters against the windows, Marco meets her gaze, and she smiles a charming smile. "However did you find a place like this in such a city?" "Trial and error," he says, "and a great many glasses of terrible mead." Liana laughs. She has a pretty laugh, and he knows, because he knows enough about illusions, both magical and real, that she is a kind of illusion herself. The ragged cloak and simple dress are just parts of that illusion. Liana is too confident, too assured of herself, and he is uneasy in her presence. She does not take a single sip of the mead. "There are some things in your book that I would be more careful with," she says with a faint nod in the direction of his pocket. "I wouldn't want it falling into the wrong hands." Marco chooses his words carefully, wary about the direction the conversation is taking. "And what does a young lady know of such things?" "Only things that I've been told," she says. "I know what your code means." She pauses, and those old, striking eyes sparkle dangerously. They appear older than they did when he first met her, and wiser. "I know it quite well." Earlier Marco had determined her to be little more than mildly intriguing and fairly pretty. This revelation is something more. He knows, quite suddenly, just who is sitting before him, and it makes him gasp softly in a rare show of emotion. He is utterly shocked. He leans into the table, regarding her with considerably increased interest. "You mean you are?" he asks. Liana nods. "It is a pleasure to meet you." He does not quite know what to do. Here is someone who knows exactly what he is, and is one herself, who is his commander now. But he does not do anything. He finishes his drink, and Marco settles their bill with the woman behind the bar. He places his hat on his head and takes her arm, suddenly more wary of her and more attentive than before. She seems to find this amusing, and he cannot help but glance at her face. He knows illusions, they are his specialty, but her illusion hides a person he has heard only vague rumors about. A woman who had fought in some of the bloodiest battles waged for decades, and was now a spy. There was none of that now. No sign of sword or bow. No sign that she was, in fact, a warrior or spy for a rebel army. No sign that she moved among the king's most dangerous enemies. Now that he knows that she is a spy, the head of the network, he cannot help but be impressed with her skill at lying, at telling a story that has enough truth in it to be believable, but is, in fact, very far from the truth. To passer-by on the darkened street, and the watchful soldiers that would like nothing better than to catch them, they appear like nothing more than a brother and sister walking back home after a long day. They walk quickly, heads bent against the rain that is falling with increasing heaviness, and their shoulders slightly stooped, as if to suggest a long, weary day. Marco stops abruptly in the middle of the next street over, just outside a dark building that is in bad need of some repairs. It is set back from the street, and once it was a nice house, but it has seen better days. It is here that he rents a small collection of rooms, and the rest of the place is used by a small family whose mother runs a laundry business in the kitchen. They don't care anything about him. They think he works all day at some job inside the city walls. His quiet ways and simple habits make him uninteresting. It is also here, hidden beneath a loose floorboard, that he stores other notebooks full of code that has already been sent on. Code and more code. Lie after lie. Illusion after illusion and silence. Always silence even when you are captured and brutally interrogated. Silence then, and there is the quiet defiance that makes you go out and do it or spit in your captor's face. Even in the face of a power much, much stronger than you, there is that silence, the quiet defiance. He wonders, not for the first time, just what drew him to this. There is hatred, a bitter desire for revenge, but there is always part of him that would like nothing better than to sit down before a clean sheet of paper and write something other than code. Part of him longs for the beautiful garden of his childhood home and the days when he could smile without restraint, say things without considering his words, and move without the dark cloud of what he is doing and what could happen to him if he was ever caught. He forces those thoughts away. It would do him no good to falter now, as he has told himself many times before, and never get to experience those things. It would do no good to be captured now, interrogated and thrown away like used garbage when they had broken him in body and mind. There is, he knows, no room for error. M, the single-letter name used by the previous spy captain when they spoke through code, had not sent him here because he made mistakes or got nervous and blew everything. He had sent him here because he had nerves of steel, and he would not destroy that reputation now. It was nerves of steel that had got him through life. Nerves of steel that got him landed in Fainster with nothing more than his wits, his notebooks, and only a few directives as to what he should look for. "You must want to talk," he says as he meets her gaze. He cannot quite believe who is standing before him, looking so completely ordinary. "Yes," she says. The spy, for that is what he is, gestures her to follow him, and he only looks back once to make sure that neither soldiers nor any one of the enemy spies he knows resides in this city is following them. The girl follows him inside, and if one looked at her right then, they would have thought that her hair looked remarkably dark, and her face remarkably lovely. But if they had kept looking, a moment later they would have decided their eyes were playing tricks on them, shook their heads, and forgotten all about it. It had been a difficult decision, but a necessary one. I entrusted my horse, my sword, bow and horn to my rather reluctant elven companion when the time for me to continue on by foot to Fainster came. Originally, I had thought I would take my weapons and just hide them with magic, but it was, quite simply, just too dangerous that the illusion would slip and they would be seen. What kind of working girl carries about weapons if her biggest cares are making a dime or two here and there? Larfin had sworn he would guard them and protect them until he reached the Varden, at which point he would give them to Bram. With any luck, I would be able to get them back from the old man before I really needed them. Without my trusty sword and bow, I was left with one dwarf dagger, and only slightly more reassuring, the dagger given to me by Runnan. Larfin had been pleasant enough on this, on rather grim ride, his silent company preferable to my troubled mind. We had shared only a few sentences and stopped only briefly to rest the horses. There was no mention of the fierce argument over Murtagh or any mention of my stint as ambassador in Du Weldenvarden. We spoke only about our route. Truth to be told, I thought very little of Murtagh during that ride. I had to be focused, my mind clear of such distractions, and the best time to start was before I actually got there. Fainster was, well, it was smaller than what I had expected. The descriptions I had read made it sound like a fairly large and prosperous place, and while there was an air of prosperous to it, it certainly wasn't as big as I had originally thought. The streets were narrow, spiraling upwards, until they reached the walled keep at the top of the hill upon which the city had been built. One large wall encircled the place, and to enter, one had to make oneself known at one of the two large gates watched by armed soldiers with suspicious eyes. It was into these narrow, crowded streets that twisted and turned and branched all over the place that I slipped into. I had watched the faces around me carefully, wandered through the streets, been shoved around by the crowd, and had hawkers call out to me as they showed off their wares. Then, just as I was really beginning to despair of ever finding him, I did. and now I sat on a rickety chair in the small collection of rooms owned by a spy who went by the name Marco. He was an apt informant, and he would not have lost his notebook if I hadn't slipped it out of his pocket. From what Murtagh had told me of him and his past, he wouldn't be letting anyone slip it from his pocket again. I knew he would come back for it, search for it, and it had been an easy way of introduce myself to him or Liana to introduce herself to him. Liana was my new mask. We knew each other well. I had been her before when I used to slip into taverns or damp sewers to listen to conversations between thieves, working men, and mercenaries for hire. I had been her when I needed to be someone inconspicuous and easy to forget. She had been to many different places, seen many things, and was as easy to draw on as an old pair of gloves. My memory, while still incomplete, had brought her back to me during my time in Du Weldenvarden, and I had spent more than one afternoon recalling exactly how I worked her disguise. Her nondescript hair, earnest-looking face, and quietness were borrowed illusions from a maid who had once helped me when I was in Caer Cauldron. It is easy to shape magic when you have a real thing to think of and base it from. Then all you need is discipline and some imagination. But you ask, I stole Marco's notebook. I suppose you could say I did, though I did plan on returning it to him, and so you can't really say I stole anything at all. As for how I managed it, slim fingers and a few lessons with a good friend who made his way as a thief in the lower circle of the city outside of Caerdathel had made slipping a notebook from a pocket rather easy. "Why are you here?" came the quiet voice of Marco. Naswada wished me to see the city and prepare it for the coming attack. I bounced one finger on the wood of the table. I have heard rather disturbing rumors about certain spell casters in this city. Marco grunted. They think themselves stronger than they are. From what I have heard and seen, they are interested in the darker aspect of sorcery. But what they might do when the Varden come, I cannot say. Indeed, those magic users were walking a fine line, and I wanted to find out more about them. Perhaps if I managed it right, I could stop them from summoning a shade. I might not, and maybe that is something I shouldn't meddle with, but perhaps the journey will count more than that goal. Perhaps, as I search for those magicians and navigate my way through the keep, I shall find out things and the number of soldiers currently in Feinster. There are enough, he said with a grimace, but they come and go. The city was inundated before the Battle of the Burning Plains, and it made moving around difficult. Since then, the number has dropped significantly. Marco was silent for a moment. Troops are concentrated in main fortress in the center of the city. Like usual, I said with a frown. The fortress is always at the top of hill. What of the lady who controls this city? Bound tightly with oaths, said Marco with a grimace. But she is a kind ruler, and if the Varden did claim the city, she would be open to negotiations if only to protect her people. He tapped a finger on the table and then stopped the restless movement, his face troubled. I do not worry for that quarter. It is the magicians here and the spies Galbatorix has planted here. My fingers clenched ever so slightly in my lap. I could not help but think of Vivian, Murtagh's old friend, who had killed herself in Serda. As necessary as a conflict between the Varden spies and the Black Hand was, it was a chilling thing to consider. After all, we were the ones outnumbered in this place. How many other informants? I asked. It is difficult to pinpoint the exact number, he said with a shrug. Enough, but this is a small city, and Galbatorix does not care overly much for it. And our other informant in Feinster? I asked. There was one other man here, but he sent only the occasional message, and for the most part it had been Marco who we relied on. He is unreliable, said Marco after a pause. He would not betray us, but neither will he willingly go out of his way either. There are times we have collaborated, but only to verify facts. I can introduce you to him. Thank you, I said with a nod, and we lapsed into silence. My questions and his answers had come one after the other in quick succession. Now we both took a moment to think over what had been said and the effects it would have. I'll admit, I was disappointed. There were only two of us. The third was not even half as useful as I had hoped. He sighed then and rubbed a hand across his face as he asked, "What do you intend to do during your time here?" I raised an eyebrow. I think that should be a we. You are going to help me. We have under 2 weeks before the Varden come. Enough, I think, to make their way a little easier. You are proposing something rather dangerous, said the young man before me, but his eyes glinted with interest. The keep is heavily guarded, and there are Empire spies out there. Anything significant would have to be done very carefully. Have you never played cat and mouse? I inquired. There is only one other informant in this city, he said with a shrug. The Varden can't afford to lose any of us. I do what I can without venturing into such lions' dens. He tapped a finger on the wood of the table, but I was always found of the dangerous side of life. I laughed. Tomorrow I will find work in the keep and see what can be done. Into the night and the fog we shall go, he said with a faint smirk. He was quoting a line of Murtagh's when he wished his spies to venture into places where they just might lose everything, never to be heard of or seen again. Gone. Vanished. Forever. Code for going and risking your neck in a place where you could vanish as easily as blinking. The night and the fog. In that dingy set of rooms, in a small city where the rain fell with increasing heaviness, and the lanterns whose flames flickered and threatened to go out, that phrase had never seemed more appropriate. The streets were dim and the night black. So we would go into the night and the uncertainty that lay ahead. If I wasn't careful or Marco wasn't careful, then that might very well be our fate. If we all weren't careful, then, whether one be king or pauper or soldier or spy, then would be your end. Murtagh stood in the shadow of the forest. Beside him, scales glinting dully in the fading sunset, was Thorn, and behind them was the blue dragon and her rider. They had flown through the day and most of the night, pausing only for a brief rest, and then continued on until now. Saphira had covered the vast distance with a little help from a tail wind. And now, after spending endless amounts of time thinking about what awaited him in this place, they were here. And Murtagh wasn't sure he wanted to be here at all. "What now?" asked Murtagh with a glance back at his serious-looking cousin. "We wait," said Iragan. "They will meet us here, and I will continue on with them or whoever them is. Zoe says they are wise and kind, but what if? What if they take one look at me and see only my past, my father, and refuse me?" Such were the words that ran through his mind. The doubts would not leave him alone, and with them came the soft murmur of Zoe's reassurances which, far from making him feel better, just reminded him of how far away she was again. She was long gone to Fainster, and whatever danger awaited her in the dark, twisting streets and hollow corridors. If thinking about what she might be doing, and after Serda, he had a pretty fair idea, then sitting safely away from the fighting while she fought was going to be incredibly frustrating and gut-wrenching for him. His last taste of it had not sat well with him, and it had taken every ounce of his love for Thorn to keep himself from running out with a sword in hand. When she had appeared, face grim and eyes snapping with power, he had wanted to embrace her and never let her go. But he couldn't embrace her because she was covered in painful bruises and small scrapes. But thoughts of Zoe, as much as he wanted to think of her, had to be the last thing on his mind. He was about to begin his training as a rider if they accepted him, considering just who his father was, and the quicker he learned and Thorn grew, then the quicker he could be back doing what he should be doing, fighting, and that was fighting by her side. "Are you nervous?" Murtagh started slightly at the unexpected question. He turned his head and met Iragan's open gaze. "I suppose," said the young man after a long moment. "I was," said the other rider softly. Murtagh had spoken often with his brother, and they had spoken of many things neither would ever share with anyone who was not a brother. But recently, there had not been time, and even during the long flight, they had both been too wrapped up in their own thoughts to even think of voicing them. However, as he regarded the serious face of his younger half-brother, he realized that Iragan was probably the only one besides Zoe who had any idea of what really awaited him in the forest. His brother had changed as well. No longer did Murtagh feel like he was the elder by a long mile. "What do you do?" he asked softly. "You learn to think," said Iragan after a moment's thought. "You learn what it means to be a rider. You won't have as much to learn as I did." The blue rider shrugged. "You also don't have as much time as Saphira and I." "Magic," said Murtagh. "I know no magic." Galbatorix had hoped that he did, but a tutor in the subject had quickly determined that he had inherited none of his mother's skill. At that time, Murtagh had been glad he had none, but now he wished he had at least been able to learn the basics. Iragan smiled slightly. "Magic. Magic is just a way of thinking, of believing. The strength and endurance comes with time and practice." Murtagh looked back to the dark forest. The red light of the sun shone through the top canopy of leaves, and made the tops of the trees look like they were on fire. The young man felt as if the air was humming around him, as if the atoms of air were charged with some wild power. In the shadow of this forest, he suddenly understood why Galbatorix did not yet dare to attack it. There was something about it, that formidable line of trees and the air and the sky, which told him to be wary. The wind had changed. Now it blew from the direction of the forest. "They are coming," said Sapphira suddenly. "I can feel them. Murtagh." The young voice of Thorn broke through Murtagh's sudden surge of adrenaline at Sapphira's words. Rubbing the warm scales of the dragonling, he wondered at the sound of his name, spoken by his partner of heart and soul. Since his first utterance the previous morning, Thorn had begun to speak more and more. For the most part, they had only ever shared emotions, thoughts, and images, but now the dragonling had decided to venture into the spoken word. "What Thorn? Who is coming? Our new teachers. Who are they?" "I don't know." He said the words with clear frustration, though he tried to hide it from the dragonling. But Thorn knew him well. He knew that Murtagh's frustration was born out of fear, and not at anything he had said. Instead of drawing away, the dragonling leaned into his hand and hummed gently. Sometimes, like right then, the young man found himself completely overwhelmed by the depth of the connection between them. "Do you remember the greeting?" asked Eragon, who had stepped forward to stand beside him. "Yes," said Murtagh without glancing at him. Zoe had taught it to him before he left, and Murtagh, after all the hours spent with private tutors, had a remarkably extensive vocabulary in the ancient language. He was a little rusty, but it came back easily enough. It was then, soft upon the air, that Murtagh caught the first few thumps. It grew louder, the vibrations in the air closer together, and then, swapping down out of the darkening sky, came a dragon. A magnificent gold dragon with a rider upon its back. He wasn't really surprised. In many ways, Murtagh would have been surprised if it was not a dragon and rider of old. From the vague statements made by Zoe, Eragon, and Sapphira, he had inferred that there had been more than one teacher, and that they were highly respected by all who lived in Du Weldenvarden. Besides, had not Galbatorix always sworn that, hidden in Du Weldenvarden, there had to be a remnant of the order he had tried to eradicate? If anything, it was meeting a dragon and rider who would have encountered Morzin that Murtagh had been dreading most. This pair, the dragon with his missing foreleg, would have known Morzin. They would also know of his treachery, for they had been directly and horribly affected by it. Sapphira and Thorn bugled in greeting as the dragon swooped down to land upon the ground with a dull thud and a reverberation through the ground that made the leaves shake on the trees. In comparison, Sapphira looked small and Thorn about the size of a small puppy. Trepidation grew inside Murtagh, though he tried to hide it as the dragon turned its golden head and looked straight at him, and looked at him. He had met Shruiken's hateful, angry stare and understood it in a way. Murtagh could grasp a little of Shruiken's situation, especially in those dark days when he lived at court. But this was different. This dragon's stare made him want to drop his eyes because it was searching, and it seemed to read everything about him in a single look. It took every last ounce of his determination, all his damn stubbornness, to meet that gaze. For a long moment they stared at each other, and then the dragon looked away without a word, clearly greeting Sapphira and Thorn. Murtagh wondered if he found him worthy. It was then that the rider leapt down from his high perch. He was dressed in dark travelling clothes that contrasted sharply with his silver hair that glinted in the fading light. Fair and tall he was, but there was an ancient look to his face and eyes. Murtagh had the feeling that he had been old even when the fall occurred, and was ancient even by the count of the elves. "Eragon Finerial," he said with a smile, and Murtagh watched his brother step forward, a warm smile upon his face as he spoke the traditional greeting. Only then, the formal words over and done with, did Eragon gesture at him. "Master," he said then, "let me introduce you to my brother, Murtagh, Rider of Thorn." The elf rider turned his face to examine Murtagh with piercing silver eyes. For a long moment Murtagh just stared back. He had never backed down in his life. Donning masks and pretty words was not backing down. It was fighting back in a different way. If he wanted this elf to know one thing about it, only one, it was that he suffered no one. He had lived through things that would kill an ordinary person, been treated as a noble lord of great wealth and power, and had been privileged to learn under people as wise as Tornak. Life had hardened him. He was no boy come here to learn the lessons of a man. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Murtagh, rider of Thorn." The elf's voice was musical, soothing, and warm. "I am Oramis, rider of Glida." The gold dragon turned its head and focused its gaze once more on Murtagh. "Fate seems to have chosen your family to be bonded with dragons." Saphira spoke then. "Iragan and I shall return as soon as we can, but we must fly to Farthen-Dur. Hrothgar's successor must be chosen, I assume," inquired Oramis with a look at his two previous students. Iragan nodded. There was a weary cast to his face, and he appeared about as eager to take flight again towards the dwarves as Murtagh was to venture into the forest. "Fly swift, Saphira," rumbled Glida. "There are things we must speak of when you return to Do Weldenvarden." "We shall be back as soon as we can," said the pair together. Iragan looked at Murtagh. "A word, brother." Murtagh nodded, and they stepped apart from the dragons and watchful rider. Iragan rested a hand on his shoulder. "Look," he said, "you might not believe me right now, but I promise that Oramis and Glida won't judge you by things out of your control, and the things you have done are too numerous and too crucial to ever be casually cast aside." Murtagh could not help but smile slightly at his brother's words, nor his consistent use of the word brother. Trust Iragan to say such things, but he could not ignore them nor pass them off, for Iragan was no longer the naive boy he had once been, and his words carried a little more weight than they had before. Squeezing his brother's arm in a warrior's embrace, he said quietly, "Thank you, and Iragan, stay safe." The Blue Rider smiled. "The same to you, Murtagh. I will see you soon." Then his eyes set. Iragan did something that Murtagh had never expected him to do. He put one hand to his belt where Zarok was belted and unclipped the sword. Then, holding it out hilt first, as if offering it Murtagh, he met his gaze. "You are a rider," he said then, "and a rider should have a worthy sword. Zarok should have gone to you, and while it has served me, it should be yours." "But," said Murtagh as he stared at Iragan in disbelief, and while part of him wanted to take the proffered hilt, another held back. "But you need a sword, especially in Farthen-Dur. It is with Zarok that you—" "I," he stumbled uncharacteristically over the words, suddenly finding it very hard to articulate what he was feeling. "You can't just go to the dwarves with no sword. In fact, you can't go anywhere without this sword. It has become part of your image, an important part when people think of you. Don't you get that, Iragan? Don't you see that people would be confused if you drew a simple two-hand sword and challenged your enemies?" Iragan cut across him. "I can get another one," he said. "Lend me the one you carry for now, and when I return to Elismera, I shall find another." He met Murtagh's gaze and said in a low voice, "Take it, Murtagh." There was no trace of doubt in Iragan's eyes, and Murtagh half wondered if his brother knew something that he didn't. Perhaps Zoe was behind this move, and it wouldn't have surprised the Red Rider if she was. He could almost see her standing behind Iragan, smiling at him and nodding her head. He could almost hear her telling him, "Go ahead, take it, Murtagh." So, his hand trembling ever so slightly, he reached out and grasped the wire-wrapped hilt of the ruby-red sword. With his left hand gripping the sheathed sword tightly, he unclipped his old sword from his battered leather belt, and Iragan took it. Looking down at the sword in his hand, Murtagh clipped it to his belt. He knew Zarok had been a victim of its ever-sharp edge and had, until his father's death at Bram's hands, always expected to carry it one day. Now he did, though he had come to the sword in a way he had never expected nor had reason to expect. It felt right to carry it now, and something about it seemed to finalize this new step, his new place in the world as rider. The grip and design of the sword suited his style, for Murtagh had always had a technique remarkably similar to his dead father, though he did not like to think of that. The two brothers looked at each other hard for a long moment. Neither of them needed to say anything more. Through trial and tribulation they had come to know each other, and that was a remarkable thing in itself, considering where they had both come from. This was a moment of total connection, of understanding, and it lasted only a few short seconds. The world called after all. Duty pressed, and time grew short. And then they returned, Iragan passing Oramis a letter of some sort, though Murtagh did not know who it was from or what its contents might be. With a few more farewells to Thorn and Glida, the two took flight again. Saphira caught an updraft and shot upwards, Iragan nothing more than a dark dot on her neck, clinging tightly to her as she soared into the clear evening air to vanish into the rapidly falling darkness. Murtagh turned his gaze back to Oramis, who was gazing at him quietly. "Come," said the elf. "We shall camp just inside the forest tonight and continue to Ellismere in the morning." So, with one hand on the hilt of his father's sword and the other resting on Thorn's shoulder, Murtagh stepped into the shadows of Du Weldenvarden. He knew without a shadow of a doubt that he would not be the same when he left, but he also knew that there were certain things about him that would never change. His feelings and memories of a certain princess, his feelings toward Galbatorix, and his brutally practical streak were as unshakable as the bare mountains. Because, as much as he might learn and gain in this place, he was still Murtagh, son of Morzin, and he had played too many games, seen too many things to leave it all behind. The red ruby set in Zarok's pommel winked as the last few rays of the setting sun faded away, leaving only inky blackness. The dartboard hangs precariously on a wall in the study, between tall bookcases and ornately framed oil paintings. It is almost camouflaged in the shadows despite its bold pattern, but the knife reaches its target each, and every time it is thrown, very near the bull's eye that is obscured by the poster pinned to the board. The poster shows the face of a young man barely out of childhood, and it doesn't even come close to capturing the changes that face has undergone since the poster was done. It is an honest face with curious eyes. Nevertheless, it has been put in this position of execution, and the silver-handled knife is being thrown at it. The knife slices through the paper and sinks into the board. It is retrieved with a whispered word, and then the process is repeated again and again. The knife is being thrown gracefully from the handle, so it rotates over and over perfectly until the tip of the blade finds its mark. It flies across the room, over furniture of velvet and intricately carved wood, passing perilously close to a crystal decanter of brandy. It somersaults swiftly, handle over blade, and finds itself buried in the board once more. The man follows in the wake of the knife, pulling the blade from the board carefully, but with a fair amount of force, abandoning magic for the sake of doing something physical. He walks back across the room, knife in one hand, a glass of brandy in the other, and turns swiftly on his heel, letting the knife fly once more, aiming for the boy's forehead. That infuriating boy. Clearly he must be doing something wrong. If his attempts at capturing the boy in the poster have failed so miserably, then there must be something else he was missing. There had not been a person, certainly not one this young, who had vexed him so in many years. And certainly not one in years that provoked knife throwing. Knife throwing was something reserved for special cases. The knife flies once again, this time piercing the boy's left eye. He goes to retrieve it, sipping his brandy on the way. He regards the nearly decimated face curiously for a moment, peering at the almost illegible face as he considers things. He knows that there is time. Let the rebels and their tiny forces spend their strength at the small cities, and then when they come to one of his largest and most important cities, a slow smile spreads across his face. He bellows for his favored captain, and the knife vanishes into a sleeve. So sorry for this long wait. I got this chapter written in a 25-hour long road trip where I watched movies, did homework, slept in the roomy back seat, and best of all, wrote. My backseat traveling companion was a rather grumpy girl who wasn't really prepared for how long it was and just doesn't see road trips like I do. A chance to watch all those movies, do homework, and most important, listen to music while writing your fan fiction. Note, the line "the night and fog" comes from my WW2 textbook. Review replies, Nyat Bowiand. Thank you for reading up to this point. It is long, and you know I had never thought of the laughing dead that way. Oops, I should have realized that. And thank you for teaching me that about the origin of the name, Thorn. Again, something I had never realized. Thank you for reading and reviewing. Hope you enjoy this new chapter. Nymthuriel, you got some thorn. I am glad you enjoyed it, and I loved your scoring. Too bad dragon flying isn't in the Olympics. Yes, espionage with magic. And I love the Z and M and a love triangle. It sounds like a dangerous chemical reaction. Lal, and as for Song of the Lioness, Alana's character was a sort of touchstone for my creation of Zoe. It is subtle, but she was an inspiration. Hope you enjoy this chapter, Rikma. That is a flaw of mine as a writer, and I am trying to work on it. I do have an editing process, though sometimes I don't have as much time to spend on it. Thank you for the review, and I shall keep your advice in mind. Wootus, I am glad that you enjoy this story. I know, girl falls into book is overdone. Dialogue. I have a think for it, but I will try to make it a little more natural. Hope you continue to enjoy it, and thank you for reviewing. Rismuso, thank you for your review. I understand completely where you are coming from, and I shall keep it in mind. I appreciate every review, especially ones that make me reflect about the story. I think you will appreciate that there is no flashbacks in this chapter, and thank you for reminding me about the two. I hate that word because I always forget about it. And I shall think about thee as well, or also as a substitute. Once more, thank you. Chris, I was so prepared to hate high school, but it hasn't been as bad as it could be. I actually enjoy my classes, and if you remove the drama, the social isn't so bad. It is the exams. They make them seem so live or die, but it is behind me, yea. And I have to agree there is something very nice about the routine and the expectations. Anyways, your suggestion for an M&E romance talk has my mind coming up with some things. I love it, and I hope you enjoy this new chapter and that your own story is going well. Ray, haha, I hate it when that happens. Too many alerts. Fainster is just an annoying word according to spell check, and it would rather do crazy things to it than actually obey what you're trying to type. Hope you enjoy this chapter. Awesome 707. I try to keep the twists in it. Otherwise, it would be boring. Hope you like this chapter. Crazy Eclingel. You will get more Murtagh and Thorn. Hope you enjoy this new chapter. Spoiler, your review is one that keeps, and I hope you enjoy this new chapter. Elemental Dragon Slayer. You have it right. It was kind of a onwards chapter. And you are also right. The freedom of no more high school and departmental exams that they tell you will make or break you is definitely what kept me going through exam week. Hope you enjoy this chapter. Live laugh play music. Glad you liked it. Hope you enjoy this chapter too. 75. A dangerous game. Murtagh stared at the flickering flames of the small fire that Oramis had lit in a sheltered glade. Thorn was curled up by his side, half awake. Gleeder was sprawled out in a giant curve around them, his golden scales glowing warmly in the firelight. Oramis sat across the fire from the young man, his face thoughtful as he regarded the flames. They had said nothing, the young man not seeking to fill the silence and leaving it to the rider to make the first move. He was not sure what to say, and he knew that it was often better to say nothing than to say things one would later regret. He did not know how the elf saw him, and he did not want to try and guess. At last, his voice quiet, the elf said, "You know the value of patience." Patience. Out of all the things the young man would have liked to have discussed with his new teachers, the value of patience was not one of them, and he knew that patience had never been one of his strong suites. Murtagh raised an eyebrow. Why do you keep acting as if you do not know? Oramis regarded him for a long moment and saw the tense worry that the young man almost, but not quite, managed to conceal behind his shuttered eyes. I taught your father, he said at last. I taught him and Brahm before the fall. Murtagh had to fight back a groan. Just his luck. Only he could manage to get teachers who would, no doubt, have some very negative thoughts toward his father. However, he did not groan or even scowl, but just stared silently into flames, the silence almost acting as a defense. But Oramis was not finished. I doubt very much that, if you were anything like Morzan, that a lady such as Zoe would respect you as much as she does, or that a dragon would choose you. Murtagh raised his eyes and met the quiet gaze of the elder rider. Oramis's silver eyes were never unguarded, but they seemed to have softened. Your people did not see it that way. Oramis shrugged. You are my student, Murtagh, and you are now a rider. What he is trying to say, said Gleeder suddenly, is that it doesn't matter to us who your parents are any more than it matters if it rains on the second Saturday in March. Murtagh was silent. He was not often lost for words, but he was right then, and so he just inclined his head. Many things he would have liked to say, and there were questions that suddenly rose within him, but his voice had temporarily fled him. Could not imagine the guilt and pain that must still stir in this gold and silver pair when subject of Morzan and his treachery was brought up. Oramis, however, moved to other topic quickly. You and Thorn have little time for training. Tomorrow we will journey to Elismera and do our best in the time we have been given. I would imagine that you are anxious to return to the Varden. Anxious. He supposed that was a way of putting it, although, Right then, he's something that was 1,000 times more intense than anxious. I suppose that is a way of saying it, he replied carefully. As soon as I would return, I left many things unfinished. What he really meant was the tasks he had left on Zoe's shoulders, and while he knew she was more than capable, it was still the things he had started and should be the one to finish. A great deal depends on Thorn. I know, said Murtagh, and he felt a lurch in his heart at the thought Thorn leaping into battle before he was ready. But everything seems to be conspiring against us, and I cannot linger too long. The elf just nodded. I assume that I do not need to teach you any more on the ways of battle nor the nature of world. No, said Murtagh, as with a familiar stab of sorrow, he recalled Tornak's teachings. I have known battle and swords for my entire life, and despite his preoccupation with other things, Galbatorix ensured that I had an education. Then that leaves what you would call magic, said Oramis with a faint smile, as if the word was so vague and so far from the truth of what was really magic that it was laughable. I don't think this will take as long as you fear, Murtagh. May I see your hands? For a moment, Murtagh very nearly refused. The question had surprised him, and he was not sure what the point of looking at his hands was. It was Thorn, sensing his rider's disquiet, who nudged him into reluctantly raising his hands, palm up towards the elder rider. Oramis took his wrists gently, the elf's skin cool and soft, although Murtagh knew he must be a swordsman that few would ever be able to match. For a few long moments, the only sound was the crackle of the small fire and Gleda's rumbling breaths. Murtagh wondered, as he waited for the elf to finish his silent examination, what the elf would find written in the scars and calluses and lines that crisscrossed his hands. Zoe had once told him it was surprising the things one could find out about a person if they looked at their hand. You have endured much, said Oramis at last, as he released Murtagh's wrists. But I would say that, by nature, you are more a warrior than scholar, and more commander than adviser, although you have a great deal of all of those. You do not mind danger, but you are cautious in how you engage your foes. The elf's thin lips twisted up in a small smile, but when something you treasure is in danger, you do not hesitate to act even if the price of your action costs you dearly. You would rather be up and doing. Murtagh could not contain a snort of laughter. You see much, he said, and more than I thought you would. Until very recently, the thing I fought for most was my freedom, my independence, but that has changed. Oramis dipped his head in understanding. If it eases your heart at all, said the elf, I see more of Selena in you than I do Morzan, for while I never met her, Brahm told me a great deal about her. Her actions speak louder than that, however, and she was a woman of uncommon courage and selfless sacrifice when it came to protecting the ones she loved. The elf raised a hand to forestall the protests already forming on Murtagh's tongue, and I knew Morzan better than many ever did. He never saw beyond his own gain, and he lacked even a shred of sympathy for the suffering of others. Morzan, said Gleda, was not deserving of the power he gained through becoming a rider. You have proved yourself worthy of it. Murtagh had been among noblemen, landholders, rich merchants. All his life, from the parties his parents had hosted in the grand manor house to the days spent as the king's ward when Vivian had been his closest friend. Those early days had been filled with them, men who owned much, who bought and sold much, who were rich in the things of the world. He had learned a great deal about the manners and disguises of humanity, but Oramis was nothing like this. He talked with a kind of understanding wisdom that Murtagh had never encountered, and his eyes were deep whirlpools of knowledge and power. Murtagh realized that if Oramis sought something, it was not for himself, but he was someone of great power, that too Murtagh recognized. And Gleda, well, the golden dragon was unlike anything or anyone that Murtagh had ever encountered or met during his short life. Saphira, who he had always considered wise, seemed so young in comparison. Murtagh could not help but wonder at the idea that, if he and Thorn lived through this war and came out the other side free, then they might become a little like Oramis and his golden companion. Murtagh bent his head in simple acceptance of the elf's words. His heart was still troubled. It always was, but these past few months, and the friendships that had been extended and then tested in the heat of battle, had done much to ease the shadow the young man had always labored under. Somehow, as he met the silver stare of the elf, and then the liquid gold eyes of the dragon, He did not feel as worried as he had before. Maybe, as Zoe had told him many times before, he should have had more faith both in himself and those around him. This world was a far cry from the one he had grown up in. Promise me one thing. What's that? Believe. Oramis broke the silence a minute later. When Eragon was my student, I asked him why he fought Galbatorix, said Oramis as he added another piece of wood to the fire. And I put that question to you. Why do you go to war? Murtagh snorted. He could think of so many reasons, but when he answered, his words were carefully chosen, and he did not rush the answer. He could have told Oramis about his more personal reasons that included revenge, and the promises he had made not only to Tornak, Vivian. Just thinking of her made his heart clench, as he recalled that day with perfect clarity, and just as important, Zoe. But those were things he would not share with Oramis, no matter how trustworthy or understanding the writer was. They were things that only Thorn was allowed to know and Zoe, though he had rarely spoken of them to her. His answer to the silver elf was a story he had once shared with Eragon, and he hoped it would be enough for the rider and gold dragon. I lived as Galbatorix's ward, but I saw him very little except when I attended formal events where he was also in attendance. However, one night he invited me to dine with him. That night he told me many things, and they were wondrous things. He spoke of how he would solve the problems faced by Alagaesia from poverty to sickness, and how he would rebuild the riders. His voice was magic, his words intoxicating, and I left the dinner feeling as if my life's purpose was to serve the king. Soon enough I was sent for, and the king, furious, told me I was to take a regiment of soldiers and destroy a town. I do not remember the exact reasons for this, but when I asked what I was to do with the women and children that lived there, he told me to kill them all. It was then that I realized that Galbatorix, as charming and powerful as he was, could never be the ruler Alagaesia needed. That night, with the help of my mentor, I escaped Eurobine. And that is enough for you? Asked Oramis, and his eyes rested on Murtagh. The young man knew that the elf was quite aware that he had not given a full answer, but he did not press the issue. For now, said Murtagh, it is enough. Will he be all right? Eragon could not help but ask Saphira as he took one last glance back at the small, glittering gold of Glida. Soon they would be out of sight, and Eragon could not help but feel a stab of worry as he recalled Murtagh's tense, farewell nod. Yes, said Saphira, he and Thorn will be just fine. Are you sure? Little one, said the dragoness with a faint note of reprimand as she adjusted her flight course towards the bare mountains and the dwarven coronation that so much rested on. Little one, do you really think that Oramis and Glida would not accept him as their student? I am not worried about that, said the rider as he leaned against the warm scales of Saphira's neck. I am worried about how others might see him. You saw what Bladgum and his spellcasters thought of working with Morzen's son. Few elves are left in Elismera, reminded Saphira, and Murtagh will be occupied for the most part with his training. He will not even have to encounter Islanzudi. When he returns with Thorn ready for battle, the elves might be more willing to look beyond first impressions. Perhaps, said the rider, but he could not hold back the note of doubt. He could not help but feel they should be doing something instead of quietly flying along. These past weeks had been a whirlwind of activity, and now that he was finally alone with Saphira in the endless expanse of a starry night, he could not help but worry about things. What inspired you to give him Zarok? I do not know, said the Sapphire Rider, as he recalled the snap decision he had made without really considering it. Something about the situation, or perhaps because he had been thinking about it for so long before he ever got to the borders of Du Weldenvarden with his brother. After the hatching of Thorn, the sword had felt strange on his hip, and the rider had felt uncomfortable using it. He had, truth to be told, always felt uncomfortable with the sword when he found out that Murtagh was the son of Morzen. Do you think it wise to give it to him before we arrive at the dwarves? Zarok was no longer my sword, said the rider. Not that it ever was, and I would rather use a lesser blade than carry one that did not want to be wielded by me. Said Saphira, and their conversation faded away. The only sounds the whoosh of air beneath Saphira's wings and the steady thump of her wings as she rode the swift, moving currents of air. The rider relaxed against her warm scales, and despite it, he felt his worries melt away for a few precious hours. He loved this feeling, although he had only had a few chances to experience it. It made the entire world, his entire world that is, feel boundless and free. The moon was high in the sky when Eragon next found reason to speak. "I wonder how Zoe and Arya are." "Busy," said Saphira, as she extended her wings to keep herself level over a patch of turbulent air currents. "But that is how they both like it. And Zoe must be in Fainster by now," said the rider, and he felt a stab of worry lance through his heart as he considered just what his friend might be doing right then. "Little one," said Saphira, "stop worrying over the lives of others for a little while." And before he could say anything in reply, she swooped down towards the ground and then back up again as she started a complicated series of acrobatics. The thrill of it drove the worries away, and for a time, the two flew beneath the glimmering silver light of the stars and the thin sliver of moon. The dark ground beneath them flew by, shadowy and dark. Ahead, although they were cloaked in shadow, rose the bare mountains. They arrived at the waterfall entrance to Farthendur, where they had once nearly been trapped by an Urgle army. They arrived just as the sun began to drop towards the western horizon, and when they slipped behind the thundering curtain of water, they were greeted by a welcoming party headed by Auric. The dwarf was outfitted in fine clothes, and Valand, the ancient hammer of his clan, now rested by his side. The craggy face of the dwarf broke into a wide smile the second he saw Eragon, who could barely contain his excitement at seeing his old friend. The last time he had seen him, the dwarf had been struggling under the weight of his grief and the responsibilities that had landed on his shoulders. There had barely been time for words then, and the rider had missed the dwarf's humor and blunt honesty more than he had fully realized until he caught sight of him. Auric had guided him through his early days in Farthendur and done his best to keep him protected from the many factions that wanted to control him as Eragon struggled to keep his head above water. "By the hammer," said the dwarf, and he stared wonderingly at the rider and then grasped Eragon's arm in a warrior's embrace. "It is good to see you again, old friends. Too long has it been since we were last able to share words and a good pint of mead." "It is good to see you again," said Eragon and Saphira together, one out loud and the other speaking only to Auric. Eragon continued, aware of the many dwarves gathered behind Auric that watched this exchange in silence. "I hope all is well with you." Auric shrugged. "It gladdens my heart to see you again. Our last meeting was upon the field of war, and the shadow of grief lay heavy over it." The dwarf clapped his hands. "Come, I would be a poor host if I did not care for the needs of my guests." As Eragon and Saphira followed their dear friend and host of the wide cavern, Auric whispered so quietly that Eragon barely heard the words even with his enhanced hearing. "Be careful, the rock is shaky." The rider glanced back at the following retinue of dwarves, and he knew that the dwarf was right. The stability of the dwarven clans was shaky at best, and the loss of their king at the Battle of the Burning Plains had done nothing to change this. If anything, this had only made things worse, and the rider knew he and Saphira were walking into a rat nest of power seeking clan leaders, and he had very clear instructions. Auric must become king. Hrothgar's heir was not only sympathetic to the plight of the Varden, but he was quite aware of the importance of attacking the Empire now for the long-lasting safety of not only the dwarves, but of the entire land. The rider raised one hand and rested it light on the warm scales of Saphira's scales as he walked beside Auric down the long tunnel that led to the hollow inside of Farthendur, where the shining city of Trondheim stood. He would keep his purpose firmly in mind, and not forget that, most importantly, Auric was a dear friend, and there were some things that could not be forgotten, especially when things got difficult and the pressure mounted. Not only that, but he was a rider, and as they emerged into the open inside of the mountain, and Eragon's eyes fell on the brilliant city and the land that surrounded it, where he had fought his first true battle, he felt his heart clench. Somehow he didn't think this would be as simple as Naswada had told him. It would be but far closer to the grim words that had been Brahm's parting farewell. "Good luck, boy. You're going to need it in spades and good helping of common sense, which, I can assure, will be in short supply where you are going. Scrub, rinse, repeat, receive order, follow order, repeat, up another staircase, down a staircase, repeat, For days I had run up and down stairs, washed copious amounts of dishes, made beds, and watched my hands become increasingly red and chapped. I had kept my head bowed, never said a word, and worked with the same quiet efficiency as if this kind of work was all I had ever known. I scurried around, winced whenever anyone of higher station, which was practically everyone, raised their voice at me or at someone around me. I collected my meager daily wages, and I scurried back to the small collection of rooms where Marco waited for me. And that was where I was now, walking through the sagging doorway to find Marco standing, waiting for me with open tension in his face and a cloak already thrown across his shoulders. "Come on," he said the second he saw me. "Helvard is waiting for us." "Who?" I asked with a faint, bemused smile as Marco took my arm and guided me back towards the street. He had grown more comfortable around me, more willing to speak to me as a friend and not a commander when we were in private. This was crucial for our play acting. Our alter egos had to be people we lived and breathed even when we were alone and away from prying eyes. For in this place, I was not the Zoe I really was. My name is Liana, and that cannot be forgot. "Our other friend," he said with an emphasis on friend. I told him that a new friend had arrived, and he wants to meet you. I said nothing, but instead yanked the dratted scarf I wore more tightly around my hair and continued walking beside him, one arm looped neatly through his. A misty rain was falling, and I longed for some place warm to put up my feet and pretend that I wasn't doing anything dangerous. How amazing, really, to think that a few relatively short hundred or so miles away there are friends and warm security. Over a wall, across some countryside, and then there they are. Safety. Safety seems like such a strange thing to me now. I know not what safety is in this place, and true, long-lasting peace is very far away too. And many thousands of miles more in the opposite direction, behind layers and layers of magical wards, was a boy never far from my heart. His face troubled me sometimes, his warning words and fear for me making my heart clench, but I did my best not to think about him. I did my best to ignore the voice that hissed at me I was being foolish and sounded so like him. Every other night I would wait by an open window for the messenger bird that Brahms sent to me with his coded time frame for how far the Varden had travelled and when their approximate time of arrival was. I would send my reply back with any new snippets of information that Marco and I had gleaned regarding the workings of this city. As the Varden moved closer, I became more and more worried about the prospect of a shade being summoned, and while I had not voiced those worries to Marco, I knew I had to soon. I would need his help one way or the other if I wanted to remove that threat before the siege began. I had not really been paying attention to where Marco was leading me when he suddenly stopped, and I realized that, to my surprise, we had arrived at our destination. Before I describe it to you, I want you to understand something about this entire business. The things that lead to the really important and crucial events are the things that happen in the quiet places, the places that people overlook because they are ordinary. Those with power in those high places glide along in their familiar patterns and often do not see the reality of the world. And this was like that. It was a small house on a quiet, dead-end street where Marco tapped the door 3 times and then stopped for a single minute before tapping once more. A moment later, the door was flung open by a man in simple, workman clothes who greeted Marco with a jovial laugh. He smiled warmly at me and put on a rather convincing show of greeting me like an old friend he hadn't seen in ages. With hands directing the way and a large smile on his face, he ushered inside to a steamy kitchen with polished pots and pans that hung on the walls. A small bouquet by the sink spoke of a woman's touch, though I did not see any sign of a wife or daughter as I slipped the hood of my thin cloak back. The place had a homey feel to it, and after the damp chill outside, it warmed me a little. "You are Helvard?" I inquired. "Yes," said the man as he gestured at the simple wooden table. I examined this man who played at being a spy. He was an older man, rather round around the middle, with a large smile that, now we were inside, appeared more nervous than jovial. His hands were clasped behind his back, a faint glimmer of worried fear in his eyes. Marco, on the other hand, just looked cool and very bored. The differences between them could not have been any more obvious, but Helvard had his part to play, and as skilled as Marco might be, it does not always take great strength or courage to change things. "It's a pleasure," I said as I took a seat, and the two men followed suit. "Marco tells me that you are planning something," said Helvard, after a moment's pause, and his hands, I notice, are clenched tightly together. He does not offer us anything to drink, clearly recognizing that we will not stay long at all, and only refuse offers of tea or mead. We need to find out as much information about the workings of the castle and its inhabitants before the Varden arrive. I spread my hands out before me. Specifically, we are supposed to concentrate on the magicians Galbatorix has sent to Lady Lorana's court. Other matters of importance include the number of watchmen, the best route to take from the gates to the keep, and any secret ways into the keep. Helvard was silent for a long moment. "Marco knows all about the watchmen and the magicians, but I might be able to help you with a way into the keep." "You know a way?" demanded Marco, and his eyes flashed dangerously. To Helvard's credit, the older man just shrugged in the face of the younger's furious annoyance. "You never asked," said the man with a helpless shrug. "You have so many normal ways into the keep, Marco. I didn't see the point in telling you. Besides, I think it better to use this way as little as possible until there is a true need for it." "That is wise," I said with a quick, sharp look at the still fuming Marco. "When the Varden is closer, would you be able to show it to me?" "Yes," said Helvard with a bob of his head. "We shall be in contact," I told him, and his shoulders tightened slightly at the words. But I could not reassure him, I could not reassure myself, and I did not want him thinking that, if he did lose his nerve, that I wouldn't care or it wouldn't have an impact on the Varden's chances at winning this fight. The smallest of mistakes could spell disaster, and he had to keep that in mind. "Of course," said Helvard, with only a faint tremble to his voice. But to my surprise, his eyes lingered on my face when before they had barely been able to meet my gaze. "Forgive me, Miss Liana, but are you also skilled with illusions like Marco?" That was my first true hint that Helvard had a little more to him than met the eye. I could not help but smirk ever so slightly as I met the curious gaze that, for the first time, did not move away. A simple, cowardly man would not have been able to see that Liana was partly crafted from magic. Yes, he was not someone to rely upon when the going got tough, but he was useful and clearly had his own gifts. Those gifts, I hoped, could prove very useful in the coming days and weeks. I regarded him for a long moment, and then, with a flick of my finger, I let the illusions fall away like a cloak. For a moment, the man saw me as I really was, dark hair that framed a high cheekboned face with grey-blue eyes. For a moment he saw the truth behind the illusions, and it made his eyes widen slightly in surprise, but then I drew them back on, feeling safer when I had them around me. For while the windows were steamed and there was no sign of an unwelcome presence, it was still the truth, and I had to protect it. "Till we meet again," I said formally, and Marco rose from his chair to follow me out. Helvard smiled at me a little and nodded to Marco. "Lady," he said by means of farewell, and then he let us out back into the foggy, wet street, shutting the door behind us with a click. "Well," said Marco, "that was pleasant." I could not help but giggle at the note of annoyance in his voice and the sulky way he pulled his hood up. "Come on," I said with a smirk as I drew the scarf back on and raised the hood. I was looking forward to something warm to drink and my bed. My task for the following afternoon was to polish the glass on the lanterns placed at regular intervals along a corridor. The task was better than mopping more floors or making the bed of so-and-so who had to have this kind of pillowcase and not this kind of comforter. I had polished 5 lamps and was working on the 6th when he found me. I had seen him, heard his name, and watched him interact with the various nobles and merchants that made up the court of Feinster. "Girl," sounded a sharp voice from behind me. "Come here." I turned and curtsied at the somberly dressed but haughty magician sent by Galbatorix to serve in the court of Feinster. He was not a pleasant man at all, and I had only seen him from a distance during my time in the palace as a maid. As a magician he must be skilled enough, but that could hardly make up for the flaws in his character, and during my brief tenure in the keep, I had heard more than one ugly story about the things he did to those who crossed him. One older serving woman had sternly told me not to be drawn in by those tricks of his. and to keep my distance. That was all the warning I had needed, and told me more about his ways than the original books ever had. All they had told me was of a group of magicians in the keep that had decided to summon a shade, and that was far too little information for me to really do anything with, but provide a vague direction for my actions. But here he was ordering me to follow him, and there was no way for me to refuse. Slipping my rag into a pocket, I followed the impatient man down the corridor and to a large door which he opened with a whispered word in the ancient language. He probably thought such a thing would frighten and intimidate me when I really just found it boring. I followed him inside, a knot of tension growing within me as I considered just why he would summon me here. I knew he had a connection to the Black Hand, was in fact the head of the Fainster Order, and I was on my guard for anything to happen. Because, who knows, I might have been found out. The room was large and open with desks and bookcases along the walls. It was clearly a sort of office. I stood tensely by the door, my head bowed as I waited for an order that was sure to come. The magician gave an irritated sigh and snapped his fingers. "Clean that up," he said coldly, as he regarded me from where he stood in front of one of the cluttered tables. A stack of notes had fallen to the floor and, in the process, knocked over a crystal decanter of wine. The red liquid had fallen onto the papers, and I had to carefully control my face so that it remained neutral as I gathered the notes and righted the now empty decanter. As I carefully gathered the notes, I could not help but study them, and what I saw made my heart give a quick lurch. They were written in the ancient language, and in places they were made illegible by the wine, but they were clearly notes made about summoning spirits. They spoke of dark things, words and runes that bound and twisted things that should be left alone. But as much as I wanted to, I could not read them properly, and only glance, for the magician was watching me with hawk-like eyes. I took out my rag and wiped up the wine that had splattered across the stone floor. It looked like bright red blood. I stood and placed the neatly stacked notes on the table, my hand only lingering briefly on them. "Anything else, my lord?" I inquired in a polite murmur as I lowered my eyes submissively. "No," he said, and I curtsied before moving past him, but I didn't get far. An iron-hard grip closed around my upper arm, and I froze as the magician forcibly turned me. For a long minute, he just looked at me with those cold, arrogant eyes, but he did not try to reach out and explore my mind. He just looked at me, and I, frozen, did not move or make a sound. His lip curled slightly in a faint sneer. "What is your name?" "Liana," I managed to say. He smelled like stale sweat and dead flowers. It made me want to gag. His breath was hot upon my face, and I wanted to twist out of his grip, but Liana would not do that. She would not fight this, and so I would not, even though Zoe me hated how this man was invading my personal space. I wanted to fight him, reprimand him, but I could not. There was no room for an insulted princess of Angard in this world. "What do you do, Liana?" "I'm AA maid," I said in a stumbling voice as the grip tightened alarmingly. For a second I wondered if he would question that, and if this entire thing had just been a trap to lure me in and then squeeze out my true identity. But by some strange stroke of luck, I was mistaken. The magician sent me stumbling with a savage push as he suddenly released me. "Go," he said with a cool, dismissive flick of his fingers. I left with a quick swirl of my dark, heavy skirts, and when I had put 2 corridors between me and that room, I stopped and leaned against a cold stone wall. My breath was coming in sharp, almost panicked gasps. With a quick glance around to ensure there was no one around, I gingerly felt for the soft crinkle of paper that I had slipped up my sleeve with my hand. My eyes closed, and I breathed deeply a few times, trying to slow my rapidly beating heart until I was calm once more. There would be time to read them later and decide what to do about them. It was time, I knew, to tell Marco about what I knew was happening, and now I had a reason to know this. I wondered when the magician would realize that I had taken some of more notes, and if he would know it had been me. It was lucky that the Varden would be arriving soon, because the deeper I delved into this place, the more dangerous it became. Apologies for this long wait. Again, this chapter was written in the car, and I am sorry I didn't get it to you all sooner. But I honestly didn't have time for anything, not even school. And I have quite the homework mountain to deal with. But this is the new chapter, and I hope everyone enjoys it. Such a big thank you to all of those who read, favorite, comment, and follow this story. It really is for you, and thank you for suffering through my grammar mistakes and long updating waits. Note, I have been messing with the timeline. I know that, in the original story, Iragan took a few days to get to the bears, and that he didn't meet Auric in Farthen-Dur. However, I changed that so that Iragan has a few more days in Elismera. He also flew with Saphira, instead of running, which cut down on the travel time, and I thought it would make things smoother to just have Auric already in Farthen-Dur. They will still have a chance to talk things over, but I just edited out some of the original. Hope this isn't confusing. Review replies, Book Lover 19. I can't believe I have written as much as I have. I am so glad you enjoyed the story, and I hope you continue to do so. You are right. I am a perfectionist. There are times when that is handy, and times it trips me up. Writing can be one of them. Now that I have some more time to write again, I will try to post more regularly, and there is so much I could have happened in the next few chapters. Hope you enjoy this new chapter, and look for another one soon. Nymphtherial. I am glad you liked the ending scene. It was fun to write, and if I am honest, I thought of Iragan as the boy in the picture. Our favorite Mad King still doesn't know that Murtagh is the new rider, and is probably pretty optimistic about getting him back. I have heard that Codename Verity is very good. Maybe once I finish this pile of homework, I will have a chance to read it. I also love writing Parv from random points of view, and I am sure that, once I screw my courage up again, there will be another Thorn scene. And I really think Zoe will stick with her Z and M, and not find a new M lol, but I must agree it is a very fun thing to write a Murtagh X arc. Ugis Smalling Small. I am sorry. It has turned into a very long story. I am glad you like it, and thank you for reviewing. Karma 1385. No, Iragan did not give the sword to Murtagh, but he does in chapter 74. I am glad you like this story and the twist on the original series of books, and thank you for reminding me I really should find someone to read it before submitting. I keep meaning to, but I never get around to it. Again, thank you, and I hope you enjoy this new chapter. KX Guldut, I am glad you enjoy it. It is a very fun story to write. Haha, I never knew that about her name, not sure how I missed it. Thank you for telling me. I guess I will just have to say that somehow she ended up with Katrina in this story. Thank you for the review, and I hope you enjoy this new chapter. Violet Rays. Thank you for the wonderful review. I want to make Zoe a bit of a puzzle, and I am glad you like the long chapters. Some of them are quite long, but I enjoy that in fic, and I think that it is only fair to the story not to shortcut on things like that. As for keeping myself motivated, it can be hard. But I guess I just enjoy writing this too much to ever really stop, and the reviews help keep me inspired. I don't think I could write a book from scratch, because it's nice to have a timeline, already developed out characters, already created act. I admire you for starting one. Once again, thank you for commenting on this story. It means a lot, and I hope you enjoy this new chapter. Good luck with your writing. 76. A game that must be played. Well, how was it? Don't ask, said Iragan sourly, as he thumped down on the soft bedding that had been arranged for the Sapphire Dragoness. They were back in the large, high-ceilinged room where, during the few days after the Battle of Farthen-Dur that he had been released from Angela's care, he and Saphira had lived. It was a pleasant room with spacious balcony that provided just enough room for Saphira to take off and land. Iragan could not relax. Even here, alone with Saphira, he could not shake away his duties as rider or the worries that plagued him and could not be easily resolved. His head ached, and the words spoken by the various clan chiefs still ran through his head. Auric was a dear friend, a brother in some ways, but Iragan could not help but wish that he had somehow been able to avoid the lava field that was Farthen-Dur. While Naswada had done her best to fill him in on the various leaders and their goals, Iragan had found himself relying increasingly on the knowledge Zoe had imparted to him in Elismera and Auric's own warnings that he had delivered in a quiet study that had once belonged to Hrothgar immediately after their arrival. That conversation came back to Iragan then, as he leaned back against Saphira's warm scales. How could the clans come to such a point? Asked the rider as he leaned back in the comfortable chair. Sapphira could not join the two in their talk, for the room, enchanted against eavesdroppers, was inaccessible to her bulk. She was listening through her link to Aragon as she rested her weary wings and satisfied her hunger instead. There have always been those who thought Hrothgar was wrong to shelter the Varden and agree with Naswada's invasion of the Empire. Passions have been inflamed, old rivalries recalled, and cowardice only serves to poison relations even further. The dwarf scowled. They have blinded themselves to Galbatorix's threat. I hope you have a solution, said the rider. Of course Auric would have a solution to this problem. Auric sighed and said, For the goof, my people, I intend to seek the throne myself. However, there are many who stand in my path. I need to know, Aragon, will you back me in this? Aragon regarded the dwarf for a long moment, and he chose the most direct approach. Auric, he knew, was not one to bandy words with, and the newly elected Lord of Durgrimst-in-Jatum was even less inclined than usual. Sapphira and I did not fly as swiftly as the wind for no reason, friend. A rare smile crossed Auric's craggy face, but Aragon raised a hand. However, I must be honest. A leader who is sympathetic to the Varden must be chosen. The implications of his last statement were very clear to the dwarf, and the rider, as sour as the words tasted in his mouth, knew they had to be said. I appreciate your honesty and your friendship, but can I count on you not to turn against me, Aragon? Auric, said Aragon gently, I will back you as much as I can. You are my first choice as king, and that is not just because you are a close friend, but a wise and canny leader. However, and here Aragon could not help the note of desperation that crept into his voice, my duty is to all of Alagaesia, and while I cannot afford to offend you, your clan, or the rest of dwarfdom, I have been charged by more than one power, some stronger than others, to ensure that, if it cannot be you, then another dwarf of similar views is elected. Aragon raised his hands to his face and rubbed at his weary eyes. Few would ever hear him be so open about these matters, and few would ever hear him speak of his duty in such a way. And Auric, to Aragon's relief, saw this, understood it without needing to ask or push against it, and his face softened. Those who said all dwarves were blind to the world around them, the rider had reflected, were wrong. Some dwarves, the Aurics of the world, saw more than many who claimed to see all the workings of the world. There is a solution, Aragon. Aragon raised one eyebrow and asked, And what do you propose? Auric leaned forward and met the intense stare of the rider before him. Trust me, said the dwarf quietly. Trust me not to be blind and not see the truth that is before me. Trust me to do what is right as Grimsporith of Durgrimst-in-Jatum. Aragon regarded the dwarf for a long minute. He wanted to believe Auric, wanted to set aside the words of caution he had heard from Naswada and Brahm, but it was not as easy as he wished it was. However, as he gazed into the eyes of a friend who had always been honest with him, some of the worries that had haunted his thoughts on the flight to Farthendur melted away. Well, asked Auric, can you trust me, Aragon? Yes, said the rider as he banished the last of his doubts, and hoped, as he did so, that this was the right path. I think I can. The rider shook his head, the memory of the conversation leaving him as he returned to the present. I did not realize, said Aragon with a rueful smile, just what Zoe meant when she said to be careful. The past 2 days of discussion had been dull, and the rider had struggled to keep himself totally focused on talks between clan leaders. He had been provided with a translator, but as far as he and Sapphira could tell, the clans had done nothing but argue about issues that seemed inconsequential in the face of the open war that loomed upon the horizon. Only Zoe's lessons, and the patience that Oramis had drummed into his skull, had kept the rider's face clean of emotion, and his replies to any questions thrown his way polite. Despite the desire to slam the oak door on his way out of the stone chamber where the talks took place, Aragon had left quietly, and only after he determined that the meetings had ended for the day. Is Iron still fascinated with you? Sapphira's question made the rider wince, and the dragon chuckled. The dwarf woman was the Grimsporith of Dugrimst-Vrenshen, a powerful, warlike clan, and she had made it clear from the very beginning of the deliberations that she intended to have the throne for herself. He had spoken with her once when Sapphira and him had officially met the various clan leaders. The conversation had been exceedingly awkward for him. She seemed to have developed a fascination with Aragon. Sapphira she had ignored. that he was unable to fathom. In every conversation they had, she insisted upon making allusions to the dwarves' history and mythology that Aragon did not understand, but that seemed to amuse Auric and the other dwarves to no end. Who is still against Auric? Aragon closed his eyes as he recalled the two dwarves who most opposed Auric's bid for the throne. Two other leaders had emerged: Ganel, chief of Dulgrimst Quan, and Nardo, chief of Dulgrimst Nulkarath. Nardo has the most support, and he is the most against contact with the outside world. He especially dislikes us. One clan was especially against the Rider and Dragon. As Swelden Rak Anhuin, a clan that Galbatorix and the Forsworn had nearly obliterated during their uprising, had demonstrated their implacable hatred of Aragon, Saphira, and all things to do with dragons and those who rode them during the last few days. They had objected to Aragon's very presence at the meetings of the clan chiefs, even though it was perfectly legal by dwarf law, and forced a vote on the issue, thereby delaying the proceedings another 6 unnecessary hours. Patience, little one, patience. Although Saphira's words could not completely hide her own impatience with the situation, and she, like Aragon, was concerned about the clear animosity shown by the clan. They had many enemies, and a dwarf clan did not need to be on the list. I only hope that, somehow, Auric will be able to secure the vote. Saphira was about to say something when a knock came at the door. Aragon rose, one hand falling to the hilt of his new old sword, as he stretched out his mind to discover who had come a-calling. His brief inspection of the mines outside the door was not surprised to find, as he opened the heavy oak door, a collection of dwarf warriors and a single messenger runner who bore the crest of Nardo's clan. The rider raised an eyebrow, and behind him, Saphira stood and moved closer. "Argent Lamb," said the messenger in a slightly nervous voice, as his eyes flicked to the giant blue dragoness who was staring at him. With a nervous cough, the dwarf said, "You've been invited by the Claremeet to join them in a final meeting tonight." I didn't think was a final Claremeet tonight. Aragon glanced at his 4 guards who stood close and were staring at the messenger with puzzled frowns. Clearly, they also were shocked to hear that the clan leaders had decided to meet again. "Couldn't they think of a better reason to lure me away from you?" "There isn't a clan meet," said Saphira, as she regarded the dwarf and his guards before her. "They are up to something. Should I go? It could be important. But you should only go if you take your guards and maintain your wards." The dragon was silent for a long minute. "I would prefer if you didn't, for I cannot come with you and I." She didn't need to voice her worries. He shared them, but the rider had already decided upon his course of action. The games being played around him had become far too tedious, and he wanted to either end it or find out enough to discover what he was missing. As Aragon had come to realize these past 2 days, he did not know nearly enough about those who opposed him and made it their business to push against Auric, the Varden, and the cause that they stood for. "I will be careful. Are you sure this is wise?" "It may not be wise, but I think it is a risk I have to take. They seem to underestimate us. Then be ready to fight." "Tell Auric." "I will," she said. "And if anything happens to you, then I shall tear this place apart stone by stone." With a quick nod, Aragon said to the nervous messenger before him, "Lead the way." Stretching out his mind to his 4 guards, he told them, "Be ready for anything." He felt their unease and worry, but the rider was determined. As he followed the messenger and 2 armed guards that had accompanied him, another strange thing. Aragon paid little attention to the dwarves he met in the tunnels, aside from mumbled greetings that courtesy occasionally demanded. His entire focus was on his surroundings, studying them both with his senses and his mind. He kept track of the minds of every living creature he was able to sense within a radius of several hundred feet, even down to the smallest spider crouched behind its web in the corner of a room, for Aragon had no desire to be surprised by anyone who might have cause to seek him out, and he had every reason to suspect that he was going to be ambushed. This was the poorest excuse for a trap he had come across in weeks, and later he would laugh about it with Murtagh. For, as the two agreed, the dwarves must have thought the rider to be a trusting idiot, blind to every threat, and Saphira nothing more than a fire-breathing lizard. The dwarves led him through Trondheim on the path that the rider was familiar with to get to the council room, but only confirming his already iron-hard suspicions. They took a different corridor where they should have gone left, and while it could have been a more circuitous route, Iragan was quite sure it wasn't. These corridors led down and farther down, where only dwarves searching solitude or who had been exiled ever went, and apparently those who wanted to kill a rider. Ah well, at least he was prepared for this ambush. He had never been prepared for Durz's ones. What was better? An opponent who had the grace to treat him as a semi-competent foe. They came, at last, to a dusty room with 5 black arches that led to caverns unknown, while there to his right was a bas-relief carving of the head and shoulders of a snarling bear. Reaching out with his consciousness, Iragan probed the length of the tunnel and several of the abandoned chambers it opened to. A half-dozen spiders and a sparse collection of moths, millipedes, and blind crickets were the only inhabitants. But Iragan felt his instincts start to tingle as the 3 dwarves before him came to an abrupt halt. One hand fell to his sword. "Be ready," he hissed to his guards. He felt them tense, the warning all they needed to be ready for battle. The rider's hearing was excellent. It was far better than these foolish dwarves had thought, and while many would not have caught it, he heard the faint scuffing from a tunnel to his right. One quick look to the right confirmed it. By the amber light cast by the flameless lanterns mounted on either side of the passageway, he saw 7 dwarves garbed entirely in black, their faces masked with dark cloth and their feet muffled with rags, running toward his group. In their right hands, the dwarves held long, sharp daggers with pale blades that flickered with prismatic colors, while in their left, each carried a metal buckler with a sharpened spike protruding from the boss. Their minds had an armor that was smooth and seamless, seemingly unbroken by the concerns natural to mortal creatures about to engage in a fight to the death. With a detached sort of calm, the rider knew that this could only mean there was more behind this attack than just 7 dwarves bent on killing a rider. Something that, from the second the messenger had finished his missive, the rider had known, and he had a feeling he knew exactly what clan and clan chief was behind it. The cool calm that had settled over the rider deepened. The spell came to his lips quickly, faster than speech or conscious thought. Iragan plunged his whole being into the flow of magic, and only took long enough to say a few words that provided direction and structure to the flow of power. The effect was immediate, but only his eyes, perfect even in the dimly lit tunnel, could see the change the spell worked on the ground at the entrance of the tunnel from which the armed dwarves were coming. As he finished the spell, his left hand found the dagger slipped up his sleeve, and the blade was thrown with a quick flick of his wrist, burying itself in the dwarf guard that had come with the messenger, and had just been about to bring his axe down at the rider. Murdoch's sword was out in another quick second, and as he met the other dwarf guard's axe blow, he broke through the messenger dwarf's wavering barriers and quickly knocked him out, the messenger falling limply to the ground as the rider smacked the dwarf before him with the side of his sword, and effectively knocking him out as well. The messenger and his 2 guards had not been protected like the 7 running swiftly towards him. The other 7 dwarves reached the entrance of the tunnel. And Iragan wanted laugh, even though there really wasn't time to, and most would not laugh when they were facing a life or death fight deep underground. For while these dwarves were warded against any direct magical or mental attack, they had not been protected against slippery floors or the dangers of tripping. Iragan supposed such things as tripping were not something assassins were supposed to do, but how fortunate for the rider that such things had been overlooked. As the 7 dwarves hit the suddenly slick marble, they lost their balance and tumbled forward, weapons flying out of their hands as they came crashing to the ground and skidded forward in a confused jumble of cloaks, weapons, and limbs. Raising his right hand, Iragan quickly murmured another quick spell that he had learned from Brahm some time ago. It was an efficient way of gaining a few seconds and confusing one's enemies. The spell raised the dust and dirt from the floor and spun it around like a dust storm. The dwarves, still struggling to rise after their unexpected tumble, vanished from sight in the sudden and magically created storm. This temporary relief provided the 4 dwarves behind Iragan with a chance to move in a tight half-circle around the rider. As soon as they were in place, the rider let the magic fall, and the dust settled back to the floor. Before them, hoods crooked and still desperately snatching at their weapons, were the would-be assailants. Two of the seven lunged at Eragon with a speed and ferocity that Eragon found surprising, but he did not let it unsettle him. Evading their blows and blocking one, the rider grabbed one dwarf's wrist, and using the momentum of the dwarf's wild strike at him, managed to spin the dwarf around so that the strike aimed once at the rider's back, by the second dwarf found its mark in his own comrade. The blade, Eragon realized to his horror, was white, and it was writhing as if it was a spectral flame. The blade pierced the dwarf's corded neck, and as the dwarf fell, Eragon glimpsed his contorted face, and was shocked to see that enemy dwarf's throat was glowing molten red as it disintegrated around the dagger. So they can't touch me at all. Oh, Saphira, you were right when you said I needed to be prepared to fight. Knowing he had very little time, Eragon stabbed at the second dwarf so quickly that the black-garbed dwarf had no opportunity to evade the blow and dropped lifeless at Eragon's feet. Murtag's sword, while no Zarok, was beautifully cared for and dangerously sharp. He would have to tell Murtag when he next saw him. Those who had been knocked down and lost their weapons because of Eragon's meddling had regrouped. The rider retreated several yards to give himself room to maneuver free of the corpses and settled onto the balls of his feet, automatically finding his fighting stance. He had noticed, as he walked down the corridor, that it was 8 feet wide, which was wide enough for 3 of his 5 remaining enemies to attack him at once. They spread out, 2 attempting to flank him on the right and the left, while the third charged straight at him, slashing with frenzied speed at Eragon's arms and legs. Before Du Weldenvarden, Eragon might have been more concerned about dueling the dwarves, as he would have if they wielded normal blades. But he was a much more confident warrior these days, and if his hosts were going to try and kill him, then he felt it gave him license to play whatever card was needed, no matter if it would normally be considered dishonorable. Durz's curse may have been the hardest experience of his life so far, but it had also made him a much cannier fighter, and the skills it had forced him to learn he would not have picked up otherwise. The rider waited until the very last second, his body totally relaxed, but ready for the action he had in mind. Just as the dwarves lunged at him, weapons raised, the rider leapt up and forward. In his leap, he spun and landed a few feet behind the 3 attackers. Even as they whirled toward him, he stepped forward and beheaded the lot of them with a single backhand blow. Their daggers clattered against the floor an instant before their heads, but Eragon was moving the second he finished that single stroke. For like any experienced warrior, he had not forgotten about the 2 enemies he still had left. He had not forgotten about how vulnerable he was to them with his back turned and 3 enemies occupying his attention. The rider dropped to the floor, landing on his hands and twisting his body so that he was facing the final 2 dwarves. He was not a moment too soon. 2 daggers whistled over his head and fell with a clatter a few feet from where he lay. Had he not dropped to the ground, then he would have found one buried in his heart and the other in his right side. But again, the dwarves had forgotten or miscalculated just how quickly a rider could move. These miscalculations were, decided the rider, amusing in a sort of bad way. Clearly those behind this attack had forgotten a great deal about riders. Leaping back to his feet, the rider noticed the pool of slick blood, and that his 4 guards had gathered around him once more, although they left him enough space with which to fight. Pivoting on one foot, Eragon lunged forward, and at the last second changed the course of his strike, so that the point of his sword buried itself in the dwarf's left shoulder. The sudden change of direction was too fast for the dwarf, and he was unable to block the blow. Murtag's sharpened sword easily cutting through the light armor and black cloak. The dwarf stumbled, and Eragon's guards converged upon him, grasping the dwarf's arms so he could not swing his dire blade and hacking at him with their curved axes. The last of his attackers raised his shield in anticipation of the blow Eragon was about to direct at him. However, Eragon had another plan in mind, and it would have gone according to plan if the dwarf had not lunged at him right then, and the rider, trying to evade the dagger, was pressed backwards. He did not want to directly engage in a duel with this dwarf and his strange blade. For several yards, Eragon succeeded in evading him, until his heel struck a body, and in attempting to step around it, he stumbled and fell against a wall, bruising his shoulder. With an evil laugh, the dwarf pounced, stabbing downward toward Eragon's exposed chest. The rider rolled farther down the hallway, knowing that this time his luck had run out and he would not be able to escape. But he was going to damn well do his best to. He did not want to be the idiot rider murdered because of some silly clan meet that was so inconsequential in the face of all the lives, duties, and sacrifices that lay beyond these underground tunnels. No. No, he was going to his damn best to get out of this mess. As he completed a revolution, and his face was momentarily turned toward the dwarf again, Iragan glimpsed the pale dagger descending toward his flesh, like a bolt of lightning from on high. And Iragan remembered Arya saying casually how those lanterns could explode if broken before being correctly deactivated. The casual conversation came back to the rider in a brilliant flash of total panic. The rider knew he could move fast, but he hadn't realized just how fast. Sometimes his new abilities, even after the past few weeks of intense physical activity, surprised him, and this was one of those times. For adrenaline and sudden panic gave him a rush of wild energy as his survival instincts took control. They told him to get away, fast. Pushing himself as far away from the dwarf, the dagger and the lantern that was milliseconds away from being broken. Iragan's mad leap away was not a moment too soon and landed him with a sickening crack in the door frame of one of the archways. His face automatically turning to the dark wall as a booming report echoed through the hallway, and feeling as if someone were driving splinters into his eardrums, Iragan clapped his hands over his ears and curled into a ball. When the noise and the pain had subsided, he lowered his hands and staggered to his feet, clenching his teeth as his various bruises and scraped announced their presence with a myriad of unpleasant sensations. Groggy and confused, he gazed upon the site of the explosion. As he took it in, the rider thanked his lucky stars that Arya had told him about how dangerous the lanterns could be if broken. The blast had blackened a 10-foot length of the hallway with soot. Soft flakes of ash tumbled through the air, which was as hot as the air from a heated forge. The dwarf who had been about to strike Iragan lay on the ground, thrashing, his body covered with burns. After a few more convulsions, he grew still. Iragan's 4 guards lay at the edge of the soot where the explosion had thrown them. Even as he watched, they staggered upright, blood dripping from their ears and gaping mouths, their beards singed and in disarray. The links along the fringe of their hauberks glowed red, but their leather underarmor seemed to have protected them from the worst of the heat. Before he continued to move and potentially aggravate his injuries, the rider catalogued his own injuries. He had a bruised shoulder and a few minor scrapes, as well as a few burns across his back. The worst was his aching eardrums and the resulting headache from his collision with the stone of the archway, which had saved him from the worst of the explosion. They were hardly serious, but better to deal with them now. Forcing himself to concentrate, Iragan recited the healing spells he had memorized all those weeks ago. The magic worked swiftly, healing his bruises, soothing his burns, and repairing the damage to his ears. Another spell repaired his tunic, for he had no desire to emerge from this tunnel looking like he had been involved in a fight to the death, until after he spoke to Saphira and Auric. Iragan sighed with relief as he straightened, and then he turned his attention to his guards. "Are you hurt?" he asked. The lead dwarf frowned, tapped his right ear, and shook his head. Iragan muttered a curse and stretched out his magic so he could repair the damage done to his own guards. He felt slightly guilty. It had been his idea to come and drag these dwarves into this despite knowing that this was a trap. Therefore it was also his responsibility to make sure they suffered no lasting harm for his recklessness. "Are you hurt?" The dwarf on the right, a burly fellow with a forked beard, coughed and spat out a glob of congealed blood, then growled, "Nothing that time won't mend. What of you, Shadeslayer?" "I am fine," said the rider. "You 4 stay here. I need to get to Saphira and Auric." They were ready to argue, and the rider couldn't blame them for wanting to, but he did not want to waste any more time. He felt as if they were running some sort of race, and for once, he was currently ahead. Besides, he hardly wanted Saphira getting anxious enough that she did start tearing Father apart. Raising one hand, he continued, "Stay here and guard this place. See that no one attempts to remove these bodies until either me or Auric give permission." And then he was gone. Spinning on one heel and sheathing his sword as he did so, the rider raced up the corridor. His mind, which he had walled up before and during the fight, opened once more to Saphira as he abandoned the barriers that had kept his inner thoughts isolated and protected. She flooded into his mind all concern, worry, and fear. Iragan, are you all right? What happened? I am fine. But Saphira, I think I found a way to grant Auric the victory. The dragon saw into his mind, saw the fight and the way it had ended. You nearly got killed. I am sorry. Oh, little one, she said with a heavy sigh, I know why you did it, and perhaps I shouldn't worry so. But next time you will be with me. His voice was completely determined. He sheathed his sword and emerged out of the tunnel into a wide antechamber where Saphira was waiting for him with a very concerned-looking Auric who was surrounded by a group of heavily armed dwarves. The rider couldn't help the small smile of victory that touched his face for a small moment. It had been a dangerous risk, more foolhardy than he wanted to admit, but it had just pushed the game in a very new and interesting direction. Tomorrow's clan meet would not be a tedious affair, he thought with a faint smirk. And with a little luck, he and Saphira might be back in the air, and a new dwarf king chosen before the moon rose the following day. Brahm drew away from the scrying mirror. He could not scry his son, or Murtagh, or Zoe, or really anybody that he really would have liked to have scry. All of those people were quite wisely warded against such enchantments and searching eye, but he was able to scry Roran and his company of warriors. The man knew that he should keep any eye on the boy, but Roran had been leery of any assistance Brahm had tried to offer him, and when one thought about it, it really wasn't surprising. However, that day, what Brahm saw was hardly reassuring. Roran was returning, but his company was sorely diminished, and the young man's face had been stony. Brahm stood. He had to meet with Naswada and inform her of Roran's return, along with the newest information sent by a swift messenger bird. Thinking of that information made the old warrior think of the young woman who had sent it, writing the symbols and words of the code they used to communicate in neat, clear handwriting. The man thought of her a little too often these days, worry eating away at his heart for her. He knew exactly what she was doing, what she was risking, and he knew just how important she was. He had spoken of it briefly with Arya, but the elf had been occupied with her own duties, and they rarely had a chance to speak. And there was Murtagh. He worried for that boy, and he found himself pulled in two ways, for both the boy and Zoe had made him promise things that now seemed impossible. However, out of all of them, Murtagh was the safest. He was protected by layers and layers of wards, being watched over by Oramis and Glida, and learning the ways of the riders. Most likely, thought the man with a grim smile. The young man was going rather stir-crazy at this sudden change of pace and of focus. Murtagh would never have known the kind of peace that was due Weldenvarden, and it might just be a little too quiet and calm for the young man. Brahm smiled slightly as he considered a few of the ways Oramis might try to direct the frustrated energy of a young man who would much rather be waving a sword around than mastering the ancient language. It would be good for Murtagh to spend a little time away from everything and everyone. Perhaps it would let him see things with fresh eyes. By the dragon! There were times when the boy had been as blind as bat to the friendship and loyalty offered to him, or even to the remarkable achievement that was his life. And he wouldn't think of Iragan or Saphira. It was hard enough to see the illusion of Saphira and her rider that the elven spell casters created to try and keep up the facade that they were both there. The apparition was flawless, but it was not alive, and therefore had no thoughts of its own. Because of this, the false rider and dragon were often in the sky, and if they landed, it was only for brief discussions with Naswada. No, the man refused to let his mind linger on his son, who was winging his way from clan meet to do Weldenvarden, and if the fates were willing for his help was needed, back again for another damn battle. Brahm couldn't help but selfishly wish the rider wouldn't be back in time, but that was such a selfish and wrong thing to think for his duty-hardened herd to feel, that he hadn't been able to admit to himself that he felt it. Coming to a stop before Naswada's tent, the man nodded once to the guards before he swept inside. The young woman was sitting in her high-backed chair, and when she saw him, a smile broke out across her face. Brahm knew that very few were aware of just how large a role he played in the Varden, something both he and Naswada had never spoken of, and was a slight point of contention between them. "Any news?" she inquired as she rose and moved over to the long table where Brahm spread out the letter sent by Zoe. "Little," he said. Roran's company is almost here, and their numbers are sorely depleted. And from Zoe. Only to confirm the placement of guards and other such details, said the man as he gestured at the letter. I will leave it for you to review. Before Naswada could reply, there came the sounds of approaching footsteps, and then, after a few murmured words, the red tent flap was thrown open to reveal Martland Redbeard, Roran, and a man who Brahm vaguely remembered from some place, although he could not recall where. All three looked worse for wear and sported injuries, clearly needed more care than what could be provided on the battlefield. The elder man's narrowed as he took in Roran's bloody, worn appearance, and the way the young man refused to meet his gaze. Roran seemed, well, he looked like any young warrior who had just seen too much for him to comprehend. Brahm felt sympathy rise within him, but also worry for Naswada was in the mood to be doing, and these three men were clearly not. Jormungandr arrived a moment later, and then Marland, whose right hand had been lost during the fight, gave the report. The man spoke of blood and fire, and of the laughing dead. He spoke of it all with succinct professionalism. Brahm only vaguely noted what the captain said, for his entire focus was on the young man standing a foot behind the elder warrior. Once the report was given, the questions began, and all three men were forced to answer. Although Brahm noted how reluctant Roran was to speak, and when he did, his words belied the actions behind them. When the questions were finished, Naswada expressed her condolences to Martland for his lost hand, then dismissed Martland and the other man, Ulhart was his name, but not Roran, to whom she said, You have demonstrated your prowess once again, Stronghammer. I am well pleased with your abilities. Thank you, my lady. Our best healers will attend to him, but Martland will still need time to recover from his injury. Even once he does, he cannot lead raids such as these with only one hand. From now on, he will have to serve the Varden from the back of the army, not the front. I think perhaps that I shall promote him and make him one of my battle advisors. Yermundur, what think you of that idea? I think it an excellent idea, my lady. Naswada nodded, appearing satisfied. This means, however, that I must find another captain for you to serve under, Roran. Brahm interrupted right then. He saw where this conversation was going, and he was quite worried about how dead to everything Roran was looking, how diminished from his usual strong self. Had the young man had a few more battles and patrols under his belt, then Brahm would have let Naswada continue, but Roran was clearly struggling to deal with the new world he had found himself in. It was one of those times when an older commander, someone who had fought more than 2 battles, would have left the matter alone until the person before them was ready for it. That is enough, said the older man in a firm voice. Roran, get gone to the healers, and we shall speak of this tomorrow morning. He had long ago found that the only way to approach a problem was to be straightforward, and this was one of those times. No one would gain anything by speaking to a young warrior when he was this exhausted and emotionally wrung out. No one would gain anything from making that warrior angry and frustrated, or making them feel as if their actions counted for naught, when that was not the intention of the commander. Roran stared at him. Jormungandr opened his mouth to speak, but Brahm waved one hand in a clear dismissal. Naswada was staring at him, and there was clear frustration in her eyes, but it would take more than an angry Naswada to worry the old warrior. Roran, said Brahm as he raised one eyebrow. Go. The young man glanced between him and Naswada before leaving, clearly deciding he did not want to be embroiled in another battle. In the silence that descended upon the tent, Jormungandr let out a quiet cough and made his excuses. Brahm, meanwhile, was totally relaxed and gathered some papers together before lifting one causal eyebrow in Naswada's direction. Ah, how quick the young are to frustration, and how blind they can be when they see nothing but the end goal. Come, Naswada, see what lies before you. See how easy it is to forget these are individuals and not paper-cut-out soldiers who feel nothing. The young woman was glaring at him in open frustration. Brahm, she demanded. Why did? What were you thinking by? He cut smoothly across her. Naswada, he said, did you not see his face? He was in no state for you to tell him he has more to prove just because you are a cautious person. In the morning, once he has rested and put some distance between the present and the past, then, and only then. You undermine my authority. In what way? He asked, as he forced her to see that her frustration and her anger at him was unwarranted. She let out a long sigh and glared at him, but he knew that she was in the wrong. Naswada, he continued, there are times to give orders, and there are times to wait. This was one of those times. You are well aware of how powerful Roran is within the Varden, and it would not do to push him when he is in a fragile state. It does no good to push anyone in such a way, no matter who they are or what their rank is. I understand, said the young woman as she turned away from him. And once more you remind me of the cares and duties of a commander. We all need some reminding, said the older man as he stepped towards the tent flap. Good evening, my lady. Murtagh's sword held up well, said Saphira, as the rider and dragon waited at the entrance to the tunnel down which lay the bodies of dead assassins. Auric, his stoutest warriors and most adept spellcaster, had just gone down to the site of the ambush, which they hoped to study and record with means both magical and mundane the fight that had occurred there. Auric had wanted Iragan to vanish in an effort to keep the attack a secret until the clan meet, but Saphira had quashed that plan. For, as she pointed out, none of the places Iragan could go would accommodate her, and she was not about to let her rider out of her sight. The rider saw the wisdom in the dwarf's plan, but as he pointed out, they could still keep the attackers uncertain and increase their unease if Iragan appeared both alive and completely relaxed, as if he had not just been attacked, and there was no sign of the assassins. Yes, said the rider in response to Saphira's words, but I do not know how long it will manage to put up with the hammering. You need a rider's sword, said the dragoness. She was feeling quite certain about the matter after her rider's latest brush with danger, and had decided that, if she couldn't always be with him, then she could at least make sure he was properly equipped to protect himself. And being properly equipped meant having a weapon that would not break or dull or otherwise fail her rider when he needed it most. But how do I get one? Runnan has sworn never to craft another rider sword again. Salembum's prophecy might hold the answer, said the dragoness. And Zoe did hint at something along those lines the last time we spoke. The sounds of footsteps coming from the tunnel made both the dragon and rider tense slightly as they turned to watch the entrance. A few seconds later, Auric, the spellweaver, and a few guards emerged. Auric came directly to the dragon and rider, who watched him silently, both wondering if the dwarf would confirm the suspicions they had formed about who was behind the attack. This is bad business, said Auric with a deep sigh as he came to a stop beside the rider who had risen from his seat on Saphira's right claw. My apologies, Iragan. You should not have been attacked thus. You are guest of mine people, and those behind this attack have violated the law of hospitality. The dwarf shook his head. Did you discover anything on the bodies? Inquired Iragan. His curiosity was burning, and he needed the confirmation for, while the messenger and his guards had clearly shown their allegiance, the assassins had not. They carried no marks upon them such as you would recognize, Iragan, but they did carry this. With something of a dramatic flourish, Auric drew out a bracelet made of braided horsehair set with polished cabochons of amethyst from an inner pocket. Clearly, from the way the dwarf was holding it up to the rider, this was something of grave importance, but Iragan was not quite sure what was so important. What does it mean? This amethyst, said Auric, as if it were so obvious that one would have to be blind not to put it together, as he slipped the bracelet away. This particular variety of amethyst, it grows in only 4 parts of the Bear Mountains, and 3 of them belong to Az, Swelden, Rak, Anhuin. Saphira gave a low growl, but Iragan remained impassive, regarding his friend who was appearing more unsettled by the minute. Both rider and dragon had suspected this, but should their suspicions be proved wrong? Well, that was the more unsettling thought. The spell weaver, a dwarf with a forked beard, stepped forward then. With a quick nod of his head to Iragan and Saphira, he spoke. The spells on these weapons and on the men, dwarves, be as it may, they must have required an incredible amount of energy, and I cannot even imagine how complex their wording was. Casting them would have been hard and dangerous. The dwarf's voice trailed off as he shook his head, the meaning in his words quite clear to all. Indeed, said Iragan, they were unique and oddly powerful spells that had been cast for a specific purpose. The rider shivered slightly as he recalled the glowing daggers, but perhaps we should speak of these matters in a more private place. Yes, said Auric. I have left a guard over the bodies, and 2 that you did not kill have been taken into custody. The dwarf began to move, the rider and dragon trailing after him along with the spellweaver and some of the dwarf's armed guards. Auric led them through the wide chamber and towards a large archway, continuing to speak in a low voice. We have much to do and little time in which to do it. Before the clan meet resumes upon the third morning hour of tomorrow, we must attempt to establish beyond all doubt who ordered the attack. If we can, then we will have leverage to use against them. If not, then we will be flailing in the dark, uncertain of our enemies. The dwarf came to a stop before a large oak door and pushed it open to reveal a sort of library combined with a study. The room was clearly rarely used, and chosen only for its close proximity and large size. The place was just big enough for Sapphira to curl up without hitting one of the tall bookcases or tables or chairs, but a quick sweep of the place with his mind revealed that no one lurked in the shadows of the tall cases or behind the elaborate tapestries. Auric did not stop speaking as he sank into a chair, and Aragon walked over to one of the large windows to gaze out over the quiet city. He longed for some open space after the dark, claustrophobic feel of the tunnels. A clan war was already threatening us, but now it stands upon our very threshold. We must move quickly if we are to avert that dread fate. There are Nerland to find, questions to ask, threats to make, bribes to offer, and scrolls to steal, and all before morn. Auric tapped one finger on a neat pile of blank paper, and his heavy eyebrows drew together sharply. How do you see this event changing things? Inquired the rider calmly as he brushed one of the heavy curtains farther open. He and Sapphira saw one way this could affect the games being played, but Auric might see another, and the rider would be aware of it now rather than later. I am not sure yet, said the dwarf, whose mind was clearly onto what had to be done right then, and not what might need to be done the following morn. He rose then. I would ask that both you and Sapphira remain here until I have news for you both. The request was a small one and the room pleasant. There was, thought the rider, no reason to leave it, for neither he nor Sapphira could do anything to aid in the search for answers. We shall wait for word, said the dragoness as her rider nodded his head. They would wait. But with any luck, this wait would not be as long as it had seemed an hour before. Hello, my dear readers. I hope you are all well. Not as long a wait this time. I know it is a little bit dull, but I hope people enjoy it. No Zoe and no Murtagh, and my reason for that is, I need to get Aragon dealt with. Zoe's timeline is already ahead of where Aragon is, and Murtagh will come back next chapter. Once Aragon is in Du Weldenvarden, and that is going then, I will go back to Zoe because, for her, the exciting things happen when the Varden is nearly at Feinster. Sorry if this is confusing, but I was having so much fun writing her that I didn't want to stop. Also, Roran hasn't been in this story very much. I hope to include him more, but I assume that most of you know what he has been doing, and I don't need to write a bunch of filler for you. However, that does not mean he shouldn't been in the story at all, and he will be back in the next chapter. Review replies, Nymthuriel, I am glad to see you. Angela won't appear until Zoe does in about 2 or 3 chapters max. She is the best, and I am really looking forward to having her in the story. I like your little poem, and I agree reviews can be hard, but please write something. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy this new chapter. Karma 1385. Oh, that sounds annoying. I am glad you got that figured out. I might ask you to proofread. Thank you so much for being interested enough that you would ask. Hope you enjoy this new chapter. KX Guldut. I am so glad you liked the last chapter. I hope you enjoy this chapter as well. Thank you for the review, Elemental Dragon Slayer. It was hard to write the Oramis/Murtagh scene, but I am glad that you think it worked out okay. I fluctuate between Murtagh the slow thawing iceberg and Murtagh the passionate fighter. He can be a bit hot and cold to write, and Zoe's close call. There will be more of those, but not for a few chapters, but I guess that will make it all the more exciting. Thank you for the review, and I hope you don't mind this rather dull chapter. Ray, I am glad you like it. Haha, that can happen with fan fiction. You start reading more and more of it. Thank you for the review. Hope you like this one too. Booklover 19. I am glad you liked it. I have got my inspiration back, which is awesome because I need it. Thank you for the review, and I hope that you enjoy this new update. It's longer than the last one, Nyat Boyand. I am glad you liked the last chapter, and I agree. That was a bit of dull chapter for Aragon, and I hope this one is a little more exciting. and Zoe was going to carry her sword with her, but just hide it, but then decided it was too risky in case she was captured and her illusion was broken. Not many scullery maids run about with a valuable weapon. I have tried to diverge from the original plot line more, and that is easier as the story progresses. Hope you enjoy this chapter, and thank you for the wonderful review. 77. Choices Made. Murtagh was dreaming, but he had never dreamed a dream like this one. He was standing in an elegant study. Through floor-to-ceiling windows, the young man could see a green countryside that rose up to white-capped mountains. He turned on his heel, his eyes taking in the bookcases that covered the walls and the delicate, almost fragile, carvings that decorated the slightly domed ceiling. It was a high-ceilinged room, and currently flooded with golden sunlight that made the dust motes dance. Everything felt real and solid around him, but he felt strangely disconnected from it, as if he was not really standing upon the floor and not really breathing this air. He had to be dreaming. This could not be real. The set of polished oak doors suddenly opened, and a man stepped inside, shutting them behind him. Murtagh was standing, frozen, for he did not know what to do. What did one do? And then the man turned and caught sight of him. Two stared at each other, neither quite sure what to make of this very awkward situation. The man before Murtagh was unlike any he had met before. His hair was golden. A circlet of polished gold matched his hair and glittered under the rays of sunlight. He stood still, unmoving, his stance cold but regal, holding an authority and power that Murtagh guessed few would ever challenge. His features were handsome, but it was his eyes that Murtagh lingered on. They were a clear blue, impenetrable and far-seeing. Those eyes were far older than the young, smooth face. They stared at him intently, unreadable, seeming to pierce through him, so infinite and full of knowledge and power. Those were like Zoe's eyes. His movements were surprisingly light and graceful. That stare made him feel nervous. "Who are you?" asked the man in a soft voice. The sound came so naturally from him, the words perfectly pronounced one at a time, and yet there was such power in that soft voice. "I'm Murtagh," he said, "and I think I must be dreaming. I have no idea where I am or how I got here." "Really?" said the king before him, and a faint glimmer of amusement danced in those eyes, although his voice remained perfectly serious. "That is a problem. I was about to ask my guards in to explain why they let you into the High King's private study." High King's private study. As Murtagh looked into this handsome face, he suddenly realized just who he was talking to. She had described him just like this, and because this was a dream, then anything was possible. "You are Pethod," he gasped as his eyes suddenly raced around this room and the countryside that lay outside the tall windows. This was Zoe's home. This was Pethod, her brother. And this was Prydain, a land that had only existed for him in Zoe's stories. But the most important thing of all right then, and forefront in Murtagh's mind, was, this is the High King of Prydain. The king raised one eyebrow. "And how do you know me if you don't know where you are?" As he spoke, Pethod moved around Murtagh and took a seat behind the polished wooden desk, and with one elegant wave of his hand, he gestured at the chair before the desk. He seemed totally relaxed, and his serene face unreadable, but Murtagh knew that could change at a second's notice. Murtagh, suddenly feeling unsteady on his feet, sank into it. How had he come to this place? How could this have happened? But his senses had not totally abandoned him, and he managed to say, "I know who you are. Well, because of your sister, Zoe. I know Zoe." At the mention of Zoe's name, a sudden change raced over the young king's face. The hard crystal barrier suddenly shattered, the hands clenching the edge of the desk, and a look of incredible worry and fear passed over the handsome face. The change took less than a second. Murtagh suddenly realized that few would ever see Pethod look like this. That all he had to do to break that seemingly impregnable barrier was mention Zoe. "You know my sister," demanded the young man, and suddenly he was just that. A young man worried sick for the sister he adored. And how did Murtagh tell this king, this brother, just what his sister was doing? How did he tell him that he loved her? He doubted that this warrior king, so strong and powerful, would take very kindly to some man from another world loving his little sister, or that he would be at all pleased to hear that Zoe was running about in enemy territory. "Yes," said Murtagh, as he struggled to keep his composure in the face of this demanding presence. "I have known your sister since I met her a few months ago. Since then, I have fought with her in 2 battles, and have travelled a great many miles with her. She is our dear friend. And she is well, breathed the young man as his gaze focused in on Murtagh. The worry that Murtagh had been trying to suppress rose up within him. I don't know, he said, and he couldn't stop the frustration that entered his voice. Duty sent us in different directions. Last I saw her, she was well enough. Pethard let out a shaky breath as he rubbed at his suddenly weary-looking face. Lucia and Eamund have all claimed to have seen or heard from her, but I have not. Instead, I get you, and you are clearly not telling me everything. Murtagh winced. It is all right, said Pethard, and suddenly that formidable control was back, as if the king was trying to ruthlessly suppress all and every feeling until he could be alone. Murtagh understood. He did much the same thing. Suddenly this king did not feel so distant and unreachable. The young man could relate to him in more ways than one. Any news is better than no news at all. Tell me, what madcap adventure was she setting out on when you last saw her? A mad one, said Murtagh honestly as his face darkened at the thought of Zoe playing the game that had destroyed Vivian. She is spying in an enemy fortress. Only Zoe, said Pethard in an exasperated voice. But then again, that is not as bad as I had feared. She has done worse. He rose then and walked over to the windows, his hands folded behind his back and his posture suddenly one of a warrior. How well do you know my sister? I think I know her, said Murtagh, feeling completely overwhelmed by the entire situation. Pethard seemed to be speaking for the sake of speaking. He seemed to merely want to talk about his sister, and Murtagh was a willing listener. My sister, she is always the strong one, the pillar that supports even when others would have buckled underneath the pressure. Pethard paused for a moment. She is stubborn. Far more stubborn than Eamund or Lucia or even I, and we are all stubborn but not like her. There is something in her, something in the center of who she is, and it is a fight that has never quite died no matter what storm has battered her, no matter what betrayal or failure she has endured. He turned and looked at Murtagh, and there was something in that gaze right then, a Farseeing quality that seemed to strip the young man of every defense he had ever erected around himself. Not even Oramis or Glida or Brahm had managed to look at him like this. Only Zoe, and now her brother, had looked at him like this, and he wondered this ability, this power that hung about both the sister he knew and the brother he had just met, suddenly. How did they do it? What was it about this family that gave them such power and command? I know, said Murtagh, for that seemed to be the only thing to say, although he would have liked to ask this king so many questions. He would have liked to have asked him about so many things, all the things that Zoe had hinted at and never explained. But Pethard spoke again. Murtagh, I cannot go with you to my sister, but you clearly care for her. I ask one thing of you. It was not a request, thought Murtagh. It was an order. And strangely, from this king, he did not resent it like he resented orders given by Orin or Naswada. Don't let my sister take it upon herself to save everyone, to set all the world right again, and she would act as the shield, the only thing before the storm. Pethard's gaze was completely focused, a kind of passionate energy emanating from his tense form. I will do my best, said Murtagh simply, and he was about to say more, to ask those questions. But he couldn't, for something was starting to tug at him, a feeling as if he was being pulled away and upwards from this elegant study, and this golden-haired king who stood so straight and tall. I've got to go, said Murtagh, as he stood from the chair reluctantly. Pethard smiled slightly, and a faint smirk flitted across his face. Thank you, Murtagh, for your news of my sister, and for listening. Then those eyes meeting his own and pierced right through him, demanding and powerful. They would haunt Murtagh for a good long while, as would the young king's next words. Remember what I have asked of you. Murtagh woke with a sudden jerk. He was back in his room in Due Weldenvarden. He was lying in his comfortable bed, and Thorn was gazing at him in open concern from the circular dip in the floor where comfortable blankets and pillows created a sort of nest for the dragon. Murtagh. Thorn, he replied. What happened? I dreamed, said Murtagh as he rose from the bed and walked over to the open teardrop doorway from which he could look out over the quiet city of Elismera. Dawn was just beginning to lighten the eastern horizon, the first few streaks of golden light cutting through the inky night. I dreamed the strangest dream of my whole life. Thorn crept up beside him, and Murtagh absently rubbed the dragon's warm side. Was it a bad dream? Inquired the dragon. No, said Murtagh, it was not. But it was strange. It was so strange and so vivid. The dream was not fading away like mist in the morning sunlight, as dreams usually did. This dream was sticking with him, every sensation and word, and feeling as sharp and clear as if he was still sitting in that study. And he would not be forgetting it any time soon. He could still feel those powerful blue eyes, recalled the gleaming gold circlet, and remembered the green countryside. And he knew in his very heart, though it was a terribly familiar icy knife, that Zoe belonged there. Breathing that air, meeting her king brother and seeing her home, her true home, had only confirmed the things he already knew about her. She belonged there like a key to a lock. That was where she belonged, and as much as he wished otherwise, he knew nothing could change that, and had known it for a long time. She fitted there in a way she would never fit here. And after his brief glimpse into her world, Murtagh knew it even more than he had before. "What is wrong?" "Nothing, Thorn," he said as he forced the pain, the regret, and the despair back into the dark crevices of his mind, where he had kept it locked away ever since he knew just what it was he felt for Zoe. He was in denial, and so, he thought sadly, was she. He supposed that one could live in denial for a time, keep those illusions in place, but eventually they would be faced with the truth. It's nothing. Desperate for some distraction from his clamoring, painful feelings, and that dream, Murtagh turned his head, and his eyes landed on the sword he had placed by his large, soft bed. An old habit he saw no reason to break. Walking over to it, picking it up, Murtagh returned to the edge of the wide teardrop opening of the treehouse. The light was growing stronger, and the first few glimmers of warm morning sunlight caught the gem and made it gleam slightly. It was his sword now. His fingers itched to cross blades with someone, to see what it felt like to wield the blade that whenever he thought of his dead father was always there, hanging at Morzen's side. But even the sword named Misery, or the memory of the man who was his father, was not enough to distract him from the dream. As he waited for the sun to rise enough to signal that it was time for him and Thorn to join their new teachers, Murtagh did not shift. The sword in one hand, and his mind drifting along paths that Thorn found confusing. He wondered if it would have been better if he had not caved in to Zoe's instance that he come with them the night he first met her. Brahm, Saphira, and Eragon after the Razak's attack outside of Dras Leona. He wondered if it wouldn't have been the best thing in the end if he had never gone to the Varden, never been spy captain, never found Vivian, never stood by a slow-moving river on a burning plain a few hours before a horrific battle and told Brahm that he loved Zoe. Perhaps it would have been best if he and Zoe had never crossed paths, if he had slammed that door before he had even taken a glance inside like he had done for so long in his life. Perhaps that would have been the easiest thing for both of them, but he hadn't. Somehow, somewhere, something had happened, and he hadn't done any of that. Thorn nosed his hand and hummed gently, "You wouldn't have met me. You wouldn't have found out that you could be more than what you thought you could be." "No," he whispered in reply and glanced up at the horizon. "No, I wouldn't have." A sudden starburst of brilliant morning sunlight exploded across the slowly lightening dome of the sky and was followed by another and another. The sun was beginning to peek over the horizon, the light warm against his face. "You are right, Thorn. You will be taking your sword," said Saphira, as Eragon readied himself for the clan meet that morning. They had spent the night in this peaceful study. Auric had dropped by briefly with news and a hammered-out plan, but otherwise the rider and dragon had been left alone in peace. A dwarf had just stopped by with a breakfast for Eragon, and a promise of something more filling for Saphira if the dragoness would step along to the giant dining hall. She planned to do exactly that once Eragon was off with his now doubled set of guards. "Yes," he said with a raised eyebrow, "of course I am taking my sword. I only inquire for, if everything does not go to plan, you may be required to kill a certain clan chief." She sounded a little too pleased about this possible turn of events, for she had developed an undying hatred for that clan chief. "Let us hope that it does not come to that," said Eragon. "For I cannot think a battle breaking out in the clan meet would cast a favorable light on whatever monarch is elected." "Still," said Saphira, as she blew out a ring of smoke, "it is always wise to be prepared." He laughed and embraced her before he turned and left for clan meet that would be joining soon. One glance in the reflective window told him that his appearance was tidy and orderly. He would not normally have cared what he looked like, but over time, he had come to care more about what people's first impression of him was, and especially in this situation, when so much rested on how one looked and acted. No, he had come to be quite fastidious about his clothing and weapons, although Sapphira found it amusing. The second he stepped outside of the room, his 8 guards descended upon him and formed a tight circle around him as Iragan moved forward. Perhaps, he reflected, when he first came to Trondheim he would have found being surrounded by armed guards incredibly unnerving, but in another testament to how much he had changed, it was just a mild annoyance. As he walked through the marble corridors, the rider reflected on the mental conversation that he had had with Auric the previous night. The dwarf had been cautiously excited, for it had led his dwarves to an abandoned storeroom where they had captured 3 dwarves alive. After breaking into 2 of the dwarves' minds, they had left the third for the other Grimsporith to interrogate at their pleasure, and took what information they needed from the others. It was these 3 who equipped the assassins for the attack, gave them the daggers and their black clothes, and fed and sheltered them last night. And after a little more digging, Auric had traced their orders back to Grimsporith Vermund of As Swelden Rak Anhuin. Iragan and Sapphira's suspicions had only been confirmed. As Auric then had said, if the matter was dealt with properly then, they might be able to not only expose the betrayal, but turn the other Grimsporith to Auric's side. For, as Auric had explained, such a betrayal had not occurred in many long years. And as outsiders, neither Iragan nor Spahira knew how abhorrent it was for a dwarf to attack a guest with the aim to kill. If war did come about because of the attack beneath the tunnels, then Auric would rather it was a war between the clans against As Swelden Rak Anhuin, and not one where the clans were divided. That night neither Iragan nor Spahira had found any rest or peace of mind. They had spoken of a great many things, and Iragan had alternated from sitting against Sapphira to perching on the desk, to writing scraps of poetry or personal reflections, to reading some of the elegantly bound books in an armchair, to standing in front of the windows. He did not need as much rest as he had before the blood oath celebration, and besides, he was too stirred up both from the fight and what it would mean to visit his waking dreams. The rider shook his head slightly and brought himself back to the present. His hand fell to the pommel of his brother's sword as he entered the round conference room buried beneath Trondheim. His guards melted back, only his translator staying a respectful step behind, and Iragan knew that they would join the 100 or so warriors that Auric had stationed to the left and 3 doors down without the other clan chiefs knowing. The rider desperately hoped it would not come to battle, but if it did then, there was little he could do about it. Iragan stood with his back to the wall and watched with keen eyes as the various clan chiefs file into the round conference room buried beneath Trondheim. He kept an especially close eye on Vermund, the Grimsporith of As Swelden Rak Anhuin, but if the purple-veiled dwarf was surprised to see Iragan alive and well, he did not show it. Iragan felt Auric's boot nudge his own. Casually, as if he was merely exchanging a polite good morning, Iragan leaned over toward Auric and heard him whisper, "Remember what I told you." His voice barely audible, Iragan said, "If blood is shed, should I seize the opportunity to kill that snake Vermund? Unless he's attempting the same with you or me, please do not." A low chuckle emanated from Auric. "It would hardly endear you to the other Grimsporith. Ah, I must go now. Pray to Sindri for luck, would you? We are about to venture into a lava field none have dared cross before." Iragan settled back into his designated seat. He had not prayed. Well, he hadn't done it for so long that he couldn't remember when the last time was, but now seemed as good as ever to throw some words up at the sky and hope, somewhere, a power heard his plea. His fingers gripped the cold stone of his chair, and beside him, his translator began to speak in a low monotone. The rider's intense eyes focused on the scene before him. Luck. He wasn't sure there was enough luck in the world to see him through this life of his Iragan and Sapphira's hope to be back in the sky. By the time the first stars appeared in the night sky was a bit too optimistic. However, they would be winging high on their way to do Weldenvarden by the following evening if the dwarves were able to organize Auric's coronation at such short notice, and the star jewel could be repaired by Sapphira. For now, however, both Iragan and Sapphira were back in the quiet study where they had spent the previous night. While Saphira had heard through Aragon most have what had occurred during the clan meet. The two went over the happenings of the day once more, for the dragoness was curious to hear more of the dramatic performance that had turned the normally tedious affair into something nerve-wracking and unheard of in the history of all clan meets. And then, said the writer, Vermund said that any clan that raised a weapon in attack against Az Swelden Rak Anhuin, then they would consider it an act of war, and we respond to it with war. What did the clans do? Had Fala asked him what he could have hoped to have gained by trying to kill me. Besides destroying any chance of unseating Galbatorix, she spoke of how you would fill Farthen Dur with a sea of blood. I would do more than that, said the dragon with a faint curl of her lips. But continue. Oryx spoke then, said Eragon, as he walked over to one of the tall windows and regarded a city buzzing with pre-coronation activity. Every dwarf seemed to be doing something, and banners had been hung, garlands strung, lights glimmered up and down the streets, and there was music and laughter. Well, amended the writer, he laughed and said that, if Vermund would consider any move an act of war, then they would not move against him at all. They banished both him and his clan, until as Swelden Rak Anhuin replaced him to replace Vermund with a Grimsporith of a more moderate temperament, and until they acknowledge their villainy and repent of it to the clanmeet. They will wait as long as it takes. A clever solution. Perhaps, but I pity him. To be banished by the dwarves when Vermund protested, no matter how vile his oaths, they ignored him. It was as if he did not exist, as if he had become no more than a bit of air. Until the clan repents for their actions, then the no dwarf will recognize that they are there. Vermund, however, will always remain a betrayer and an outcast. As I said, a clever solution to a very difficult problem, said Saphira. But you do not like it. Why, I would rather be killed than suffer such a fate, said the rider flatly as he watched a dwarf string a row of colorful lanterns in a street below the study. But in the end, Auric was chosen. Yes, said the rider. It was a near thing, however. First they broke with tradition by electing a leader so soon. Usually the vote is held 3 days after all clan members agree it should be held. But no one saw the need to wait any longer. Auric won narrowly. Very narrowly, said Eragon. But he won. Hadfala, chief of Dugrimst Ebardak, was the first to vote for him. That was a relief, for she had been backing Ganel of Dugrimst Quan before the attack. It was clever of Auric to call the vote so soon after the exile of Vermund. It had unsettled them all, and they did not have time to enter into any more secret alliances with each other. Who voted for who? Eragon counted on his fingers as he went. Galdhim of Dugrimst Feldenast was next, and he voted for Nardo. Then Mandrath of Dugrimst Ledwanu voted for Auric. But then it was Ganel's turn. He wields great power, said Saphira, as both chief of the religious clan and as high priest. Yes, agreed Eragon as he recalled Ganel. The tension was so thick upon the air you could have cut it with a knife. When he voted for Nardo, well, I thought all was lost, and then to have Undin of Dugrimst Ragni Hefthen also vote for Nardo. The rider shook his head, as he remembered just how tense and worried he had been. Any attempt at calming his outward appearance had been a miserable failure, and his only consolation was that every other dwarf in the room appeared just as tense and worried as he felt. Every fibre of his being had been trembling. Then Thordris of Dugrimst Nagra voted for Auric. Nardo voted for himself, of course, and spoke of how he would devote both gold and warriors to the protection of the dwarves and not to the protection of elves and humans, or us. Who next? You are currently on the losing side of this contest. Frioin of Dugrimst Jedthrall voted for Nardo, a betrayal that hurt Auric deeply, for he had promised to vote for us. But Ganel's choice held more power over him than Auric had originally thought it would. Auric then stood and voted for himself. He spoke of the threat of Galbatorix, the reality that the dwarves face. 5-4, said Saphira with an amused chuckle. I am glad to know we won, otherwise I would be telling you now that we were going to lose. Havard of Dugrimst Fangher voted for Auric next, and that left Hraedammer and Iorun. Hraedammer is the Grimsporith of the Urzhed, and of course Iorun of Dugrimst Vrenchen, the war wolves. That was in I was most worried, Saphira. I feared that Iorun would vote for herself, and Hraedammer would support her. Then she turned and looked at me and back at Hraedammer, and Hraedammer voted. Eragon let out a whoosh of air as he recalled his utter relief at the dwarf chief's words. He voted for Auric, and then Iorun made full use of her status as the deciding vote. She spoke of how unbecoming and disgraceful it was for a race as powerful as the dwarves to be content with skulking around in tunnels, while other races decide the fate of the land. "A warrior," said Saphira, with an approving puff of smoke. "I am glad she at least sees the need for passion and fire in this time." "Her vote," said Iragan with a grimace, "could not have been more important, and I think her words were galvanizing enough that they should stick in the heads of Nardo and those who supported him. She shall hold a place in Oryx's council. And then you know exactly what happened," he said with a laugh. "Those monstrous drums made Farthen ring, and the mages were off to their scrying mirrors. And then all the clan chiefs swore fealty to Oryx, and Nardo, although he must have been furious, did so without incident." "The drums of Derva are most impressive," said Saphira. "Like all structures built by dwarves," replied the rider, "they are massive and made to be as impressive as possible." As something of an afterthought, Iragan mentioned, "I need to alert Naswada." The rider ran a hand through his hair and straightened his sword belt. There was an ornate mirror in one corner of the study, and it was there that he headed. While not tired, Iragan did feel the strain of the day, and had duty not demanded it of him, he would have left the business of alerting Naswada to the following morning. He did not look forward to explaining just how Oryx had come to be elected so quickly. It had been a long, turbulent day, and had things worked out slightly different the previous day, or one single dwarf chief chosen differently, well, it might not have ended so well. Outside the study was a nation preparing for their new king, but in that secluded and forgotten room, all the hustle and bustle passed the two by for once. And for they knew it would not always be so, the two enjoyed the brief reprieve from their normal duties. So long placed at the center of the storm, and so long the focus of so many eyes, ears, hearts, and opinions, both Iragan and Saphira enjoyed the peace and quiet that came so rarely these days. Naswada was pacing the interior of her tent. Her blue silk dress swished around her as she moved. The intricate embroidery around the sleeves and the hem is done in gold, and it neatly conceals the bandages that still encircled her wounded forearms. A quick glance in the large mirror placed in a corner showed a young woman, elegantly attired and looking ready for what may come her way. Her dark hair is piled nearly atop her head, and the fine golden chair from which hangs a pendant her father gave her when she turned 16 flashes in the light that filtered through the walls of the red tent. But such outward appearances were just that, outward, and on the inside she did not feel nearly so polished and prepared. Her thoughts were restless and troubled. Things seemed to sliding out of her control. Iragan and Saphira were in Farthen, Murtagh and Thorn in Du Weldenvarden, while Arya and her elven companions were occupied trying to maintain the illusion of the sapphire, dragon, and rider. That illusion could not continue for much longer, she thought darkly. And there was Brahm. He did his best, but he was not afraid to challenge her, to contradict her, and while she appreciated everything he did for her and the Varden, there were times when she would have liked nothing better than for him to agree with her. Then, adding to her fears and feelings of inadequacy that she tried so hard to stamp down, was the matter of Othmund, a man who had crept into the Urgles' camp the previous night and killed 3 of them while they were asleep around their fire. The Urgles had failed to catch him at the time, but that had just meant that she had been the one to deal with him that morning. Gallows, blood upon the ground, and the memory of Othmund's hatred. It haunted her, for it had all happened just 3 hours previously. He had been hung for her crimes, but it had done nothing to ingratiate herself with the Varden. Her control over them, it seemed, was as fragile as fine bone china. A slip of her hand, and it would go flying out of her hand. But grip too hard, and it would shatter. And worse were her feelings towards the Urgles. She could not help but remember the carnage of the Battle of Farthen or the still, bloody face of her dead father. Naswada could not deny that she would never quite be able to let go of all of that past history, but her decision had been made. She had made it on the eve of a battle they had only just won. There was no chance of going back now. Breaking her word now would be, she is bound to the Varden. Naswada knows that only death can sever her connection to it. Everything about her was intertwined with it, inseparable, unbreakable. She shook her head and turned on her heel, cradling her still healing forearms with cupped hands. But her swirling thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a most unexpected and almost, for the news it would impart was so important, dreaded voice. "Lady Naswada." She whipped around to gaze at the mirror, which no longer reflected the inside of her command tent. Instead, it showed the face of Rider Aragon, who was gazing at her with intense, shuttered brown eyes. Behind him, she saw the interior of a study, and Saphira had curled herself so that she was also gazing at the mirror with one enormous sapphire blue eye. "Aragon?" she asked in surprise. Her hands automatically clenched each other, for she knew why he would be contacting her, and the news he carried was so vitally important to the success of this entire campaign. The rider inclined his head. "Naswada, I hope you are well." The leader of Varden wanted to sigh as those discerning eyes swept across her, and she knew that Aragon would see the lines of tension around her eyes and mouth. Once, when she first met him, she would have called him oblivious, but now she wished he was not so perceptive. She did not want him seeing beneath her mask right then. Her impatience and worry getting the best of her, Naswada asked, "I am well enough, Aragon. But tell me, what news do you have?" Surely a leader of the dwarves has not been chosen so soon. She knew dwarves. Oh gods, she knew dwarves, and she knew their politics all too well. Naswada had fully expected the choosing of a new dwarf king to take weeks and weeks of pointless debate. To have Aragon contact her so soon, well, she was not sure if he would tell her good news or inform her that she might not have him or Saphira back with the Varden for a good long while. Aragon smiled. "A new king has been chosen, Lady Naswada." "Who?" She breathed as she unconsciously took a step closer. Her heart was beating very fast. "Auric," said Aragon, and it was clear from the way he said it that he was just as relieved, maybe even more so, for he had been there, and heard the arguments leveled against Auric than she. Naswada could not herself. She rose on the tips of her toes and spun, lifting her arms above her head, and as she did, she laughed. The action, while so out of ordinary for her, seemed just so appropriate. For once. Something important had fallen into place without her having to fight. Suddenly, the dark clouds that had hung over her head lifted and a bright ray of sunshine fell upon her. Yes, for once. For a glorious moment she reveled in this feeling, this chance to smile and laugh because something had worked. As her arms fell back to her sides, Naswada could not stop the wide smile that made her face light up and her eyes brighten. Aragon was smiling back at her, and she knew that he must be just as relieved as she was. "How?" she inquired. "It involved me nearly getting killed," said the rider, as if that was just the most normal thing in the world to say. "What?" demanded Naswada in horrified shock, as her wide smile vanished in an instant as the meaning of the rider's words hit her with the force of a battering ram. There went her joyful balloon of happiness as she considered just what the rider had said, and just what might have happened if Aragon had actually been killed. The faint smirk that flitted across his face made her temper suddenly flare. This was no laughing matter. "Exactly," said Aragon. "I was just as surprised as you. But it appears we all underestimated the hatred of Dugrimst as Swelden Rak Anhuin for all things rider and dragon. But their attempt to assassinate me and slaughter my guards turned out to be crucial for getting Auric the vote." "They tried to assassinate you," she demanded. "How is that a good thing?" "Peace," said Aragon with a placating raise of his hind. "Let me explain." When the rider finished, Naswada let out a long whoosh of air. "How exciting," she said dryly as she gathered her strained nerves together, "but I suppose that all's well that ends well." Aragon shrugged. "I hope you will inform Arya." "Of course," said Naswada with a brisk nod. "But Aragon, Saphira, when will you be coming back? We cannot continue to maintain the illusion, and once we stop it, we shall have only a brief period of grace before the Empire realizes I have not sent you and Aragon on a brief scouting trip. Galbatorix may or may not decide to strike while you are away, but every hour you are absent will increase the possibility. Also, I would much prefer to have the two of you with us when we attack Fainster." She paused for a moment and spread her hands out before her. "We could take the city without you, but it will cost us many more lives. In short, the fate of the entire Varden depends upon your swift return." "We understand," said Aragon, and she could see from the grim set to his face that he was quite aware. "As soon as we are finished in Farthendur, we shall speed to do Weldon Varden and be back to the Varden as quickly as we can." "Fly swift and true," said Naswada, despite the knot of worry that was growing within her. How she wanted them to come back now, to leave Farthendur and turn their course to the Varden, but she would not demand that of them. If Aragon and Saphira believed that going to Elismera was the most important thing, then she would not argue with them. They knew the stakes and the risks of the game they played. She was quite ready to admit that in some things they were wiser than her, and certainly knew a few of the secrets Islanzardi concealed behind her magical borders that Naswada had not yet earned the right to know. "We shall," said Aragon. "Give my regards to Brahm and to Arya." Naswada decided not to comment on the pause or the way the rider lingered over the name of the elven ambassador. She had her own secrets, and so did the rider. The conversation was over, and the second the mirror turned reflective once more, Naswada had a page run to find Arya and Brahm. Her orders delivered with a snap of her long fingers. Her gown swished around her as she came to a stop before the large map of Alagaesia, upon which brightly colored markers marked their plan of attack against the king. She saw all of it laid out so neatly and wanted to laugh at how far from neat this entire mess was. This map did not capture any of what was about to occur or had occurred. There were no bloodstains upon this creamy paper, no sense of the horror that this campaign would unleash, or any sign of the resources lavished upon this campaign. One finger traced the path that the Varden would take to Feinster. The road seemed so short, a few inches of movement with her finger, and from there, but Auric was king. That was a great burden from her shoulders, and the darkness that had engulfed her that day seemed to breaking up a little. Tiny darts of light appearing like stars, and while she still felt alone, she was reminded that there were others around her. She might not be able to see them, to reach out for them, but they were there even though they often seemed to leave her alone to fumble forward. She seemed to always be the one that went first, the trail breaker who did not know where she was stepping, but only that it might be solid, or it might be nothing more than thin air through which she would plummet. The tunnel twisted and turned, the tiny lights of hope and success providing the only illumination for her, and sometimes they vanish completely and leave her alone in the endless, suffocating blackness. In those moments, she feels the most alone and the most afraid. She did not even know how far she has gone or come, but only the direction she is moving in, and not even if she will reach the end of this tunnel. As she stared at the map, her eyes not really seeing what lay before her, Naswada wondered what it would feel like when she came to the end of this tunnel, for she must come to the end sooner or later. She has long clung to the words spoken by her first governess. All things have a beginning and an end. She could only hope that she would come to the end. She imagines how, with one hand, she would reach forward and pull the heavy curtain of darkness away, and it would fall away so easily at her touch. There would be light on the other side. The light on the other side would be blinding and warm, and there would be love and hope. Maybe, whispered the deepest and darkest part of her heart, her father would be proud of her and everything she had done, fought for and stood for. He would pick her up in his strong arms and spin her around like he had when she was a little girl. In that light she would stand, and this endless night would be over. "So you're Aragon Shadeslayer's cousin." Roran picked up a loose clod of black dirt and crumbled it between his fingers as he regarded the face of the soldier who had spoken to him. He supposed the dirt was too good to chuck it at the face of this annoying man who had asked him a question that Roran had grown quite sick of hearing. So instead of chucking it straight at those curious eyes, Roran dropped it and looked away. He would not do the dirt the disservice. "Yes," was his brisk reply, and he pulled his horse, Cadoc, forward so he did not have to continue walking beside the man. The bay horse, finer than any horse Roran had ever owned or ridden in his life, had been a wedding gift from Aragon, who had no need for the spirited horse now. Cadoc had taken some getting used to. The horse was battle fit, and had not appreciated Roran's uneducated seat and hands. In fact, his first ride upon him had made Roran long for the gentle plough horses of his youth. However, the young man hoped that he and the horse had come to a kind of understanding. As he walked forward, Roran could not help but remember what Zoe had said of his place in the Varden. She had explained it to him, broken it down in a way that made sense. He half wished he could ask her why Naswada was so reluctant to move him forward in rank and increase his responsibilities after all he had done, but Zoe was nowhere to be found. He had asked Katrina if she had seen Zoe, but Katrina had shook her head and said that she had not seen the ever-calm, ever-controlled young woman who was usually racing about performing innumerable tasks for Naswada. Wherever Zoe had gone, she was not anywhere where Roran could ask her to explain the politics of power that he had been swept up in. Neither was Iragan, and Brahm had only had a few words for him before Roran left on this latest patrol. He wished he had had more time with Katrina, but as seemed to be the case these days, they could only catch brief moments together. Thinking of her made him wish desperately that he was currently standing with her in Palancar Valley, and no one knew that his cousin was a rider. He could almost see them standing in a field of barely outside his childhood home, neat rows of golden stalks shifting in the breeze, with the Anora River to the west, and the snow-capped mountains rising high around them, far away from Empire soldiers and commanders that he did not agree with. The young man shook his head slightly and kept walking. He would not be caught dawdling on patrol, for his new captain had already disciplined him 3 times, and Roran had his pride to think about. Captain Edric did not tolerate even the slightest deviation from the norm, and Roran had the feeling Naswada had placed him under Edric because she wanted to see if he could swallow his pride. Roran was determined to do just that, but he was unsure just how successful he would be. Roran did not realize that, in his move forward to escape the annoying presence of the soldier, that he had found himself walking beside their accompanying magician, Khan, and the spy that had recently returned from his mission, and had given them both the current location of Galbatorix's force and the exact numbers. Since Naswada and King Orin had withdrawn the bulk of their forces from Serda, Galbatorix had apparently decided to take advantage of their absence and wreak havoc throughout the defenseless country, sacking towns and villages and burning the crops needed to sustain the invasion of the empire. To deal with the problem, Naswada had sent Edric's company to repel the soldiers. Khan, despite being a spell caster, and therefore someone highly regarded by all, had become something of a friend to Roran. Both the spy and magician had a weary cast to their faces, though the spy's weariness was no doubt from the strain of his time spent pretending to be a loyal Empire soldier, and then engineering his escape back to the Varden with information when his situation, Roran guessed, had become untenable. The spy, who Roran had not yet heard anyone call by a name, cast him a searching look. "You are." For once, someone did not know him. Roran could not stop the smile that briefly crossed his face, and Khan, quite aware of Roran's frustration with being cousin to Aragan, and also hailed as something of a hero for his deeds in Carvahall, openly laughed, although he quickly stifled it with his sleeve. "I am Roran," replied the young man. "And you?" The man shrugged and glanced away, his face tightening. "Long story." Khan glanced up at the noonday sun, the skin pulling tight around his drooping eyes as he squinted. "We should overtake them before our shadows are longer than we are tall, and then we'll discover whether there are enough of us to drive them away," muttered Roran, "or whether they will just massacre us. For once I'd like to outnumber our enemies." The spy raised an eyebrow at his words, while a grim smile appeared on Khan's face as he said, "It is always thus with the Varden. We never outnumber our enemies." "We should mount up," said the spy as he checked his mount's girth. He glanced ahead with an unreadable look in his eyes. "We are getting close." His words were echoed a minute later by Edric, who shouted out, "Form up!" Roran suppressed his dislike for the captain as he mounted Kadok and lightly touched his heels to the gelding's sides. The sudden leap forward as the horse surged beneath him was something that the young man was not sure he would ever get used to. 6 hours later, Roran sat on his mount, hidden within a cluster of beech trees that grew along the edge of a small, flat stream clotted with rushes and strands of floating algae. Through the net of branches that hung before him, Roran gazed upon a crumbling, grey-sided village of no more than 20 houses. Roran had watched with ever-increasing fury as the villagers had spotted the soldiers advancing from the west, and then had gathered up a few bundles of possessions and fled south, toward the heart of Serda. If it had been up to him, Roran would have revealed their presence to the villagers. He well remembered the pain and desperation and sense of hopelessness that abandoning Carvahall had caused him, and he would have spared them that if he could. And if he could have, Roran would have asked the men of the village to fight with them. Another 10 or 20 sets of arms might mean the difference between victory or defeat, and Roran knew better than most the fervor with which people would fight to defend their homes. But his idea had been firmly rejected by Edric. "We're lucky they're on foot," murmured Khan. indicating the red column of soldiers marching toward the village. We would not have been able to get here first otherwise. Roran glanced back at the men gathered behind them. Edric had given him temporary command over 81 warriors. They consisted of swordsmen, spearmen, and half-dozen archers. And the spy who sat his horse with an ease Roran envied and regarded the approaching empire with that cool, remote expression. One of Edric's familiars, Sand, led another 81 of the company, while Edric headed the rest himself. All three groups were pressed against one another among the beech trees, which Roran thought was a mistake. The time it took to organize themselves once they broke from cover would be extra time the soldiers would have to marshal their defenses. Leaning over toward Khan, Roran said, "Are they the laughing dead?" Khan sighed. "I wish I could tell. Your cousin might be able to, but I am a poor magician, and I dare not test the soldiers. If there are any magicians disguised among the soldiers, they would know of my spying, and there is every chance I would not be able to break their minds before they alerted their companions we are here." The spy moved his horse a little closer. "There are no laughing dead, as you put it, Roran. At least there were none when I left, and I was not aware of any plans to create more." As they waited for the Empire to draw closer, Roran recalled an incident that had occurred earlier that day, when Roran and his men had first separated from Edric and Sand. They had nearly reached the birch trees when they encountered a group of 10 or so Empire soldiers that Roran's men quickly dispatched. They were clearly a little squadron of men sent out to gather what information they could, and then return to the main body of the forces. As Roran glanced around at the still faces, the blood that stained the rustling grasses, he had felt the familiar and rising tide of guilt and revulsion that fighting always raised within him. But just as he prepared to give out his orders and move his men onwards, his eyes fell on the silent spy. "What's the matter?" he inquired as he nudged Kadok over the man who sat on his horse, as if turned to stone. The spy looked like he wanted to be sick, the first emotion besides cool detachment that Roran had seen on his face. "These," he said very slowly, and then stopped, looking even paler and more worn than ever, a kind of despair shining in his eyes. "These soldiers were the patrol I was assigned to. I didn't know that they had been sent out so far." His voice had trailed off, and an expression of terrible pain and anger had crossed his face briefly. Roran had stared at him in horror. He thought it was hard to kill, thought that this entire business sickened him. But staring at the spy, he suddenly realized that the guilt he, Roran, felt was nothing compared to what this man must be feeling. Suddenly, as he glanced around once more at the limp bodies, Roran of Carvajal realized he had not yet seen the true depths of war. He had not lied and betrayed his comrades to the enemy side, had never gone to battle against men he had shared a meal with every night. He had not pretended to be one thing to people who trusted him, when really he was quite the opposite. Roran did not know these faces, did not know their stories. This spy, however, had. "I," began Roran, but the spy had shaken his head and sheathed his bloodied sword. "No time to waste," he said, and turned his horse away without so much as a backward glance. So they had continued, but the event had remained etched in Roran's mind. He wished he could have thought of something to say to the spy, but nothing had come to mind. In that situation, he had been terribly out of his depth. Khan spoke from his side, jolting Roran out of his thoughts. "This battle had better be won." "You know we cannot win it," said Roran in a low monotone as the soldiers neared the village. "We are outnumbered and in the worst possible position. What would you do about it?" "Not this," said Roran, but he was interrupted by the spy who had come up beside the two men on silent feet. "They have crossbows," said the man, as if he was speaking about the weather. "I told Edric, yelled it at him, but he refused to listen and has not adjusted his battle plan accordingly. I do not think he believes that Galbatorix would outfit a small raiding force such as this one with crossbows, and Edric believes my information is faulty. He believes spies are useless." Man's eyes flashed with anger for a brief moment, and then it was gone. "Crossbows?" inquired Roran with rising horror as he glanced back at his silent, tense men. Khan was staring at the spy, utterly frozen in his saddle. Edric's plan had been to enter the village, not head-on, but rather veer to the left and ride around the buildings, so as to flank the soldiers and attack them from another direction. Sand would do the same to the right, while Edric and his warriors would drive straight into the village. His orders were clear. He and his men were to charge the western flank and cut their way through Galbatorix's troops until they rejoined Sand and Edric. However, Edric had not told Roran what he should do if riding straight up to the soldiers no longer seemed a good idea once he and his men were in position. And Roran knew that if he deviated from his orders, even if it was to prevent his men from being massacred, he would be guilty of insubordination, and Edric could punish him accordingly. Sweat sprang up on Roran's brow as he considered the new dilemma before him. In a low, slow monotone, he began to swear, cursing the soldiers, cursing Galbatorix, and cursing whatever whim of fate had resulted in the situation as it was. He was interrupted by a gentle tap on his shoulder. The spy was looking at him intently, as if wanting him to see some plan, some way out of this horrible mess. But he would not just give him the answers. He wanted Roran to find them on his own. "What would you do, Roran Stronghammer?" As Roran stared at the spy, he suddenly realized that the man knew both exactly who he was and what he had done. This man knew that Roran would do anything to save his men, that he had led men before and not been frightened of any potential consequences. He knew exactly what Roran would do for those he felt responsible for, and that Roran was hardly impressed with his current commander's ability on the field. This man was an actor, but supposed Roran, he had to be to survive as he did. Roran glanced back at the men behind him. In that instant, Roran decided that he would do whatever was necessary in order to ensure the Varden won the battle. He was not about to let the soldiers destroy his force with a single volley of arrows, just because he wished to avoid the unpleasant consequences of defying his captain. "I would give them different orders," he said honestly as he met that intense stare. "Orders that wouldn't get them slaughtered. If you do that," said Khan warningly, "you could be executed for disobeying orders. I can't just do nothing and watch them all get slaughtered." Roran's voice was too low to be overheard, but just as heated as if he had shouted. "But I can do something," said the spy from beside Roran, in that slow way as if he was trying to make them understand something all so simple that it was strange they had never understood it before. "My commander is not Edric, and I exist as a separate force outside of the Varden. Spies work independently of the main army and do not answer to the same laws as you do." The spy's voice trailed off suggestively as he met Roran's eyes. "But," began Roran as a thousand protests quickly came to mind, and his pride firmly rejected hiding behind another. Khan gestured at the unfolding scene and then back at Roran with clear urgency. The soldiers were nearly upon the village and would soon begin to search it for any lingering villagers. "Hurry up then, good sir." Roran gritted his teeth. He would rather be the one to lead these men, would rather be the one to face the consequences of this plan, but the spy was right. What was his plan? What plan could he conjure up in the limited time he had left? Roran's eyes alighted upon the bow and quiver strapped behind one of the men's saddles. Roran smiled. Only a few of the warriors fought as archers, but they all carried a bow and arrows so they could hunt for food and help feed the company when they were alone in the wilderness, without support from the rest of the Varden. The men could climb up onto the low but steep roofs of the houses and shoot down upon the men that carried the crossbows. Not only would they be out of sight, but they would be safe from the bolts. Then, once the men began shooting, another company of warriors could use the distraction to their advantage and give the red tunics a taste of cold steel, but only if they used the narrow streets to their advantage. They could direct the flow of troops, block and trap them using abandoned wagons and the safety of the building's walls. He told his idea to the spy and to Khan, who nodded approvingly. "But how," Roran said, "will we manage it?" "Edric left me in charge of these men. If I do not keep control over them and allow another to command them." The spy gazed straight at him. "Leave that to me. You lead the men as Edric planned, and before the real danger is upon us, I shall do what needs to be done." "Leave what to you?" said Roran as he narrowed his eyes at the man. He did not know if he could trust this spy or if he even wanted to. It was his plan. He should be the one to suffer the consequences of it. And what if the spy was wrong? What if there were no crossbows and Edric's plan was the right one? The spy just shrugged. "Trust me. Trust me when I say that I shall ensure that your plan, a much wiser one than Edric's, is carried out and that this battle is won." The man glanced at Khan, and for a long moment the two just stared at each other and Roran wondered if they were sharing words like Aragon and Saphira did. But the two men broke the stare a second or two later, and Khan spoke. "Then it is settled." "You swear due to this?" demanded Roran of the spy. "You swear you will not turn against me or my men? Can I trust you?" The man regarded him for a moment. "I swear it." There was no hesitation in his voice, not a single note of hesitancy, and Roran, despite himself, found that he did actually trust his word. He knew Aragon or Zoe or Murtagh would have demanded an oath in the ancient language, but Roran did not know more than 2 words in that tongue, and he was no spell weaver. He relied on his instincts, and they told him that this was what he needed to do. The 3 men turned back and watched the soldiers enter the village, and then, once they had ensured there was no one left, they congregated in the center of the town where their captain stood, clearing examining the surrounding countryside for any hint of danger. The soldiers turned their backs to the Varden. Edric's plan had been to wait for them to do just that. In anticipation of the order to Crage, Roran rose up several inches in the saddle, his entire body tense and ready for action. "Crage," said Edric so calmly that Roran almost didn't catch the word. But he did, and with one last glance at the spy who nodded his head, Roran shouted, "Charge! Charge!" shouted Sand on the other side of Edric, and galloped out of the copse of beech trees along with his men. Caddock, at the touch of Roran's heels, leapt forward. Long wait for this one, but here it is. And next chapter, we should be back in Du Weldenvarden, and I don't think the wait will be nearly as long as this wait was. I've been trying to edit things down and shorten everything up so that it wasn't all Aragon listening to dwarves, or Aragon waiting for 3 days for a coronation. But it took me a while to figure out a neat, tidy way of doing it. So I hope people don't mind my alterations to the timeline, but I'm getting impatient to be back with Zoe and Feinster. But I promise, Aragon will be in Du Weldenvarden by the following chapter, and within 2 he should have a new sword, and we should also be back with Zoe. On another note, Roran's scene is a mix of original and book verse. I don't want to give you book scenes you have already read which led me to the creation of the unnamed spy, and his influence on the events that, in the original story, had led to Roran's punishment for disobedience. Review replies, Pupalove 10,121, so glad you like it. Hope you also enjoy this chapter. Nafsika, new chapter for you, Skoiler. Glad you liked it. Haha, well, we can't have too much Z and M, can we? Glad you liked my attempt at the fight scene. Always have a hard time with those. Hope your own story is going well, and I hope you enjoy this new chapter. Karma 1385. Thank you. Look for some bits and pieces that need some serious help coming your way. Elemental Dragon Slayer. Haha, was there ever any doubt that Aragon would not? Imagine what Saphira would have done if he hadn't. Glad you didn't mind the last chapter, and thank you for reviewing. You've really stuck with this story, through the bad spots and the good. And I love getting your comments, Nyat Boyand. Dwarves. Not the most exciting thing to write, and I hope I saved you some boring reading by making Aragon recount the entire scene to you rather than have him sit through it. I always wondered why too, and so I thought, why not give it a try? Seems like the logical thing to do when you're fighting. Thank you for the review. Booklover 19. I am thinking I will start a new fic once I get to the end of Feinster. This one is just getting far too long, and I know I would be a bit daunted. Hope you enjoy this chapter, and thank you so much for reviewing KX Guldat. Haha, well, your wait is over. Thank you for the review. I hope you enjoyed the Roran segment, and I shall do my utmost best to get him back in the story because you are right. He has a part to play and can't be forgotten. So glad you enjoy this story, and I hope you also enjoy this chapter. Awesome 7. I am so glad you liked the last chapter. Hopefully, I can be a better updater so you don't have to keep rereading everything. Thank you again, and hope you like this chapter. 78, Chapter 79. The night air was cool against Aragon's face as he and Saphira winged their way towards Du Weldenvarden. They had just left Farthendur and were still flying, with the utmost care, through the giant peaks and valleys of the Bears. The pair didn't worry too much about hitting the side of a mountain, because Aragon's wards would alert them should they get too close. But as had become the norm, erring on the side of caution had become a priority. Well, that is over, said the rider as he leaned against the warm scales of Saphira's neck, and a new dwarf king safely crowed and sat upon his throne with the approval of, well, most. Aragon smiled at that. He was quite aware that, despite the many cheering thousands of dwarves and the wide smiles that had brightened so many faces, there were still some sore losers whose smiles and clapping had been quite clearly forced. But for now, it appeared they would hold their peace and allow Auric to do what needed to be done. "At least," said the rider, "you were able to repair the star sapphire." Sapphira chuckled at his words and tilted her wings slightly to the side to find a new updraft of air. Sapphira had fulfilled the promise she had made to Hrothgar right before they left Farthendur for the elves all those weeks before. Iragan had, if truth was to be told, not been at all sure she could manage the feat, but he had, like he had many times before, underestimated the power a dragon did command. The star jewel that had been shattered when Sapphira and Arya came to Iragan and Zoe's rescue when Durza had tried to break into the city mountain, had been painstakingly put back together in anticipation of Sapphira's promise to mend it. But before Sapphira had repaired the jewel until one could not have told that, at one point, it was a shattered ruin, Auric had been crowned. While the giant drums of Derva had beat out a solid rhythm, Auric's wife, Hevdra, had stood at the forefront of the congregation, by the waiting throne that had been carried from its customary resting place underneath Trondheim, and placed upon a raised dais next to the star sapphire, facing the eastern branch of the four main hallways that divided Trondheim. Auric, walking step by deliberate step, had walked from the eastern gate to the center of Trondheim, with thousands of dwarf warriors clad in burnished mail on either side of the to-be king's path. The actual ceremony had been refreshingly brief, and according to Auric, far simpler than it usually was. However, the memory of what the rider had seen would linger with him for the rest of his life. Ganel, stepping forward until he stood before Auric, had begun to chant in the ancient language, although Iragan did not understand if it was a spell that was being wove or merely a request imbued with magical power. The words were directed to Gunterra, the dwarves' most powerful god, and as Ganel finished with a request to the god that he bestow his blessing upon Auric, Thrift's son, Iragan had wondered what exactly was about to happen. What did happen, the last thing Iragan had thought would happen, was so unexpected and so strange that the rider did not see what was happening. But Sapphira had. She had nudged him, and then, to his utter amazement, Iragan saw a disturbance among the tumbling flower petals that were being thrown over the gathering. The void outlined by the petals had assumed the shape of a person, although they did not have the body of either a dwarf or man or even an Urgle. The guard, if guard he was, wore nothing but a knotted loincloth. His face was dark and heavy, and seemed to contain equal amounts of cruelty and kindness, as if he might veer between the extremes of both without warning. As he had noticed those details, Iragan had also become aware of the presence of a strange, far-reaching consciousness within the chamber, a consciousness of unreadable thoughts and unfathomable depths, a consciousness that flashed and growled and billowed in unexpected directions, like a summer thunderstorm. Iragan had quickly sequestered his mind from the touch of the other. He did not know what he had felt, but fear had gripped him, and he had looked at Sapphira for comfort. She had stared at the figure, her blue cat eyes sparkling with unusual intensity. With a single motion, the dwarves sank to their knees. The guard had spoken then, and his voice had sounded like the grinding of boulders and the sweep of the wind over barren mountain peaks and the slap of waves against a stony shore. And Auric had answered, and clearly the answer had been what the guard had wanted, for, without warning, the guard had touched Auric's brow. Upon the dwarf's head the gem-encrusted helm of gold that Hrothgar had once worn appeared, and then, with no warning at all, the figure was gone. The rose petals had resumed their fall uninterrupted. The trumpets had blared. Auric had risen and taken his rightful place on the throne, but Iragan had remained very still and very silent beside Sapphira. He did not know if what he saw was a guard or merely an illusion of one. It could have been the ghost of a memory, a pale remnant of what once was that haunted the land, longing for the return of its power. It could have been many things, and so he had stayed silent, only speaking with Sapphira. He had remained quiet even as the dwarves around him had shouted, "Now, Grimstonsborith Auric," and had only managed a single, "All hail King Auric," because it seemed the right thing to do. Sapphira had roared her tribute to the new king and released a jet of flame over the heads of the dwarves, incinerating a swath of falling rose petals. Then Ganel had knelt before Auric and spoke some more in Dwarvish. When he finished, Auric touched him upon the crown of his head, and then Ganel returned to his place at the edge of the chamber. Nardo approached the throne then and said many of the same things, and after him, so did Mandrath and Hadfala and all the other clan chiefs, with the sole exception of Grimsborith Vermund, who had been banned from the coronation. Many more, including the guild leaders and other high-ranking dwarven officials, had then taken their turn to swear oaths to the new king. Iragan and Saphira, acting as Naswada's emissary, had both formally congratulated Auric and promised the Vardens friendship. The words came to him easily, formulaic, and spoken in a clear voice that all could easily hear. Rider and dragon, thankfully, did not have to linger for the endless procession of dwarves, and then even longer gift-giving that took place during a massive celebratory feast. For, as had been arranged early that morning, Iragan and Saphira began the giving of gifts. Auric had agreed that they should leave as soon as possible, and the best time to slip away was during the congratulatory period in which Auric both accepted gifts, rewarded those who offered them with rings, and accepted their pledges of allegiance. But also, as Saphira had pointed out, the gift she would give Auric would be greater than any the dwarf lords and craftsmen could, and it should, therefore, be the first one to be given. When it was time, Saphira had stepped towards the carefully pieces together jewel, and a deep silence had settled over the gathered dwarves. "How did you do it?" asked Iragan. "I do not know how I do such things," said the dragoness. "You know that as well as I, Iragan. The new Isidar Mithram was not the same jewel that it had been before it was broken. Whatever magic Saphira had wielded had repaired it perfectly, but darkened the pink until it was a deep red and shot it through with gold. The dwarves hadn't cared, and some had called this new rose even more beautiful and perfect than before. They had cheered and stamped and shouted their thanks for so long that Iragan had wondered if they would ever stop. But Auric had calmed them and thanked Saphira eloquently for her deed. And sometime during the lavish gift-giving and even more lavish feast that followed, Iragan and Saphira had slipped away. They had already said their true farewells to Auric and promises had been made to spend more time with each other when the dwarves joined the Varden. Iragan also carried a formal missive from Auric that was directed to Naswada regarding the dwarves' plan to join the Varden and assist as best they could. Thankfully, as Iragan and Saphira had departed, the true feast had begun, and the dwarves were too lost in merry-making to realize that two important guests had already departed. "We will not have long in Elismura," said Saphira. "No," agreed Iragan, "but hopefully long enough." The rider sighed tiredly. He was weary, and the comforting motion of Saphira's winged beats, the rush of air above his head, and the starry sky was lulling him into his waking dreams. Beneath him and around him were the valleys and peaks of the Bear Mountains. "Rest now, little one. You won't have many more opportunities to." "True enough," said the rider as he slipped into his waking dreams, the rushing air providing a constant soundtrack to the images that played out before him. When he next became aware, it was just as dawn sent out its first few rays of bright sunlight. Beneath Saphira, shadowed and barren, was desert, and before her was a distant dark line of trees that Iragan's eyes could just make out. They had left the bears and were now nearly halfway to their destination of Elismura. At some point, Saphira's flight must have been sped by a tail wind. However, not all was well. In fact, as Iragan became more aware of his surroundings, he noticed the change in the air and the change in the way it sounded around him. No longer was it pushing Saphira along from behind and speeding her flight, but it had changed course and now came from directly in front of them. It was now pushing against the dragoness, and while Saphira was still making progress, she grew a little more tired with each rise and fall of her wings. This wind was not only making her fight for each mile she put behind her, but testing the limits of her endurance. "Saphira, should we land?" "No, but my ancestors did not let a little breeze like this stop them from flying, and neither will it stop me." Reluctantly, Iragan accepted her words and settled for feeding her bits of the energy he had stored in the jewels carefully hidden and protected in the belt of Balath the Wise. He knew better than to argue with her, for, over the past few months of their relationship, he had learned that a dragon set on accomplishing something was a dragon that could not be swayed. And in this case, Saphira was not going to let some breeze, although Iragan would have called it a full force gale, sway her off course. And the following morning, exhausted but triumphant, Saphira glided over the quiet craigs of Telnir. They had stopped only for a brief rest, so that Saphira, her muscles trembling with the exertion of flying, could eat and drink. Then they had stopped so that Gilderian the Wise, the elf who guarded Elismera, could grant them passage into the hidden city. As the small cottage that Oramis and Glida called home came into view, Iragan caught sight of both the gleaming golden bulk that was Glida and a much smaller ruby-red form that could only be Thorn. A smile tugged at the corners of the rider's mouth. The sight was so welcoming, and both he and Saphira felt their hearts lighten to behold it once more. It wasn't just that it was peaceful, so far removed from war and battle, or even that in its simple natural beauty it was far more appealing than any dwarven hall. No, realized the rider with a surprised jolt, it wasn't any of that. Neither of them had anywhere to call home. Saphira had never been at home in Palancar Valley, and that home was no more than a memory for Iragan, one that taunted him with memories of routine, security, and mundane worries. But somehow, sometime during those weeks of training and learning, both rider and dragon had found a kind of home in this secluded place, and in the company of Golden Glida and his silver rider. Yes, thought Iragan as Saphira opened her wings wearily to begin her descent. It felt good to be home. Roran woke with a groan. He was lying on the floor of one of the cottages, the sound of shouting and swords reaching his ears. His head hurt. In fact, he hurt all over, and the young man couldn't quite remember why he hurt so much. "You're awake," came Khan's voice from above him. Roran opened his eyes and looked up into the smiling face of the magician, who continued on, "Just in time to. We need a hero." "How did I end up like this?" demanded the young man as he accepted Khan's outstretched hand. He felt unsteady on his feet, the world seeming to spin slightly as he found his balance. The magician gripped his upper arm tightly before slowly relaxing as it became clear that Roran would not fall. "Long story," said the magician. "All you need to know is, we've taken shelter in various houses while the enemy regroups. Some of us are still firing down on Empire soldiers, and Edric has been knocked unconscious by a blow to the head." "And what about?" Khan met his gaze evenly. "He is dead." "Ah," said Roran. He wasn't really surprised to hear that. As he went to inquire further, however, and find out exactly how he had come to be lying on the floor of this cottage, Khan interrupted him. "You have got to get going," said the magician. "There isn't any time to lose, Roran." Roran knew that Khan was right. There would be time for questions later, and he had quite a few. He had seen the initial clash of Edric's men, but the last thing he really remembered with any clarity was a series of strange, metallic twangs that was followed by the screams of men and horses. Then, just as Roran and his own men reached the village, he had caught sight of a line of Empire soldiers, all standing with apparent confidence, before his head hit something and stars had briefly flashed across his vision. Checking that his weapons were in order, Roran left the cottage and found that his men had quickly retreated into the maze of houses. They were clearly without any leadership and knew that they were terribly outnumbered. The men who had been stationed on top of houses where they could safely fire down on enemy troops were nearing the end of their arrow supply. Outnumbered 3-1 and facing either a final charge straight towards death or a cowardly flight that in the end would be futile, the men not only needed leadership but hope and a reason to fight. In the face of the Empire soldiers, they had forgotten their purpose. Raising his voice, he called out, "Men of the Varden, to me." When the men who had heard him and were not currently occupied shooting at Empire troops had gathered in a loose circle before him, Roran spoke. His hands, clenched at his sides, were sweaty. "Listen to me. We can still win this battle, but not by marching to our own deaths. You know how I came to join the Varden. You know I have fought and defeated the Empire before, and in just such a village. This I can do, I swear to you, but I cannot do it alone. Will you follow me?" "You may count on me, Roran," said Khan. Khan's words were all the other men needed. Despite not being a great warrior or a great commander, Khan held the respect and admiration of all for his feats of magic, no matter how small they might be. None of the men in the company before Roran would ever willingly be parted from the only magician they had. Many were the warrior of the Varden who owed his life to a member of Du Vranga Gata. "Aye," said a man that Roran vaguely remembered was called Herald. "You may count on us as well, Stronghammer." Roran patted him on the shoulder, then clambered into Cadoc's saddle again. The horse had been tied to the side of the house along with Khan's mount. Sweeping his gaze over the 10 horsemen, he said, "Guard my sides and my back, but otherwise keep behind me so long as I am able to swing my hammer." "Yes, sir." He looked at Khan, and the magician moved forward a couple of feet. "Can you do something for me?" "What?" "Cast a spell to protect us for a little while from the bolts." The magician looked dubious, but Roran gave him no time to voice his doubts. "It doesn't have to be for long." The younger man rested a hand on the magician's thin shoulder and gripped it fiercely. "I have complete faith in your abilities, Khan. You should too. Without you this day would already be completely lost." The magician straightened slightly and nodded. "I shall do my best to protect you and those that follow you, Roran. But it won't be for very long, and you must be prepared for when it ends because I can no longer hold it." Roran nodded grimly and said, "Stay here. Don't move too much. Conserve your strength. If you feel like you can't maintain the spell any longer, signal us before you end it." "Agreed." Khan backed up a few feet into the shade of the house. "Agreed." Renewing his grip on his shield and hammer, Roran took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself. He saw his plan clearly in his mind, but his abilities as a warrior, for he was still so untried on the field of battle, were paramount to its success. "Brace yourselves," he said to the men around him, and clucked his tongue to Cadoc. He turned for one last time to the group of men that had rallied around him. "I will not see you all massacred. I will not lead you in a blind charge against the enemy, and neither will I let you go before me as a shield. But you must trust me, what we will do next." Can you trust me? He meant every single word, every single last one. Trust me. Trust me even though I could be wrong. Trust that I care for and respect you all and would not send you to a pointless grave for your willingness to follow orders. The men cheered, they called his name and shook their weapons. Their feelings quite clear, and in their faces he saw trust, and it sent a cold bolt of fear and panic through him though he tried to quell it. He would need every little bit of that courage for what he was about to do. Raising one hand, he called out, "Then follow me." He led the men to a dirt street that ran between the houses and faced the Empire soldiers once more. 500 or so of Galbatorix's troops remained in the open space, their shields raised protectively against the Varden arrows that still streamed down from the roofs. The sight of the men sent a lurch through Roran. It had been the spy who had relayed his orders and made sure they were carried out. As Roran and the men with him dashed from house to house, quarrels buzzed past them, sounding like giant, angry insects, and one even buried itself halfway through one man's shield. But thanks to Khan, not a single one found its intended mark. Using a broken wagon and relying on the archers to cover them and prevent the Empire from attacking, Roran and his men blocked most of the street. They continued to semi-block the other streets, doing their best to work under the constant threat of the Empire troops. And then, only when these tasks were complete and his men turned to look at him once more, did Roran take one last steadying breath. Now it was time to fight. They had done the preparation, given themselves every chance to win this battle, and now all that remained was to actually fight it. He had done everything he could think of. His doubts melted away. What happened next, the fight that happened, passed in a wild blur. Harold, a soldier, had said that they could not survive a full-on battle charge in the few moments before blades met blades, but Roran had not had any doubts right then. Harold's words had not troubled him in the slightest. He told those who followed him to think of their families, their homes, and their dreams. For, as he reminded them, the Empire soldiers were not fighting because their hearts told them it was the only way to keep both their families and their homes safe from corruption and tyranny. They were, despite their smaller numbers, stronger in the most important of ways. In later years, when asked about that particular battle, all Roran would be able to recall is the sense of complete calm and competence that had filled him. Despite everything, despite yelling orders at men who leapt to obey, despite having his still unconscious commander move to a safer location, along with the other wounded even as the battle raged on around him, and that first charge when he faced Empire soldiers head-on was something one didn't forget. He had been the one to first cross weapons with the Empire men, for he had meant every word when he said he would be first to the fray and the last to depart. And he remembered thinking, as he raised his hammer to deliver the first blow, was the face of the spy, as the man had looked at him keenly, and said, "What would you do, Roran Stronghammer?" The man might be dead, shot through the heart by a bolt that might have been fired by a soldier that had known him when he worked as a Varden agent in the Empire forces. But those words and that face would stay with Roran long after the man was buried in a soldier's grave. Whenever he was faced with a particularly thorny problem, or he found himself wanting to panic because he couldn't think of a single way out, he would hear them. What would you do? Throw your hands up in defeat and let everything go to blood-stained pieces? Charge in like a bull in a china shop and end up dead by an executioner's noose for all your troubles? Or would you take a look around to see the options before you? Would you use your head? This was what he had done. He had made his choice and stuck to it. Edric did survive. In fact, that was where Roran was off to right now. The captain had sent for him, and Roran, despite injuries that had barely been patched up, knew better than to keep the man waiting. He ignored the protests of Khan and avoided the worried looks sent his way. He would face what came. For better than any victory was the fact that all of the men who had come to his call earlier had lived. If he was in trouble because of his actions, then he would bear it. Harold now walked beside Roran, and Khan moved directly beside him as well. The soldier had been there when Roran, exhausted beyond belief, had sat down heavily on the edge of the battle. Now both he and Khan came with Roran, and despite himself, Roran was more relieved than he would ever be able to adequately describe. As they grew closer to where Edric had set up temporary camp, the number of dead increased, and most of the still bodies wore the grey favoured by the Varden. The magician appeared grey-faced to Roran's bleary gaze. The healing he had worked on those men that could be saved, if a little magic was used to stop the bleeding or steady a shattered bone, or remove an arrowhead, had pushed the man's limits to the edge. Roran had never understood, until he spent time around Khan, just how powerful his cousin was when it came to the working of magic. What Aragan did easily, and with a flick of his fingers would nearly kill Khan. They found Edric and a great many of the wounded in the bunch of trees where the Varden had hidden while they waited for the command to charge. San was barking orders a few meters away, while Edric, propped up against a tree, delivered orders to a man who was supporting a wounded comrade. The few healers who traveled with the patrol were running from man to man, and at the sight of Khan, they all called out. "Go," said Roran to the man. "There are those whose need is greater than mine." The magician regarded him for a second and said, "Only if you promise to find me again. Your wounds are not light injuries, Roran, and need to be attended to. Think of what your cousin might say." Roran smiled weakly and said, "Of course, Khan." Then, softly so no one else could hear, "Later, after all this has settled down, I would like to talk to you about what happened after I was knocked out." The magician raised an eyebrow and a faint, said smile crossed his face. "No." Shook his head. "You don't want to know, Roran. Why wouldn't I?" "Because sometimes," said Khan, "it is better not to know. You have done nothing wrong, and there are some things that should not be spoken of. This is something I never will speak of again." Edric must have caught sight of him because the man called out in his impatient, rough voice, "Roran Stronghammer, get over here." Roran dearly wanted to talk to Khan more, but he knew better than to keep his captain waiting, and Khan had already turned away. With Harold still walking a few steps to his left, Roran straightened his shoulders and walked over to the glowering, blood-stained captain. He came to a stop before the man and inclined his head in respect, saying nothing until he was spoken to. For a long moment, neither man said anything, looking each other straight in the eye, and Roran was aware that the clearing had grown exceptionally quiet for a battle camp after a desperate fight. "How many of your men are alive?" snapped the captain suddenly. Roran did not flinch, nor did he relax his tense, upright posture. "Most, not all, but most." Edric nodded. "And Khan?" "Alive." A long pause of silence before, "You defied orders." "I did not," said Roran calmly, and as steadily as he could, for he was aware just how precarious his situation, his men's situation, was, and he would not fumble his next words. "I was knocked unconscious during the initial charge. When I came to, I had no orders to follow for the situation. Both my men and I found ourselves in, nor could I look to you for further commands. I tried to do the best I could." "Then who," snapped Edric, "ordered your men in the initial charge? I find your story very difficult to believe." "Forgive me, sir." said Harold suddenly as he stepped forward. But Roran speaks truly. He was knocked unconscious when his horse spooked at a crossbow bolt and his head collided with a roof beam. The soldier took a breath and then continued. The man, the spy, took command then and ordered us to take shelter and to fire down on the Empire soldiers from the roofs of the houses. Edric moved his fierce gaze from Harold to Roran, who stood very still. For a long time there was nothing but silence, and he is dead. Yes, said Harold. He was killed soon after he gave us orders. This matter will wait until we return to the main camp, said Edric at last. Lady Naswada will decide what punishment, if any, is due for your actions once you regained consciousness, Roran. And those men who followed, the spy, will also have to give the lady a full account, and she will determine their fates. Edric turned his gaze back to Roran, and an unreadable look crossed his face. See to your men, Stronghammer. Roran suspected those last few words would be the closest Edric ever came to approval for something he had done, and it was only a small glimmer of approval surrounded by warning and open distaste. But Edric had spoken words that Roran could not deny were true. Lady Naswada was a commander in her own right, and Roran dreaded what she might have to say about their actions, and not only his own, but his men's. What she might do about those actions sent a cold stab of dread through him. But he had done what was right and what was necessary. He would not be ashamed of it or deny it or try to hide behind the memory of a dead man. The hot sun beat down upon the blood and the still corpses as Roran carefully picked his way back to his company of soldiers with Heel directly behind him. My hands paused in their straightening of the tapestry. There was something that caught my attention, and it was more than the pattern of the stone, or was that exactly what it was? Instead of being arranged in neat squares that matched all the other walls in the castle, there was an irregular pattern to these. Some of the stones had been cut in a very strange way, and this gave the appearance of, well, I wasn't sure what they gave the appearance of. I glanced at the narrow doorway, but saw no one nor felt any approaching minds with my own. Letting the corner of the heavy fabric that I was holding in both hands go, I pushed at the stones that had caught my attention. They didn't budge. Of course, Zoe, I berated myself. You are just imagining things. Now instinct is a funny thing. It is a niggling feeling that makes you feel damn uncomfortable because you aren't sure about what you should do. The dilemma is whether you leave the matter alone and risk paying a dear price for that, or you stick your nose right in and worry about being bit by your own foolishness. My instinct was being quite annoying in this regard. Part of me felt exceedingly foolish for staring at a bit of stonework, and another was quite prepared to believe that there was something here, and if I stared at it long enough I would find out what it was. I pushed again at the stones, this time harder and with more insistence than before, and something, after a few moments of futile pushing, gave. The stones that I was pushing against suddenly shifted, and I froze. No longer was I staring at smooth stonework, but there was now the faint outline of a very narrow doorway. I pushed again, and with a little more force, this time using a little magic to force the reluctant stone door open. The stone shifted and creaked a little, but finally gave to reveal a dusty, dark passageway that was just tall and wide enough for one person. A set of stone stairs led into the darkness. From the dust that coated them, and the force it had taken to open the door, I guessed that no one had used this passageway for a good long while. The only reason I had been here was to thump the dust out of the tapestry that hung on one wall of this lonely, narrow turret. But where did it lead? It clearly went down, but there was no telling either how far it went. Did it lead out of the keep altogether, or did it lead to an equally forgotten doorway somewhere in the kitchens? Was this part of the passageway abandoned, but some lower end of it used every day by busy servants and courtiers? I sent a questioning tendril of magic out into the stuffy dark air of the narrow passage. I did not have long enough to actually find out where this led, but magic was my friend then. My thread of magic raced down the narrow passage and found that it was completely abandoned and that it was a great deal longer than I had thought. Whoever had built this keep so long ago had built within it a warren of hidden passageways, and this one had, by some stroke of strange luck, been completely forgotten. It didn't just lead to the lowest floor of the keep, but kept going until it finally came up in a dark alley a few streets down from the keep. My magic encountered a fairly solid paving stone, and then, worried that someone might find me, I ended the spell. I stared at the open dark passageway before me for a good 5 minutes as I mulled over all the possibilities this opened up. The Varden were coming. A battle would be raged in this city. The magician was planning his evil welcome present for Aragon, and I had just found a very interesting way out of the keep that no one seemed to remember was even there. I pulled the stone door back using a little magic, and then done with manual labor, both cleaned and rehung the tapestry. I had to tell Marco of this discovery, and I had to consider every possible use and situation in which this passageway could be of use. It is one thing to have a secret passage, and quite another to actually use it in an effective and efficient way. Walking to the narrow window, I opened the latch that held it closed and allowed a cool wind to slip inside the stuffy, narrow, circular tower where I stood. Sending out a thread of magic, I searched the grey, rainy city that stretched out before me for a familiar mind. He should be around the main gates at this time of morning so that he could watch the flow of people into and out of the city. I found him where I thought I would, his guarded consciousness standing out to me against the moving and shifting seas of thoughts and emotions that passed around it. "Marco," I murmured. "Liana," he replied after a moment's hesitation. He did not know my real name, and I didn't know his. But it doesn't matter, better and safer that way. "Come here. Where should I meet you?" "The kitchens," I said. Our conversation was guarded, and I would have known if anyone tried to listen in on it, but I was a spy, and therefore I was a paranoid girl. Even as I severed the contact with Marco, I worried that someone, namely that magician, would have felt the vibrations of power that my small use of magic caused. I did not know how he would be able to sense them, or even how he would link them to me, but it still worried me. It terrified me. The cold wind that had brought rain and fog to the city these past 2 days made me shiver as I stood there for a quiet moment. But there were things to be done, and I had no more time for lingering. Quickly shutting the window, I gathered my cleaning things and hurried back to the kitchens. I waited for Marco in a doorway. Behind me, quiet for a brief moment, were the steamy castle kitchens where cooks turned out the food eaten by the Lady Lorana and her court. The steam and warmth of the stoves kept away the chill of the damp air. It had rained that day again, and the sky was still a threatening iron grey. I leaned against the doorway and waited for him to appear. Surely it would be soon. We had plans to set in motion, things to discuss and consider, and I did not have long before I would be called to perform some task or another. I did not need my hands slapped or worse for slipping away with a young man when I should have been working. A few more minutes passed, and then he appeared. He was carrying a load of firewood on his back, his way of fooling the keep's guards into letting him in. Without looking my way, he placed his heavy load where the other wood was kept. He stacked it neatly and then turned around. As he turned, Marco straightened from his tentative gait, and his eyes met my own. The intelligence in it was formidable, as if a cover had been removed and the light finally shone free. "Marco," I murmured. "Liana," he replied. "Are you ready?" "I don't have long," I said. "They will need me soon." "Then come on," he said and offered his arm. We walked out of the keep, nodding once to the guards who ignored us, and as quickly as we could without attracting attention, made our way down the street as if we were walking towards the main entrance gates. Much of the city was enclosed behind a thick stone wall, and many of the houses that lay beyond the protective stone now lay abandoned in the face of the Varden's campaign. "I found something," I said quietly. "What?" I told him of the passage that I had discovered in that lonely and seldom visited tower. I told him of how it had led to a quiet alley a few streets down from the heavily guarded keep walls. A spark of interest grew in his eyes, but his carefully guarded expression did not change. "It could be useful," he said after a long pause. "I know," I said as we paused in front of a shop window as if admiring the wares. "It could be very useful." 2 suspicious-eyed soldiers marched by us. Marco and I shared a quick smirk before we both looked away and began to walk back towards the keep. It was starting to rain, but neither of us cared overly much, both lost in thoughts of what was about to occur in these rain-washed city streets and just how we might bring it about. 79. Repercussions. Iragan and Saphira listened, and at long last they began to understand. They began to understand the true scope of what they were facing, the source of their enemy's power, and what exactly lay in the trunk Brahm had had them transport to Do Weldenvarden. The magnitude of what was revealed to them was, at first, too shocking for them to do anything but stare in disbelief at their two mentors. It was easier for Sapphira. She had always known about it in a way, but never put two and two together. For Eragon, the words were utterly shocking, and the revelation completely unexpected. What had they said? What were these words spoken by a massive, glittering dragon with ivory teeth as thick as a tree trunk, his folded wings soft as suede, and his claws like scythes? Or by the dragon's rider whose silver hair gleamed like polished metal in the sunlight? What was this about the souls of dragons long murdered in the fall and whose bones had long been buried? What were these words spoken in a grass-covered clearing by the edge of a cliff? A place set against the backdrop of the surrounding trees where a chuckling, gurgling stream wandered out of the mossy forest and passed underneath the roots of one of the pines before disappearing into Do Weldenvarden once again. Eragon took a steadying breath. He had come to pride himself on his ability to remain calm even when his heart was pounding and his mind reeling. It would do no good to lose that hard-won ability now, but by the guards. He was struggling. "Ebrithils," he said very slowly. "Can you repeat what you just said? I apologize, but I find the entire situation rather difficult to grasp at this present moment." A faint smile that was both amused and oddly proud crossed the ancient elf's smooth face as he linked his long fingers together in his lap. It had been Glida who first explained the matter to them, but it was Oramis who took it upon himself to reiterate the golden dragon's words, a task Glida would have found trying in the extreme. Galbatorix has amassed such extraordinary power by harnessing the vast energy held within Eljunari, or the souls of dragons. It is that power that created the remarkably realistic illusion that attacked both you and Sapphira at the Battle of the Burning Plains, and again at the Varden's camp. It is that power that grants him such total control and seeming invincibility. One steadying breath. Then, and Eljunari exist because a dragon's consciousness does not reside solely within their skulls, but also in their chests in a hard, gem-like object, similar in composition to our scales, called the Eljunari. A dragon can transfer their consciousness into the Eljunari, and if a dragon has done this, the Eljunari will outlast the decay of their flesh, and a dragon's essence may live on indefinitely. Whosoever holds a dragon's Eljunari holds that dragon's very soul in their hands. With it, they can force the dragon to do their bidding, no matter how vile. The implications astounded Eragon. The rider leaned back in his chair and gazed unseeingly at the neat bowl of blueberries placed next to the crystal decanter of wine. So long he had wondered at the answer to this mystery. For so long he had tried to solve it, coming up with 1,000 possibilities, but never had he imagined that the answer lay within in his own partner of heart and mind. Neither, for that matter, had Sapphira. "I have always known about my heart of hearts," said Sapphira to him, "but I never truly understood its full implications. Is good to finally know." Eragon lifted his eyes from the sparkling crystal and asked, "What will happen with the Eljunari in the trunk Zoe found?" "That has yet to be determined," said Oramis. "Brahm told Islanzardi what Zoe found and that he would send it with you and Sapphira. However, neither I nor Glida or any of the elves in Do Weldenvarden currently have the power to try and soothe the Eljunari. For now, I fear they shall have to remain where they are." Glida spoke then. "I can sense them a little now. Their minds are full of madness and pain. It will take time for them to recover what was stripped of them." "Knowing of this new crime of Galbatorix's," said Sapphira with a snap of her jaws, "makes me desire revenge against him all the more." "Then," said Eragon, who was anxious to steer the conversation away from topics such as revenge, "Galbatorix captured the Eljunari for their power and wisdom, but was there any other reason?" "Anyone who holds one of our hearts," said Glida, "may communicate with the dragon from which it came without regard for distance. The whole of Alagaesia might separate a rider and dragon, and yet if the rider had with him his dragon's Eljunari, they could share thoughts as easily as you and Sapphira do now." "Can we do about this? What can any of us do about this?" said Eragon as he stood and walked to edge of the cliff. He was suddenly too restless to remain sitting calmly. The rider glanced back at the black trunk sitting, its latches firmly closed, on the green grass. We may have gained a small number of Galbatorix's El Junari, but he must have hundreds more, and it would be wrong to try and force them to do our bidding after their captivity. What chance do any of us stand against such power?" Oramis was silent. Gledo was silent. The Sapphire Rider and Dragon both knew, without needing to hear it, that the answer could not be explained in simple words. None of them, from the Golden Dragon to the Sapphire Rider, had the energy or willpower to speak of the future after the past had been brought to life once more. They did not have answer for him right then, and there was the chance that they never would. Iragan let out a long sigh. His worried, almost frantic, restlessness fading away as he felt the weight of the world come back down upon his shoulders. "We shall talk about this in the morrow," said Oramis firmly. "You and Saphira have come very far in a very short period of time." "You need time to think on what we have told you," said Gleda, "and Oramis and I are both aware that there was more to this journey than to hear us lecture you both once more." Iragan grimaced. He had forgotten about his desperate need for a new sword in the wild revelations of the afternoon. Oramis was staring pointedly at his conspicuously bare sword belt, and Iragan braced himself for the coming rebuke. "You gave Zarok to Murtagh, Iragan. He was meant for the sword," defended the Sapphire Rider, as he had done with Saphira when he had originally given the sword to Murtagh. "I shall find another to replace it with. That is not so easy to accomplish." "Near impossible," added Gleda. The weary rider ran a hand through his hair, not caring that the motion of his fingers through the strands was making it stand on end in awkward places. "I have a few leads," he said, "and I am hoping that with Runan's help I can put them in action." "Oh," said the elder rider with a raised eyebrow. "I was not aware of more than 2 other swords that had escaped the fall. One of those swords is here, and the other lies many miles away in another of our cities." Iragan made a snap decision. He had long kept Salimbum's words to himself, only sharing them with Arya and occasionally asking Zoe, but her vague answers had quickly put a stop to that. Now, he decided, it was time to share that which did not make his heart clench in agony or heat rise to his cheeks. Not anything about leaving forever or loving someone of royal birth, but the words of places and items that confused him. Perhaps his mentors would see an answer where he saw nothing but confusing words. As quickly as he could, Iragan explained about that life-altering day in Term, and Salmbum's words about the Menoa tree and the rock of Cuthian. Oramis drew a finger across his upper lip, his demeanor contemplative. "I cannot elucidate either of his statements. I have never heard of any such place as the Vault of Souls, and while the rock of Cuthian strikes a familiar chord in my memory, I cannot recall where I have encountered the name. I will search my scrolls for it, but instinct tells me I will find no mention of it in Elvish writings. What of the weapon underneath the Menoa tree? I know of no such weapon, Iragan, and I am well acquainted with the lore of this forest. In all of Du Weldenvarden, there are perhaps only 2 elves whose learning exceeds my own where the forest is concerned. However, I shall also send word to the smith Runan that she may expect you later in the day." Iragan sighed. "What shall we do between now and tomorrow, master?" Oramis looked over Iragan and Saphira, then said, "Go and visit the Menoa tree. I know you will not rest easy until you have. See there if you can find the weapon the werecat enticed you with. When you have satisfied your curiosity, retire to the quarters of your treehouse, which Islanzadi's servants keep in readiness for you and Saphira. Tomorrow we shall do what we can." Iragan went to rise, but paused. "How is my brother?" The Sapphire Rider had seen his brother, but briefly before Murtagh and Thorn left for their treehouse. Their lessons finished for the day in the face of Iragan and Saphira's arrival. Murtagh had been laden with scrolls, but his smile had seemed happy enough, and both his and Thorn's joy at seeing both Iragan and Saphira had been a better welcome than any trumpets or fanfare to the weary pair. A faint smile crossed Oramis's face. "Murtagh is an apt student, and Thorn has doubled in size. I have never seen a dragon grow as quickly as him." "Each day," said Gleda, "the bond between them grows and strengthens as it should. They are learning and growing together." Iragan glanced at the gold dragon, but he was unsure how or whether he should voice his worries for his elder brother. At any rate, the worries he had were not things that Oramis or Gleda could do anything about, and neither would Murtagh have wanted their assistance. "Help," Iragan had come to realize, was not always as easy to give as one might wish to a person that seemed in need of it. And he, Iragan, was no exception to that observation. Instead, the rider settled for a safer reply. I do not doubt he is an apt student. My brother is a master of many skills. Oramis shrugged elegantly and then said, Zoe indicated in her letter that she has entered the Varden's spy force. A dangerous move on her part, and one she did not explain to me. Iragan grimaced slightly as he recalled an argument he had had with Zoe over the matter. She grew weary, he said at last, of being at Naswada and the Varden's beck and call. I believe she felt she could be more useful and attract less notice if she distanced herself from those of importance and influence. And with Murtagh's departure, there was no spy captain of sufficient skill. The Varden is in sore need of one. She is hiding in the dragon's lair, said Glida with a low, growling laugh. That hatchling never lacked courage. Let us hope, said Oramis grimly, that her cleverness and many skills can keep her out of the Empire's claws. It would do no good to be caught by the very dragon you hiding from. Iragan felt a dull ache growing in his head, and the once bright sunlight was beginning to fail as the sun slowly moved towards the edge of the horizon. He had heard so much, done so much these past few days, and the list of what he had yet to accomplish had just grown longer by a good mile. The last thing he wanted right then was to worry over his brother or Zoe or the Varden or Brahm. The list went on, and each item or person on it was as important as the last. With a brisk motion of his head, Oramis set his goblet on the table and moved his chair closer to Iragan. The day grows old, and both you and Saphira need to rest. Iragan, on principle, went to argue that point, but he didn't get a chance to. Oramis raised a hand, and his voice was kind. Both you and Saphira are exhausted, Iragan. You both have had no time to rest since you left Elismera, quite the contrary. I see great weariness and care in both your hearts. A few hours' rest in due Weldenvarden cannot return your strength, but it can ease the worst of your exhaustion, and you will need all your strength for the coming days. The silver eyes forced Iragan to acknowledge the truth of the elf's words. He could barely stand when Saphira lighted down upon the ground after the journey from Farthendur. These past weeks had been one constant blur of motion, and it had worn both dragon and rider down, until they were running on nothing but the last dregs of their once formidable strength. Oramis had had to help Iragan rise when he half tumbled off Saphira, and when Murtagh had embraced him, the sapphire rider had leaned gratefully against the solid and reassuring strength of his brother. Saphira, too, always the one to tire last, had needed some of Glida's strength to ease the trembling in her muscles and soothe her ragged breathing. It seemed the long miles and hardships were catching up with them both. You are right, said both dragon and rider, although not without reluctance. Glida chuckled, and Oramis smiled as he spoke. I would keep you here no longer, lest I interfere with what you have yet. But there is one more thing I wish to attend to before you depart. Your hands. May I examine them? I would like to see what they say about you now. And Oramis held out his own hands toward Iragan. Extending his arms, Iragan placed his hands palm downward on top of Oramis's, shivering at the touch of the elf's thin fingers against the inside of his wrists. Oramis tilted them from side to side. Then, exerting a slight but firm pressure, Oramis turned Iragan's hands over and inspected his palms and the undersides of his fingers. What do you see? Asked Iragan. Oramis twisted Iragan's hands around again and gestured at his calluses. You now have the hands of a warrior, Iragan. Take care they do not become the hands of a man who revels in the carnage of war. Murtagh rubbed his face tiredly. He had been in due Weldenvarden for a few days now, and already he found himself reluctantly slipping into a kind of rhythm that was foreign in its lack of anything dangerous. He knew where he had to be, that he would find neither backstabbing smiles nor suspicion there. Thorn, who was growing rapidly, liked to be there, and his enthusiasm for each coming day that they spent in the company of the elder rider and dragons spilled over into their bond and lightened his mood somewhat. But still, Murtagh had not raised his sword either to fight or to duel during these past few days. He had not saddled a horse, faced an urgle, slipped down a side alley, or forced himself to down a tankard of stale, rancid ale in a smoky inn. And despite his best attempts to be grateful for all his recent good fortune, The peaceful quality of this place was beginning to wear on him. The lessons were challenging, and his new teachers as demanding as any he had before, but he was battle-fit and chafing against the enforced quietude of study. Murtagh suddenly wished he could talk with Zoe. He wished that the distance, layers of magical wards, and the ever-present need for secrecy was not so great that they could not even send each other letters. The distance feels more pronounced despite the tenuous contact he has through Oramis to Islanzardi, and the Queen of Du Weldenvarden to her daughter, and from Arya to Brahm and Brahm to Zoe. It was such a tenuous contact, and he did not feel comfortable inquiring asking Oramis of her specifically, but instead asking only after the Varden in general or their plan regarding Fainster. Rising from his comfortable bed, Murtagh wandered to Teardrop Opening that looked out over the forest city. His thoughts circled back to the dream, that living dream with the High King, and then back again to what his future might or might not hold. Thorn may have grown an alarming amount these past few days, but he was still weeks away from battle, and all Murtagh wanted was to be back in the middle of that chaos. He had never thought that he might ever want to be embroiled in that chaos, but if it meant being a useful part of something vitally important, and being close to Zoe. He would fight 100 battles. A sudden presence, the faint sounds of footsteps on the smooth wood stairs that led from the forest floor to Murtagh, and Thorn's elegant and quiet treehouse, interrupted his thoughts. His instincts twitched with alarm, and one hand came down to rest on the pommel of his sword. "Who is that?" "Eragon," said Murtagh to his dragon. He knew the feel of his brother's mind so well by now that it took barely a touch of his own mental probe to know who it was. Besides, he thought, who else would come to visit the ruby pair? Elismera had emptied of all elves willing and able to fight Galbatorix, and those that remained did not often come to this part of the city, where the tree houses set aside for riders stood empty and ever waiting. Murtagh left his scrolls and half-finished dinner on the bed, reaching the door before Eragon could knock. He was greeted by the weary but smiling face of his younger half-brother. "Murtagh," said Eragon, "how are you?" "Well enough," said Murtagh. "I would have thought you would still be speaking with them." "We finished not long ago," said Eragon with a faint grimace. "I don't think Saphira or I could have dealt with much more." Before Murtagh could reply to that, however, Eragon said, "But I need your help." "My help?" "Yes," said the Sapphire Rider. "Come on, you and Thorn, and I will explain on the way. Saphira is waiting below." Pausing only long enough to buckle his sword, Murtagh followed his brother down the stairs, while Torn leapt out of the teardrop doorway and glided down to where Saphira crouched. "Murtagh," she greeted before turning her attention to the red dragonling who had just managed a perfect landing on the lush green grass. Walking beside Eragon, Murtagh waited for him to speak, and at last he did. "I never told you about how I met Angela." Murtagh shook his head. He had never heard that story, but then again he had never told Eragon how he had met the witch himself, lying on his stomach and screaming in pain. Some things he had not even told Zoe. "I never told Brahm either, and have barely mentioned it to Arya and Oramis," continued Eragon. "But I am going to tell you the whole story." The Blue Rider did, and Murtagh listened quietly and without judgment until the end when Eragon fell silent. The only sounds were those of the dragons as they walked along behind them. The trees around them were silent, and their branches obscured the night sky above. At last Murtagh, struggling to find the right words and desperate not to say something harsh or foolish after such a personal revelation, broke the silence. "I do not know what to say to her predictions about who you will love or where you shall live out your days," he replied evenly, "but I would not discount them. Angela, she is remarkable, and a fortune-telling from her would be, I would think, as close to the truth as such things can be. I do not know what the Rock of Cuthian is, or where it might be, but what does the Menoa tree have to do with this?" Eragon shrugged. "I am hoping I will find a sword there." Murtagh looked away then. It was because of him that his younger brother was going to battle with no proper weapon. Meanwhile Murtagh, while properly outfitted, was sitting idle and useless behind magical walls. The situation was incredibly irksome. "I see," he said at last. "And you think Thorn and I can help?" "I hope so," said Eragon, as they suddenly emerged from the forest path they had been walking down and into the enormous clearing where the Menoa tree grew and spread its protective branches. "Where should we look?" asked Thorn as he hopped onto a root that was easily 4 times his size and width. Perhaps, said Sapphira, you could try a spell. I doubt, said Murtagh. That would work. Somehow, the Ruby Rider thought, he very much doubted that any weapon hidden here was not protected by wards, and that even if it wasn't, no elf had ever come searching for it before. This forest was not as wild as it wanted to appear, and wards of all sorts layered it. What kind of weapon could be here anyways? Asked Eragon as he reached down and picked up a stout piece of fallen branch. Wood. Perhaps I should make a club. That would be a terrible idea, said Murtagh sharply. What good would a club do against Galbatorix? He has an entire treasure room filled with riders' swords. He does. Yes, said Murtagh as he hoisted himself up onto a root. It is one of his many crimes. He took them from the riders he and the Forsworn slaughtered during the fall. Once he was sitting comfortably, Murtagh drew Zarok out from its simple black sheath and watched the light play across the metal. Not really aware of what he was saying, Murtagh said out loud, I always thought it remarkable to think of where the metal for the swords actually came from. You know, Galbatorix told me once, said Murtagh, as he turned the sword over in his hands, recalling the conversation in perfect detail. He only told me that they were crafted from metal that fell from the sky. It was bright steel from falling stars that struck the earth. I can't remember what name he gave it in the ancient language. Young man looked around at the twisting roots and the giant trunk of the tree that stretched up into the darkening sky. Thorn had leapt to one of the upper branches and was perched there like a bird. Eragon glanced around. You don't think that is what Salimba meant? Maybe I am not to find a weapon at all, but what is used to make a weapon? Murtagh shrugged. If you did find some of it, then who would forge you a blade? Did you not say that the smith who made the swords swore never to make one again? Run-on did, said Eragon, but perhaps you would find a way around her oath if I found some. If I were you, said Murtagh sensibly, even though his words sounded far from sensible and more like downright mad, I would ask the tree. The tree, said Sapphira in surprise. Why the tree? Because, said Murtagh, surely the Menoa tree would know if there was bright steel buried somewhere in her roots, and neither of you have the energy to try and find it through magical means. He rubbed one hand along the wood. It feels quite alive, this tree. It isn't like any of the others in Elismera. This one feels. Tell her of your need, and, with a small smirk, don't be rude. Eragon looked up at the tree with clear hesitation. Then with a brisk nod he said, Right, let's not waste time. With light footsteps, he ran up the root to the trunk of the tree, holding his arms out on either side to maintain his balance. Sapphira followed at a slower pace, her claws splitting and cracking the bark she trod over. Murtagh and Thorn watched the sapphire pair in silence for 5 long minutes, but nothing happened. Eragon suddenly opened his eyes and glanced over at Murtagh, a defeated expression on his face. Rising from his seated position, Murtagh sheathed his sword and walked along the root until he stood beside Eragon. A feeling of determination rose within him as he glared at the trunk before him. Resting one hand on the rough bark, the Ruby Rider cast his thoughts out to the shifting and enormous consciousness of the tree. He ignored every distraction in his search for the consciousness that he knew resided in this tree. It did not take much for him to find it, the thoughts long and slow-moving, as if the tree was lost in a deep sleep from which it would never rise. But Murtagh was not deterred by this slow and impossible to decipher tree that had once not been a tree at all. He had spent most of his life honing and practicing his mental abilities until they were formidable, but even more formidable than those carefully honed skills was his determination. Eragon may be stubborn, his skills of the mind may have improved by leaps and bounds, and he may have seen much these past weeks, but he still could not match Murtagh in some things. As he launched himself into that stream of consciousness, Murtagh summoned every image of fire, of burning, pain, anguish, and above all, the utter chaotic destruction of war. He combined them with urgency, the fear he felt for his land, his world, and his desperation to find the bright steel that was hidden somewhere in this clearing. It was a barrage of blood, fire, desperation, and Thorn, feeling what he was doing, added his own strength to Murtagh's. The two of them, rider and dragon, melding into one focused entity. Murtagh knew his life had not been peaceful and only dotted with moments of happiness and freedom, but he had not realized just how many memories of treachery, death, and fury lay in his mind. It hurt, and to his surprise, it was Thorn who kept the despair and pain that the memories awoke within him at bay so that he could focus upon the task at hand. Murtagh forced his life upon the Menoa tree. He forced his years of living upon the very edge of darkness and tyranny into a being that had thought only of the bright sun, the wind, and the vast forest around it for thousands upon thousands of years. At first the tree did not acknowledge them or the stream of thoughts, images, and emotions that was being forced upon it. For a brief moment, Murtagh felt his determination and hope waver, but he stuck with it. It was lucky he did stick with it, for a moment later the tree suddenly stirred as if half awoken from a deep trance. A slow, whispering voice suddenly echoed through his mind, and in his surprise, Murtagh ended the flow of thoughts. "Who dares to disturb my peace? It is me, Murtagh." He only hesitated one single moment, and then spoke the words that were still so unfamiliar to him. "Rider of Thorn, why have you disturbed me?" There was a note of anger in that voice, the branches rustling about them. "Because we need your assistance. My brother and I are the last free dragon riders in Alagaesia. Thorn and Saphira are the last free dragons in all of existence. We are perhaps the only ones who can defeat Galbatorix, the traitor who has destroyed the riders and conquered half of Alagaesia. How can I help you?" The voice sighed. "A werecat told my brother, Iragan Shadeslayer, to look under the Menoa tree when he needed a weapon. We have looked and looked, but we cannot find it on our own." "Then you have done this in vain, for there is no weapon under my roots." The tree made to withdraw. Desperate to keep the tree talking, Murtagh said, "We believe the werecat might have meant Brightsteel, the star metal Runern uses to forge the blades of the riders. Without it, she cannot replace my brother's sword." The surface of the earth rippled as the network of roots that covered the clearing shifted slightly. The disturbance flushed hundreds of panicked rabbits, mice, voles, shrews, and other small creatures from their burrows and dens, and sent them scampering across the open ground toward the main body of the forest. The voice returned. The werecat knew whereof he spoke. "There is a nodule of Brightsteel ore buried at the very edge of my roots, but you shall not have it." "Why?" pleaded Murtagh. "Little matters to me but the rain and sun. Why should I give it to you when you have so rudely awoken me?" Forcing himself to concentrate even more fiercely on the conversation, Murtagh adopted his most desperate and pleading tone. "If we cannot stop the man who destroyed the dragon riders, he will come here and he will burn the forest around you, and then he will destroy you as well. If you help us, though, we may be able to stop him." A screech echoed among the trees as two branches scraped against each other. "If he tries to kill my seedlings, then he will die," said the voice. "No one is as strong as the whole of the forest. No one can hope to defeat the forest, and I speak for the forest." "He will come," said Murtagh in the ancient language, and with the words he sent her a whole host of memories that showed the destruction just one person, Galbatorix, could unleash. Nothing can hold him back. The Menoa tree did not answer, but rather probed at his mind, and then at Iragan's. She swept through his thoughts like a gust of wind, not unpleasant or threatening, but still powerful. She seemed to speak to Iragan then, but what she said Murtagh was not privy to. Then, soft and fluttering, the voice came again, and she spoke only to Murtagh and Thorn. "Will you give me what I want in return, Dragon Rider?" "Yes," said the Ruby Rider. His answer unwavering even as he felt a small surge of doubt suddenly rise within him. What would she demand of him? What price would a new sword for his brother cost? The canopy of the Menoa tree grew still, and for several minutes all was quiet in the clearing. Then the ground began to shake, and the roots in front of them began to twist and grind, shedding flakes of bark as they pulled aside to reveal a bare patch of dirt, out of which emerged what appeared to be a lump of corroded iron roughly 2 feet long and a foot and a half wide. "Here is your metal," whispered the Menoa tree. "Take it and go." But Iragan started to ask. "Go," said the Menoa tree, its voice fading away. "Go," and the tree's consciousness withdrew, receding deeper and deeper into itself, until Murtagh could barely sense its presence. "She didn't tell me what she wanted," said Murtagh to Thorn. "Perhaps she didn't know what she wanted." "How did you awaken her, Murtagh?" asked Iragan, as he stared down at the lump of Brightsteel. "I wasn't leaving her in peace until she answered me," said the rider, unwilling to speak the truth of what he had actually done. "Now come on, we don't have all night." He did not tell his brother, as he watched Iragan hoist the metal-laced stone into his arms, how unbalanced he felt right then. Waking, the Menoa tree had uncovered memories and feelings that his mind had buried for a reason. There were memories of his father's hysterical screams and of public executions where the blood spilled onto marble floors. His hand gripped the pommel of the ruby sword tightly. Thorn was all concern as he sensed the turmoil in his rider's mind. "Are you all right?" "I'll be fine, Thorn. I just need a minute." "Are you coming?" Eragon's question broke through his reverie. The words sounded unnatural in the still and once more peaceful clearing. Glancing up, Murtagh realized that both Saphira and Eragon were looking at them expectantly from the edge of the clearing. Murtagh shook himself as a dog shakes water from his coat and hurried to catch up. He hoped that finding this bright steel was worth it, because, despite his many skills and talents, Murtagh knew that he could never hope to fashion a sword of any quality, and neither could Eragon. They needed this run-on. And this time, it would be Eragon who did the convincing. Who was she? What kind of family brought up a girl like this one? Where had she come from? Such were the musings that often popped up in the head of Marco as he regarded Lyanna. He knew only the barest of facts about her, and not even the last few weeks of living together had cleared away any of the mystery about her. Lyanna had been careful not to let even the barest mention of her past out when she spoke to him about the Varden or what they had to do. Even now, as he observed her casually chatting with Helvard about the rising prices of goods due to the civil war sweep across the empire, he could glean nothing about her inner life or thoughts. Her words were polite, her face attentive, and Helvard all but glowed under the attention she paid him. Marco had long tried to pretend to be less than he was, but Lyanna was more a master of that art than he. He could not have taken a job in the castle and been able to keep up his facade as she had done. It was hard enough for him to blend into the shapeless and shifting crowds that moved through the small city. He would not have trusted himself not to make some silly blunder and be caught by that magician. How she managed to live under that kind of constant strain and still appear as if nothing was wrong. He envied her skill, although he suspected that, had he known her better, he would have been able to see the lines of stress and care. No one, he had learned long ago, is infallible, and Lyanna, for all her smooth skills and seeming inexhaustible strength, was no exception. Marco ran a hand along the smooth wood of Helvard's kitchen table. He had asked Lyanna once where she came from. The conversation came back to him now as he gazed distantly at the row of brightly polished pots hanging from a rack along one wall. "Where is home for you, Lyanna? Not anywhere you have been." "What do you mean? A girl cannot reveal all of her secrets. You are not going to tell me where it is, are you?" A secretive smile, and then a single nod of her head. "No, I am not." Marco shakes his head ever so slightly to clear away the thoughts and memories. He is weary, and it is making him think things that he does not need to think. They have gathered here to speak of the plan, and now that one has been made and agreed upon, they are lingering. Helvard is enjoying Lyanna's company, and neither Marco nor Lyanna is quite willing to venture back out into the patrolled streets. All three of them feel safe here, even though they are not, and the steamy kitchen is like a cocoon which isolates them from the world outside. Marco ran a hand over the smooth wood of the table, looking at the grain and whorls that form a mesmerizing pattern in the wood. He wants to go. He wants this all to be over because he isn't quite sure any of it is going to work, and he is sick of thinking about it. How can it work? How can they somehow stop Galbatorix's magician from summoning a shade and open the keep to the Varden's forces? They were only human. They could not be in three places at once. All actions, he had learned long ago, have repercussions. He wonders, as his eyes flick back to Lyanna's face, if she was ever told the same thing. 80, Chapter 81. Eragon found Runnan as he had thought he would, bent over a piece of white hot metal with a hammer in one hand and a pair of tongs in the other. The clink of a hammer on a chisel echoed through the space, the rhythm never changing. She did not glance up as the two riders and their dragons came closer, and she showed no sign that she heard the polite greetings that were directed her way. Instead, as Eragon had expected, Runnan did not show even the faintest glimmer of interest in them, but the rider was not deterred. He would wait. He would wait as long as he had to. "So, Shadeslayer, you are still alive," said Runan at last, without taking her eyes off her work. Her voice grated like pitted millstones. The elf smith turned her heavy, piercing gaze to Murtagh. Her eyes swept him up and down, lingering on the red sword that was belted to his waist. "I would say you were Morzan," she said at last, "but you are not him. You are the new rider, the one spoken of by the trees and the elves that remain." Murtagh shrugged. "I am his son." Runnan nodded once. She did not comment further on the matter, nor did she voice any opinion on having a son of Morzan in her forge. Instead, she turned her steely eyes to Aragon and said, "I do not need to wonder why you have come, Shadeslayer, and my answer remains no. I shall not forge another sword." "But Runnan," said Aragon in a pleading voice, "I have found Brightsteel, and without this sword I cannot face Galbatorix and end this war." The elf smith was silent for a long time. At last she spoke, and her voice was low, and the depth of weariness in it was startling. "I have not searched for Brightsteel for many years. The last I ever found was enough to craft 7 swords, and among them was Zarok. I have searched for Brightsteel only once since then, and it was when word of the new rider reached me." The smith moved from her place behind her forge and out into the sheltered clearing. "Understand me, Shadeslayer. It would please me even more if you had a sword that was made for you. Zarok may have served you well, but it was the wrong shape for your body." She turned back to her forge and sat down again, not even commenting that Zarok was now been worn on Murtagh's hip. "If you crafted me a sword you could help put an end to Galbatorix's reign, would not it be fitting if I killed him with a blade you forged when it was with your swords he and the Forsworn slew so many dragons and riders? You hate how they have used your weapons. How better to balance the scales than by forging the instrument of Galbatorix's doom?" The elf was silent for a long moment. "I cannot break my oath, Shadeslayer." "You do not need to," said Aragon quietly, almost beseechingly. "Work through me, Runnan. Show me how to craft this sword. My hands are yours to use." His offer hung in the air. The elf smith whipped her head around to stare at him. For a second she looked stunned, and the rider wondered when the last time she had looked this shocked and amazed had been. Over the centuries of her life, Runnan, it seemed, had become immune to such things as surprise. Nothing had the power to shock her or rattle her after all that she had seen. But this had surprised her. He, a rider of 18, had shocked an elf who had lived millennia. It was enough to make him want to laugh, although he controlled the impulse and schooled himself into a more serious state of mind. "I cannot work in such a way." The words were outraged, angry, but they did not dissuade the rider. He had come to disregard such statements, and it would take more than words, spoken in any language, to halt his mission. He needed a sword, and he had a way to get it. Armed with quiet words and persuasive arguments, he was certain he could turn her to his side. "You can," he said quietly. "I would open myself to you. Through me you would be able to direct the creation of the blade. You would never be the one directly forging the blade." "It is foolish," snapped the smith. "You would need to wholly give yourself to me. There could not be a shred of resistance or hesitation, otherwise an error might be made that jeopardizes this entire scheme." Aragon gazed at her steadily. He could not find any words that would do to convey how much he needed this sword, or the lengths that he would go to make it. Runnan, he could see, was already giving in. The prospect of plying her true craft, of creating another piece of her priceless art, was too attractive to her. "You will let me control your body. No matter what I ask you to do, you will obey without question." Runnan's voice burned with intensity, and she was leaning forward slightly, her previous project forgotten on the anvil. "I give you my word," said Aragon in the ancient language. The elf stood once more and walked over to her forge. She seemed to be thinking, and then she raised one hand and gestured at the sapphire rider. "Show me the Brightsteel you found, Shadeslayer." He deposited it in her waiting arms and watched as she carefully examined the seemingly dull and ordinary metal. "Where," she inquired almost reverently, "did you find it?" "Beneath the Menoa tree," he said. "Murtagh convinced her to give it to us." The elf's eyes flicked to the silent and still Murtagh, who was standing beside an equally still Thorn. "How did you wake her?" inquired the elf. "I felt no great release of power, nor was there any sign of a great disturbance in the forest." The ruby rider shrugged. "My need was great." The elf snorted. "In other words," she said with an almost approving look, "you weren't polite about it." Runnan turned her gaze back to Aragon. "I do this because I trust you, Shadeslayer, to do all in your power, no matter how small that power may be, to defeat Galbatorix." With that, metal clutched tightly in her arms, the elf smith turned away. "We shall go," said Murtagh softly to Aragon. "What?" The sapphire rider suddenly looked over at his brother, an apprehensive feeling growing inside of him as he realized that his brother was leaving. Murtagh's solid presence had been more reassuring than the sapphire rider had realized. "I will see you tomorrow," said the Red Rider. Murtagh glanced at Runnan, who was watching the brothers. "Runnan Elder," he said with an incline of his head before he left the clearing along with Thorn, the two vanishing silently down the shadowed path that led back to the deserted city. "We must not dawdle," said the elf smith sharply. Eragon jumped as he was forced to turn his attention back to the glowering elf. "If you are to have a sword before the sun rises on a new day, then we have no time to lose. Quick, Shadeslayer, I shall show you the way a rider's sword is forged, and there are not many who can claim as much." And Runnan did show him. Through most of the night he labored to craft his new sword with Saphira's help and the elf smith's watchful guidance. Once the basic shape and design had been chosen, the metal had cooled, and true night had fallen across the clearing, the actual forging began. Once Eragon joined minds with Runnan, the rest of the process became a blur. He remembered the music that echoed through the dark and tangled landscape of her thoughts. The music was slow and deliberate, and cast in a strange and unsettling key that scraped on his nerves. What it implied about Runan's character, Eragon was not sure, but the eerie melodies nearly made him reconsider the wisdom of his decision. But then he had remembered Saphira sitting next to the forge, watching over him, and his trepidation receded, and he lowered the last of the defenses around his consciousness. He was privy to Runan's every thought and feeling by reason of their closeness. The depth of her knowledge amazed him. She saw things within the metal he had not suspected existed, and the calculations she made concerning its treatment were beyond his understanding. From forging to refining the contours to tempering the blade, Runnan used the sapphire rider's body. Then, when the rider was growing very close to the edge of exhaustion, Runan sent him to her own house to rest. Saphira remained to watch the completion of the forging. He woke at Saphira's gentle prod and hurried back to the forge. The morning light was beginning to filter through the heavy canopy as caught sight of Runan and Saphira standing together by the open-walled forge. With one hand pushing back his unruly hair and the other straightening his tunic, Eragon hurried over to them. Runan stood leaning against the edge of the bench. There were dark bags under her eyes, and the lines on her face were heavier than before. The sword lay before her, concealed beneath a length of white cloth. "I have done the impossible," she said, the words hoarse and broken. "I made a sword when I swore I would not. What is more, I made it in less than a day, and with hands that were not my own. Yet the sword is not crude or shoddy. It will serve you well, Shadeslayer." Grasping the corner of the cloth, Runan pulled it aside, revealing the sword. And there it was. He hadn't quite realized what an artist Runnan was, and never before had he been given a weapon crafted only for one person, him. It was what he had dreamed of more than what he had dreamed of. The sword was magnificent as Zarok and Niegling, and in his opinion, more beautiful than any of them. Covering the blade was a glossy scabbard of the same dark blue as the scales on Saphira's back. The color displayed a slight variegation, like the mottled light at the bottom of a clear forest pond. A piece of blued brightsteel carved in the shape of a leaf capped the end of the scabbard, while a collar decorated with stylized vines encircled the mouth. The curved crossguard was also made of blued brightsteel, as were the four ribs that held in place the large sapphire that formed the pommel. The hand-and-a-half hilt was made of hard black wood. The second he touched the hilt, he felt a smile tug at his tired lips. It felt right. It was light and fast, but sturdy in his hand. With this sword, Eragon felt confident, ready to whatever was asked of him. He admired the way the light caught the shining blade as he swung it through the air. Turning to the elf smith, Eragon bowed to her with the sword in one hand. "I do not know how I can thank you for such a gift. You may thank me by killing Galbatorix. If there is any sword destined to slay that mad king, it is this one." "I shall try my hardest, Runan Elder." The elf woman nodded, appearing satisfied. "Well, you finally have a sword of your own, which is as it ought to be. Now you are truly a dragon rider." "Yes," said Eragon, and held the sword up toward the sky. "Now I am truly a rider." He lowered the sword and said with a faint laugh, "But what to call this blade?" "The sword that kills Galbatorix must be named." "Saphira, what do you think? Perhaps Reva or Gutripa, or maybe Battleclaw or Glitterthorn or Limphacker. You could name it Terror or Pain or Armbitter or Reverse-Sharp or Ripple-Scale, that on account of the lines in the steel. There is also Tongue of Death and Elf-Steel and Star Metal and many others besides. Her outpouring of names surprised Iragan. You have a talent for this, he said. Inventing random names is easy, but it is finding the right name, however, that can try the patience of even an elf. What of Kinkala? He asked. It is too final. There is no story for the sword beyond one act of violence if that is the name it carries. What Saphira said was too true, and Iragan stared at the sword. He was stymied. The Sapphire Rider had not thought of this when he asked Runnan to forge him a sword, and now he felt rather foolish because of it. It needed to be a name that had a personal ring to it, and conjured up memories and images that could be understood even by the simplest layman. The name, the rider knew, would shape the future of the blade, and because he was the bearer, it would shape his own future. He had never inquired what Zoe called her sword, or stopped to consider how people named such objects that, ultimately, they would trust with their life. Maybe hope. He discarded it, along with a handful of others that sprang to mind. Iragan's eyes swept over space before him, taking in the tools and work surfaces, along with the few flames that still flickered in the forge. His eyes lingered on the faintly glowing and flickering embers. Fire. Fire had been his friend when Durza raised his sword to kill him, and fire had been his friend when the Razak had tried to kill him and Brahm outside Dras Leona. Brissinger had been there for him when he first used magic. Fire, he thought, was Saphira's ally and his own. It was powerful, beautiful, deadly, hard to understand, and even harder to control. Was that not how Saphira and he had to be? Fire. Brissinger. He felt Saphira's approval radiated from their shared bond. A good name, she said with a deep hum, lifting the weapon to shoulder level, and he said, I am decided. Sword, I name thee Brissinger. And with a sound like rushing wind, the blade burst into fire, an envelope of sapphire blue flames writhing about the razor-sharp steel. He had been taught that, under no circumstances, was he ever to drop his blade even if it did burst into flames. Uttering a startled cry, Iragan reflexively tightened his grip around sword and held it as far away from himself as he could, afraid of being burned. It was then that Iragan realized it was he who was providing the energy to sustain the unnatural fire. He quickly ended the magic, and the fire vanished from the sword. Puzzled by how he could have cast a spell without intending to, he tapped the sapphire blade with the tip of a finger. It was no hotter than before. A heavy scowl on her brow, Runern stalked forward, seized the sword from Iragan, and examined it from tip to pommel. You are fortunate I have already protected it with wards against heat and damage, else you would have just scratched the guard and destroyed the temper of the blade. Iragan apologized, and appearing somewhat mollified, Runern handed the sword back to him. Did you set fire to it on purpose? She asked. No, said Iragan, unable to explain what had happened. Say it again, ordered Runern. What? The name, say it again. Holding the sword as far away from his body as he could, Iragan exclaimed, Brissinger. A column of flickering flames engulfed the blade of the sword, the heat warming Iragan's face. Now there is a fitting sword for a rider and dragon, said Saphira in a delighted tone. It breathes fire as easily as I do. But I wasn't trying to cast a spell, protested Iragan. All I did was say Brissinger, and he yelped and swore as the sword again caught fire, which he put out for the fourth time. May I? Asked Runern, extending a hand toward Iragan. He gave her the sword, and she too said Brissinger. A shiver seemed to run down the blade, but other than that, it remained inanimate. Her expression contemplative, Runern returned the sword to Iragan and said, I can think of two explanations for this marvel. One is that because you were involved with the forging, you imbued the blade with a portion of your personality, and therefore it has become attuned to your wishes. My other explanation is that you have discovered the true name of your sword. Perhaps both those things are what has happened. In any event, you have chosen well, Shadeslayer. Brissinger. Yes, I like it. It is a good name for a sword. A very good name, Saphira agreed. Then Runern placed her hand over the middle of Brissinger's blade and murmured an inaudible spell. The elvish glyph of fire appeared upon both sides of the blade. She did the same to the front of the scabbard. Again, Iragan bowed to the elf woman, and both he and Saphira expressed their gratitude to her. A smile appeared on Runern's aged face. and she touched each of them upon their brows with her calloused thumb. I am glad I was able to help the riders this once more. Go, Shadeslayer, go, Brightscales, return to the Varden, and may your enemies flee with fear when they see the sword you now wield. So Eragon and Saphira bade her farewell, and together they departed Runern's house, Eragon holding his new sword tightly. The Varden had almost arrived, and with the upcoming arrival of the Varden came the time for me to hand in my resignation as maid. I was not greatly missed. All I received was a dark scowl, my meager wages, and a sharp nod towards the door. I wasn't the only one supposedly packing up my bags and fleeing the city. Those who could or genuinely felt it was best to put as much distance between them and the Varden's coming attack were leaving the city in one long stream. Those who weren't leaving didn't look upon us, deserters, too kindly. There was a slight bounce to my step as I left the keep and turned my feet down the street that led, after some twists and turns, to Helvard's home, which had become the official meeting spot for us. The poor man really wasn't meant for the strain of this job. His hands had been shaking so badly the last time we met, 2 days previous, and I had told him that as soon as the Varden were a day's ride away, we would be meeting once more before it was all hands to deck, and the real action began. Helvard must have been pulled into the Varden's spy force by accident. He was not the type who does such things, but what he did have was a deep understanding of every way over and underground, into Feinster, and even into the heavily guarded keep. How he had come to know so much about this subject was never made clear me. I drew the edges of my cloak closer together and stepped around a large woman who had stopped in the middle of the street to tell off a grubby child she was gripping firmly by the ear. I cast the child a sympathetic glance, but continued on my way. It would be a relief to be out of Feinster and back into the wild. I disliked living in cities and the necessity of having to carve out a place for myself among the shifting crowds. I saw Marco waiting for me up ahead, and when I passed by him, he fell into step a few paces behind me. Then, as we passed by Helvard's house, the man stepped out his front door, closed it, and then locked it before falling into step a little ways behind Marco. I then turned away, and the other two continued. We were going to different places, and our various confusing and circuitous routes sometimes confused even us. I stopped only under the pretense of fixing my cloak, or when I discreetly checked passerbys by pretending to window shop or fix a lock of hair. When I came to the familiar alleyway, I knelt on the cold stone ground and rested a hand on the one paving stone that was movable. The Varden would arrive sometime tonight, and the siege would begin tomorrow night. But in preparation, we were already preparing the few ways that we had discovered into the keep. In my last missive to Brahm, I had identified these 3 locations with precise instructions as to where they led and who I thought should use them. The one I was currently kneeling beside was one that I intended for Arya and the other elven spell casters. It was the passageway that led to the forgotten turret where I had cleaned the tapestry. Marco was unlocking a forgotten and mostly barricaded door in the outer wall that surrounded Feinster. That particular door would be for a select group of soldiers or spellcasters to use to open the gates from the inside. Helvard, meanwhile, was onto the other mostly forgotten and barricaded door that lay in storeroom used by Feinster's garrison. Then, because that door was close to the main gates of Feinster, he would be leaving the city and carefully make his way to the Varden. Liana, what is it, Helvard? I need your help. Now, something has happened. What has happened? I demanded as I left the alley and turned my feet towards the place that Helvard was supposed to be. I think I have been discovered. My heart rate sped up, but my quick walk, which turned into a jog every few feet. How could Helvard have been found? Had, despite all our careful planning, word leaked out of our operations? Night was beginning to fall, and the streets were getting increasingly gloomier and more abandoned. Marco. I called down the thread that connected me to my fellow spy. He was, from what I could tell, currently covered in grey stone dust, but feeling triumphant as he examined his newly uncovered and lubricated door. I hated to be the bringer of bad news, but adrenaline wasn't making me want to put it off. It took a couple of words from me, and in less than 30 seconds, Marco was like me, speeding his way towards Helvard. It was times like this that I longed for the comforting weight of my sword or bow. All I had was some spare coins, a broken button, a ragged piece of silk for a handkerchief, and Run-on's knife. My hand tightened around the discreetly hidden handle of the blade. I arrived at the storehouse, and moving carefully, I discreetly slipped inside. Helvard was there, hidden behind the shattered remains of a wooden wagon. He was coated in dust, and he looked only slightly relieved when I slipped in beside him. What happened? I inquired of the slightly shaking man. I was halfway through the task assigned to me, he said, when I heard the sounds of someone entering. I hid here. It was an Empire soldier. Where is he? He left soon after he entered. Another voice reached my mind. Liana, Helvard. It was Marco, and he was pretending to stand idly outside. Come in, I told him. The coast is clear for now. So, I said out loud to Helvard, you have reason to believe more soldiers may arrive here. Yes, said the man quietly. I'm not sure why the one did come in at all. I shrugged and stood up from my crouching position. We've got to hurry, I said to him and Marco, who had quietly slipped in and over to us. The door is over there, said Helvard with a gesture towards one wall, but I can't get it to budge in the slightest. The bolts are rusted shut. They will give for me, I said with a quick, nervous glance back at the main entrance. Were there wards placed over this door? Had some magical tripwire been tripped by Helvard when he entered this place, despite my best efforts to ensure there were no such tripwires? It really didn't look like a door. The stone had not been moved for so long that it was impossible to imagine that they even could. There was one set of bolts at the top and another at the bottom, but someone had piled some wooden crates and rusted weapons against it. With a wave of my hand, I moved those away without so much as bothering the thick layer of dust that coated them. The bolts holding the long-forgotten door shut finally gave in to the small amount of magic I exerted over them. Behind me, their breathing sounding unnaturally loud to my adrenaline-fueled hearing, were Helvard and Marco. Poor Helvard did not want to be there, and he was puffing like a winded bull elephant. Come on, I hissed furiously, as, with a wave of my hand, I cast glamour over the place so that it would appear it hadn't been touched for the past decade, let alone by one frantic person, followed by two more frantic people. Helvard, Marco, and I emerged back into the street, and I cast my gaze around at the people who moved around us. Joining in with the crowd, all three of us moved with it. While moving with the stream of people was an effective way of hiding the mob we had slipped into, was not heading towards the gates out of Feinster, but back up to the keep. We needed to go the other way, but I saw no way of accomplishing this without being seen even if we went one at a time. Helvard would be recognized, detained, and ultimately give up the whole gig. There was only one place we could go, and that was the tunnel I had opened up. If we got there, then at least we would be hidden, and I would still have access to the keep. It wouldn't be pleasant to spend just over 24 hours in a dark and rather slimy tunnel, but it was better than the alternative, getting arrested. Damn it, I heard Marco mutter from somewhere behind me. We are being followed. How many? I hissed back. 2, was the quick reply. We kept walking with the crowd that was moving towards the main keep. When we reached the main gates, it thinned a little, but most of the crowd that we had fallen into step swept us inside, and seeing that we were now quite trapped, I let out a long sigh of horror. What now? We were inside the keep, and armed guards paced along the wall and stood beside the heavy iron entrance. It was getting late, and the second we entered the keep, the small crowd seemed to immediately disperse. Aiming for casual did not work for long. We had made it to just outside the servant entrance when things went completely and utterly wrong. The expression, "to hell in a hand basket," is one way, reader, I can think of putting it. Our two pursuers caught up with us, along with a few more that were clearly recently called in back up. It was so wrong. This was not how any of this was supposed to have gone, and we had been idiots to stick together and let ourselves be herded right into the center of Hornet's Nest. The sick feeling in the pit of my stomach was only getting worse. Beside me, his eyes flicking between the rapidly approaching soldiers, was Marco, and on my other side was the trembling Helvard. Marco was a worthy companion, but he was not Arya or Aragon or Murtagh or Bram. Right then, reader, I would have loved for one of them to be there with me. As the soldiers approached, 2 dressed in civilian clothes and the other 2 in uniform, my right hand tightened around the blade of Run-on's knife. They were speaking. Marco was saying something back, but my hearing seemed to have stopped working. All I could hear was the thrumming of my heart. When they drew weapons and advanced, I could hold back no longer. I dispatched one with an easy backhand thrust of my knife, but the second man was too wily for such an easy move. As I went to engage him fully and press him to fight back, I saw the flash of a bloodied sword out of the corner of my right eye and heard the agonized scream of a man in extreme pain. Helvod fell heavily. He was dead before he hit the ground. "Masters," said Iragan as he dismounted from Saphira. He felt refreshed. After leaving Runan's forge, the Sapphire Rider and Dragon had gone straight to their quarters in Elismera, where they had found food, fresh supplies, and new clothes waiting for them. After eating, bathing, and dressing, Iragan had felt refreshed, and he and Saphira had flown directly to the crags of Telnir. "I see you did not take my advice," said the silver-haired elf that stood beside the golden dragon's right shoulder. He gave the sapphire pair a stern look. "I thought I told you both to rest." "Ebrithil," said Iragan with a shrug. "This was worth a sleepless night. 'Tis not often one convinces Runnan Elder to craft them a sword." "No," said Oramis, and he held out his hand for the blade. Iragan passed the sword to Oramis, who examined the sword for a long few minutes before saying, "Runnan has outdone herself. Few weapons, sword or otherwise, are the equal of this blade." He read the glyph on the blade. "Brissinger, a most apt name for this sword. An apt name," he said with a significant look, "for a sword you wield, Iragan." "A very apt name," said Glida with a flick of his tongue. "For some reason, every time I utter its name, the blade bursts into." He hesitated, and then switched out of the ancient language so he could say the word fire without fear of setting the blade alight. Oramis's eyebrow climbed even higher. Indeed, did Runnan have an explanation for this unique phenomenon? As he spoke, Oramis returned the blade to Iragan, who sheathed it once more. "No," said the rider. "She had only theories, and the true reason for my sword's unique ability may be any combination of those theories." Said Oramis, but then he clapped his hands together. "You both plan to leave immediately, do you not?" "Yes," said Iragan. "We have no more time to linger in Elismera as much as we might wish to. The Varden will need our assistance in Feinster." "I agree," said Oramis. "Originally, Glida and I had planned to fly into battle ourselves and assist Islanzardi's people with their campaign. However, with the arrival of Murtagh and Thorn, our skills and energy are better directed into training them." "When the time comes for Murtagh and Thorn to leave," said Glida, "we shall fly with them." Iragan was, for a brief moment, stunned by the idea of his masters entering the conflict that raged beyond the borders of Du Weldenvarden. He was well aware of both Oramis's limitations with magic and Glida's physical limitations, which, while they had never come in the way of his or Saphira's training, would put them at a distinct disadvantage were they to come face to face with Galbatorix or one of his Eljunari-fueled shadow riders. However, the surprise and shock faded quickly. His masters, Iragan knew, had every right to fight, and they were stronger, cannier, wiser, and even more powerful than either he or Saphira. Dipping his head in acknowledgement, Iragan said, "We shall meet again then, in battle then." "Yes," said the elf, and his expression softened somewhat as though he could guess at Iragan's thoughts. "I appreciate your concern, Iragan, but the cause is a worthy one, and it would be wrong to send Murtagh and Thorn to battle, but remain behind ourselves. Glida and I are far from helpless, and our existence will undermine Galbatorix's confidence, bolster the spirits of the dwarves and the Varden. It may well increase the number of recruits Naswada receives from the Empire." The elf paced to the edge of the cliff. "The day we depart for war, however, is still a while off. Thorn has much growing to do, and he is far from battle-ready." Turning, Oramis said, "I know that you are both anxious to be gone, but before you leave, if there is any subject you wish to discuss, magical or not, or any remaining questions you have regarding Eljunari, then ask. We have a little time if you wish to do some learning, for I asked Murtagh and Thorn to come a little later than they normally do." A smile broke out across Iragan's face as he met the silver eyes of his teacher. He knew he should already be winging his way towards Feinster with Saphira and his new sword, but Oramis's offer was too enticing. The silver elf knew him well, and had seen that adding one more feather, if you will, to his quiver would not only make the sapphire rider feel more confident, but offer a brief respite from the pressure that was, if anything, only increasing. "I would be honored to," he said, "but nothing spring immediately to mind, Ebrithil. My questions seem," the elf laughed. "I very much doubt that." Iragan turned away. He was having a hard time concentrating upon the matter at hand. His thoughts kept returning to the Eljunari, Feinster, and the idea of Oramis and Glida flying to battle. He marveled, like he did so many times, at the strange twists of fate that had brought him together with such an unlikely group of individuals, and into the forefront of war and destiny. If Arya hadn't, the rider stopped and smiled as a thought suddenly occurred to him. "Would you teach me how to move an object from place to place without delay, just as Arya did with Saphira's egg?" Oramis nodded. "An excellent choice. The spell is costly, but it has many uses. I am sure it will prove most helpful to you in your dealings with Galbatorix and the Empire. Arya, for one, can attest to its effectiveness." For the next 2 hours, Iragan sat with his two masters and Saphira, and learned the words and method behind the spell that had brought him the sapphire blue egg so long ago in the wintry mountains of the Spine. It was complex, and Oramis tolerated not even the slightest mistake in pronunciation, for, as he pointed out, such a mistake would either send the object in the wrong direction or not send it at all. The sun was beginning to climb towards noon when, with a nod of his head, Oramis said, "It is time for you both to be off. We have told you all we can before you start this next stage in the journey." "Yes," agreed Iragan, and he cast his eyes towards the path that led to Elismera. He wished Murtagh would appear so that he could both thank him and wish him well. It did not sit well with him to leave without saying anything to the ruby pair, but it could not be helped. He and Saphira had lingered far too long as it was. Before he could ask Oramis to tell his half-brother something, anything, for him, however, Murtagh and Thorn appeared. It was as if they had known exactly when the best time to appear was, and they were neither too late nor too early. "Iragan," greeted the young man after he bowed slightly to Oramis and Glida and said his formal greetings to them. "Saphira." "Murtagh," said Iragan, and he stepped forward and gripped his brother's arm in a warrior's embrace. "Saphira and I must leave, but I wish to thank you for all your help and Thorn's help yesterday. Without you both I would not have this." Iragan gestured at the sword now strapped to his hip. "May I see it?" asked Murtagh. When he took the blade from Iragan, the young man's eyes glittered with interest. "It is a fine blade," he said as he tested the weight with a few practiced swings. "I am glad that you have this sword," he said, and Iragan was surprised at the amount of sincerity, and was that relief? Yes, it was relief in Murtagh's face and voice. "I hope for the day when we can duel together," said Iragan with a grin. "Same," said the other rider with a matching smile. "Be safe, brother." The ruby rider's smile faded and his eyes grew serious. "I don't want to have to rescue you like I did in Gilead." Iragan smiled a little. "I'll do my best, brother." "When you see Zoe," said Murtagh to Iragan within the privacy of his mental touch. "When you see her, Iragan, give her my best and tell her that I miss her." "I will. I have not forgotten the promise I made you in Farthendur, Murtagh. It still stands." "Good," said the ruby rider. "It is time you were off," said Murtagh then out loud, as if neither he nor Iragan had ever spoken in any other manner. "Thorn and I shall see you both soon." They embraced tightly but let go quickly. Nothing more could be said between them then. Neither brother, it seemed, knew quite how to handle these moments of parting. Iragan nodded and said his farewells to Thorn, and then, stopping before Oramis and Glida, he found his voice had completely deserted him. Once more he had come to them, lost and confused, and once more they had set him down upon the correct path and shown him what he had been missing before. Would he ever see them again? Would he ever spend a few hours like he had this morning in their company? "Go," said Oramis to him. "This is not a farewell, Iragan." "No," agreed Glida. "I," began Iragan, but again the words failed him. The elf rested one hand on his shoulder. "Go now, Iragan. Remember what we have spoken of, and that a secret shared is not secret at all. Guard the information we have given you, and share it only if absolutely necessary." The sapphire rider nodded, and then, with a final nod to Glida, he turned and took a short running start that propelled him up onto Saphira's back. With a roar and great flap of her wings, Sapphira leapt off the ground and into the clear morning air of Du Weldenvarden. Below them, glittering with 1,000 colours, were 2 dragons and their riders who watched as the sapphire dragon and her rider took flight. I screamed. Marco grabbed my hand and yanked me forward, pulling me away from the dead body and the back servant courtyard. I found my feet quickly and ran on my own, following behind Marco as we raced through the corridors and back towards the hidden doorway and passageway that led outside the walls. We encountered no one, these servant corridors dead and abandoned at this hour. Back up the steps of the tower and towards the doorway hidden behind the tapestry. Our feet drummed against the stone, but we did not care how much noise we made. We reached the small landing and both have turned, breathing hard to glance at the narrow doorway through which we had just burst. Footsteps on stone. They were coming and we were stuck here. But only one of us was stuck here if I had anything to do with it. For they did not yet know there was 2 of us. One of us could get away and do what had to be done. I could almost see Murtagh's furious frown. Marco might argue and Brahm would not be happy, but I had made my choice. Besides, Marco would obey me for I was his commander, and even if he didn't like it, even then, he could not go against my orders. I winced. Go, I told Marco. Go, but I pushed him hard away. Tell Brahm. Find Brahm and tell him what they are planning. Tell him he must warn Iragan. Go, because I never had the chance to, and I should have said something, but I didn't. I didn't feel I could or that I should, but they need to know. They need to know. It was that anger, that desperation, that Marco saw. He saw that and not the great fear that would replace the fire the second his long, hard stare left my face. But he was a good soldier. He did what he was supposed to do, what we are all supposed to do, and was gone. Through the door and down the narrow, slimy steps while I pulled it shut behind him and let the heavy tapestry fall into place. I spun quickly then and slipped Runon's knife down the front of my blood-stained gown. The footsteps were growing louder, the sound of men running me down. I turned then so that, when they came up the narrow stairwell, I would see them. I wanted to see them the second they appeared so that I could have every last millisecond to prepare myself. Because I would need every millisecond to prepare myself for what I knew would come. I had chosen this. They emerged, 10 men that came single file and had weapons at the ready. I nearly wanted to laugh as their eyes fell on me, and they saw nothing more than one miserable little girl soaked in blood and as wild-eyed as a March hare. They weren't very nice, but I didn't fight their cruel hands as they viciously propelled me down the stairs. I just went with them. I felt the bruises form across my arms and the headaches start from the knock delivered for no reason by the captain who led them. All I could think was one thing: please don't realize your mistake. Please don't yank off all my clothes and realize that you didn't remember to search me. Please, please, whoever might be out there and seems to care a little bit. Please, please don't let them find it. They took me down multiple levels, and anyone we passed turned their faces away. Nobles and servants looked the other way at this new arrest as they did their best to get away and not be at all implicated in it. Cowards. Cowards, but I am hardly any better. My heart is beating as fast as a hummingbird about to take flight, and I have no idea what I will say. Damn it all, where is my courage? Where is my defiance? Why don't I even fight a little bit instead of just letting them drag me around? The men take me to a bare room with no windows that, to get through, we have to go through a set of very grim guards, down a massive staircase, and then, finally, to this interrogation room. It is clear that from here, I will go to my cell, and from there, well, that doesn't bear thinking about. He is waiting for us. He is standing behind the only piece of furniture in the room, a table stacked with papers. His robes are fine, and he looks just as cold and proud as he did when I cleaned up his wine-soaked papers. This is the man who is planning on summoning a shade and killing my comrades, my friends. I hate him. I hate all the things he is, and all the things he is planning on doing to me, no doubt. He lifted his eyes to examine us, and his flat grey eyes lingered for a long time on me. Then he walked around the table until he stood before me. His eyes are angry and his face set in a dark frown as he looks down at me. With a single gesture, he dismisses the men so that it is just the captain that holds me so tightly around the upper arms. Liana, he says in a dangerous whisper. Who do you serve? The little army camped outside of these walls, the elf witch in her forest. I say nothing. With a furious growl, he raised his hand and rested the flat of his palm on my forehead. The smell of sweat, stale perfume, and smoke was just as overwhelming as it had been the last time I had been in close proximity with him. He closed his eyes, but I did not. I just let him beat his attacks at my iron-hard defenses. I let him spend his strength in his futile attempt to break my defenses. In that quiet show of strength, I laughed at him mockingly, and he knew it. My smirk was wide, my eyes cold in their mirth. Finally, breathing hard, he withdrew and opened his eyes as he dropped his hand. His eyes had not lost the anger, but they had gained a faint glint of interest. But if he wanted to be a Durza who had been so good at this kind of terrifying, then he was way off the mark. "Let's try something else," he said as he leaned a little closer until I could make out the individual hairs in his mustache. "Tell me a story, little girl. Tell me your story." I raised an eyebrow and said quietly, "Stories are dangerous things." The guard's grip on my upper arm tightened viciously. "Tell me," he whispered in my ear. "Tell me why your story is dangerous, girl." I met his gaze and said only, "Who says my story is dangerous? It would be easier for you if you just told me what I want to know." I said nothing. Just met his gaze with no defiance or anger. I simply looked at him without saying anything more. There was no weapon. I had only my armored mind to withdraw into until I was lost behind its defenses. That is no weapon, but a line of defense, and anger or defiance or fear would only make that defense waver when it needed to be strong. Behind it, I just might lose myself in the shadows of my mind, into a still ocean of thoughts and memories. The man's lip curled up in a faint imitation of a smile. Then, spinning on his heel, he lifted his right hand in a clear, almost arrogant way. "Take her away." He tuned his head ever so slightly, and our eyes met for a brief moment before the guard wrenched me around by the arm. "I have time for a conversation tomorrow." They were about to drag me out, but the door opened with a sharp bang, and a woman marched in, not the graceful walk of a lady or the hurried trot of a maid going about her duties, but a determined march, as if she was a general inspecting his troops. I recognized her immediately, Lady Lorana of Feinster. She was dressed as a noble woman of Alagaesia in a stiff gown made of rich fabrics, but she was not, as her march-like walk announced, a normal noble woman. Her hair was graying, and she was a stout figure with sharp eyes. She was no great beauty, but her eyes were keen, and her hands capable. But at that moment she might have been Islandserde of Du Weldenvarden in all her unearthly beauty, and with all the great power of the elves behind her, and the wisdom of centuries to guide her decisions. Both the captain and the magician jumped a little at this unexpected arrival, but I just wanted to sink into the floor. I wanted to vanish. I wanted to break apart into the tiny atoms that made me up and be blown away. "What are you going to do her?" demanded the lady. She wasted no time, and her eyes, after flicking over me and the captain, focused solely on the magician. "The king has made it explicitly clear how spies of our enemies are to be treated, and this girl is no different." The man spoke stiffly, and I saw clear anger in the line of his jaw. He continued, "You know the laws set out by the king as well as I do." Her face tightened. "I know them. Do not think to insinuate that. But when an arrest is made in my own home, I would be a poor ruler if I did not inquire about who was arrested and what should be done about that person." She turned then and regarded me. Her eyes had seemed kind when I glimpsed her during my tenure as a maid. Now, however, they flicked over my blood-stained gown, and the bruise I know must be rapidly forming on the side of my face without a glimmer of the kindness I had seen in them. "What's your name?" she asked me in a business-like tone that booked no argument, although I saw the magician's jaw tighten alarmingly. "Liana. And you are a spy." I regarded her for a long moment and weighed my options. "Some would call me that," I said at last, "and others would laugh and say there is nothing farther from the truth." "Why would you betray the king?" she asked in the same tone. I wanted to laugh, and she must have seen the incredulousness in my face, for her eyes snapped dangerously. The captain's grip tightened alarmingly, and I half wondered if I would have any circulation in the appendage by the time I was thrown into a cell. There were so many things I could have said in response to that question, and some of them were distinctly rude. "I suppose," I said, and I could not resist showing a bit of my old flare of spirit, even though I knew I shouldn't, and that it wouldn't get me anywhere. "I suppose it depends on what your definition of betrayal is, my lady. For Galbatorix was never my king, just as the Varden is not my cause, or Serda my homeland." She regarded me now, and her voice had a faint note of uncertainty in it, although I could have just been imagining it. I hope you are open with us about what you do know. The magician laughed harshly. Open? I doubt very much that she will be. I ignored him, and instead summoned an attempt at grin. I can be very open, my lady. She stepped a little closer to me, and her tone softened fractionally. Then why are you here? By chance and by choices that were made without knowing where they would lead, I said smoothly, and I found it easier to talk, as if speaking was somehow managing to push the numbing dread away for a little while. Lady Lorana gazed at me quietly for a minute, and for a second I thought I saw a flicker of respect in her eyes. She was, I decided right then, a good person, and perhaps we would have liked each other had we not met like this. Lady Lorana did not want to kill Liana or have her tortured for a small collection of secrets and code. Torturing and ultimately killing a young woman did not sit at all well with this woman. But this was how we had met, Lorana to Liana. Perhaps, if I made it out of this alive, and we met as Lady Lorana and Zoe, then better words could be spoken, and in better company too. Take her away, said the lady to the guard who gripped my arm with such bruising strength, and when she is ready to speak, have her brought to me. The only slightly reassuring thing about those words was the brought to me, and not brought to the magician. She hadn't even said what should be done to me during the time when I was not going to speak. Of course, that did not mean anything, for the magician was gazing at me with cold eyes, and I rather doubted he would be able to remain patient. But, well, that was the end of that conversation, as civilized as it had been, and I don't see why you would want me to describe being dragged by a numb arm to a prison cell. I sat there with my back pressed hard against the slimy wall of the cell. As I sat there in the dark silence, I could think of nothing. My mind was empty, my heart a faint beat as I just sat there. I tried not to think of how Helvard had died. I tried to block out the pleading, pitiful look on his face before he died. I hadn't liked him, but he hadn't deserved to be killed that way. In the darkness of my cell, I had abandoned Liana's illusion. I sat there with my own face and coloring because it made me feel a little better, and no one was there to see me anyways. I continued sitting, staring at the dark wall I could just barely make out in the gloom of the cell. What could I do? I had a knife hidden under my clothes, but what good would that do me? Seeking comfort, I drew it out and examined Runon's blade. She had given it to me to be used, but so far it had done little but stay hidden. The manacles rattled as I shifted my hands slightly to the right. How sharp was this blade? Sharp enough to cut through the rusted, flaking chains that bound me to this stone floor. Maybe, just maybe it was. I lowered the knife to one of the bottom links of chain and pressed the blade against one of the bottom links. The knife sliced through it as if it was cutting through butter. The crumbling, old metal was no match for the finest of elven daggers. I had to stop it forcibly before it cut through the second side of the link. I did not want to reveal that I had a knife of such use in possession until I figured a way out of this mess. And I would find a way out. I stared at the silver blade for a long while. How remarkable to be given this knife, and to have hung on to it like this. I pressed myself against the wall and closed my eyes tightly, preferring the darkness of my closed eyelids to the pressing darkness of the cell. I was very alone here. When I had been in prison the last time, it had not felt like this. There may have been Durza, and I had nearly been killed by his hand, but I had still had that air of naive determination that all would work out. I didn't have memories of all the times things hadn't worked out. I didn't even know my real name then or known what exactly I was doing there. Besides, Brahm and Murtagh had been there. I had known that Murtagh had come in the book, so surely he could do it again. Then I had been nothing but a runaway girl to the shade, but now I was a spy, a prisoner of war that has never in the history of war traditionally been treated well. No one has much respect for a spy. It's considered dishonorable and a necessary evil. Marco was gone, and the Varden was still a day or more, or who knows how long away. Now, not for the last time, but the first time in this world, I was a clearly marked enemy with nowhere to run, and not a single soul to help me. What was the song? The song sung about a spy telling his friend to go so that he at least could see their homeland once more. Oh, ye'll take the high road, and I'll take the low road. Yes, that was the song. Why I recalled such an obscure bit of nothing was beyond me, but the song seemed so appropriate for this entire mess. I could picture the scene so very clearly before me, and I knew exactly how those two spies must have felt. It was a little too close to the bone, reader. The song echoed on and on in my mind. I tapped out the tune on the cold stone floor as the lyrics played over and over, complete with the rolling Scottish accent that had sung them the first time I heard the song. Ye'll take the high road, and I'll take the low road. I do not know how long it was before I heard it. Hours, minutes, seconds, I do not know. For in the deep silence that muffled my cell, I heard it as nothing more than a faint pat on stone. It was as if someone was patting the flat of their hand on something hard to see if it would give. I opened my eyes and stared up at the ceiling. It wasn't a high ceiling. In fact, I could have touched it easily enough with my hands if I had stood up. The soft sound of something or someone unsettled me, and I stared desperately up at the too close stone. There was a sudden rustle and a shifting of stone and metal. Then, to my utmost surprise, something large and black seemed to, well, just fall out of the ceiling, as impossible as that sounds. And then, as I sat there totally motionless, the black shape turned its head to gaze at me with bright, slightly slanted eyes. My heart leapt as I realized just who was gazing at me. For a second I could not do anything, because here I was imprisoned and very alone, and who jumps out of the stone ceiling? The chances are so remote, and the situation so very strange to my exhausted mind that I nearly laughed. However, I reined myself in and did my best to be polite despite the wildness of the situation. I was so lost and so alone that it would not do to offend him. Salembum, I acknowledged. Are you just going to sit there? Inquired the werecat as he regarded me and flicked his tail from side to side as if he did this every day. That seems like a waste. I wasn't planning on sitting forever, I said casually. But until the right moment comes, then I see little point wasting energy. The werecat rose and ambled over, rubbing his head against the shoulder. I rubbed him gently behind his ears, and for a few moments we said nothing. Until, his voice conversational, Salembum said, "But what if that moment is now? Then I am ready. Ready for anything." I raised an eyebrow at him and chuckled. Ready for anything? No, I was not ready for anything, but I was damn near ready for a lot of things. I was nearly ready for anything. I would go very nearly any lengths to get out of this place and prevent the terrible thing that I knew was being planned by a cruel man drunk on his own power just a few floors above my head. Besides, I had a duty to the Varden, and to the worlds upon worlds whose fates rested on this war being won by my side. It depends, I replied carefully, on just what you are proposing. Salembum yawned hugely and regarded me for a moment. Perhaps he thought we had all the time in world, and maybe right then we did. Wise reply, said the werecat at last, but you will have to follow me. I can do that. I straightened a little, and the werecat turned away and sauntered over to the place where he had landed. He paused and looked back at me for a moment before, very casually, jumping straight up into the shadowy ceiling in a single leap. In that smooth movement, he completely vanished from my sight, and I knew I was supposed to follow him. A rope suddenly dropped down, and I could not help but smile. The world works in strange ways sometimes, and as I swiftly cut the cuffs around my ankles, I felt the fire kindle once more in me. But this fire was a different kind, and it was quickly being flamed into something much bigger than a faint warm glimmer that made me feel a little more confident in my skills. Girl. I hated to be called that. He had called me girl, and that made me angry, and I hated people who tried to kill my friends. No, this was no small, hopeful, isolated flame lost in the wilderness. This was an inferno, and it would not be extinguished easily. I am sorry for the long, long wait. Summer has gotten away from me. The next chapter shouldn't take as long, and it will include Roran, haven't seen him for a while, and Brahm, as well as more Angela/Zoe/Salembum adventure. Enjoy, and don't forget that reviews go a long way in motivating me to write.